Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Robin's gaze was steady as she asked, "So, you don't want any other faction learning the contents of the poneglyphs. And because of that, you want me, the historian, under your control." Noah smiled faintly. "That's right. Even if I have no interest in the so-called ancient weapons, I won't let my enemies get their hands on them. And you're one of the keys." Robin tilted her head. "I see. But wouldn't killing me be safer? No historian, no risk." Noah chuckled, shaking his head. "You overestimate your importance. You're not the only one who can read history. Most of Roger's crew learned the truth from Raftel. They simply chose to wait for the so-called child of destiny. But his eyes sharpened. "I refuse to wait. I don't believe in destiny." Robin's lips parted slightly. "So Raftel holds all of history?" "Wrong again." Noah leaned forward. "Raftel contains Joy Boy's version of history, his family story. People write diaries selectively, Robin. What's recorded there is just one perspective." He spun the globe on his desk. "The past is already set in stone. But the future? That's limitless. If I accept destiny, then everything I've done becomes meaningless." Robin fell silent, feeling the sheer force of his will, an ambition sharp enough to cut through the world. "If you want to overturn the world," she asked quietly, "what kind of world will you build?" Noah reached into a drawer and placed a stack of books in front of her. "This is it, the 5 volumes of dragon slaying and other works. Even if I'm torn to pieces, my will be etched into the history of civilization." Then he waved a hand. "Crow, arrange your room for Miss Robin." "Yes, Lord Noah," Crow replied respectfully. Though questions still swirled in her mind, Robin followed Crow. After settling her in a cabin, he provided clothes and daily necessities before leaving. That night, after a quick lunch, Robin dove into the books, especially the 5 volumes of dragon slaying. Hours passed unnoticed. By the time night fell, she had finished 2 volumes, her mind shaken to its core. The next morning, Crow arrived with breakfast. "Miss Robin, reading is important, but so is your health." "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Crow," Robin replied, her dark-ringed eyes betraying a sleepless night, yet glowing with excitement. Crow sighed, but said nothing more. 5 days later, Yerk Island. When the Prosperity docked at the Noah family's secret base, Robin stepped ashore changed. Gone was the cautious, uncertain woman. In her place stood someone with clarity and purpose. Facing Noah again, she asked, "Yerk Island, this used to be the Capone family's base, didn't it?" "Yes," Noah said. "I reformed it." "Reformed?" "An application of devil fruit ability. Those with strength but rotten hearts I convert into card apostles. Like this one." A golden light flared as a card materialized into a man. Robin's eyes narrowed. "Golden Lion, Shiki." The man grinned. "Little lady, I was the Golden Lion Shiki. Now, I am my lord's apostle. I'll be in your care." Robin looked between them, a spark of understanding in her eyes. "With forces like this, I can see why you aim to reshape the world." "You'll see for yourself," Noah said. "But your strength is lacking. The enemies ahead are powerful. Without strength, you won't live to see dawn." Robin nodded without hesitation. "Then please train me." Once, she had cared only for the poneglyphs. The Marines, especially Akiji, had cast a long shadow over her life. But now, with Noah's vision in mind, she no longer feared the world government. She needed power. "Training begins. For physical skills, Crow will teach you," Noah said. "As for your devil fruit, I'll guide its redevelopment." Robin gave a wry smile. "My fruit's potential is limited." "That's where you're wrong," Noah replied sharply. "You have vast knowledge, but poor application. You've wasted this fruit." "Sorry," she said half joking. The flower fruit is a hybrid of superhuman ability and enhanced biology. You can create external organs anywhere within range, linked to your senses. Correct. Yes. Then why is your identity so easy to uncover? What? She blinked. You could use petals to alter your facial features, even your body shape. Try it. Robin focused, layering her face with petal skin. Her features shifted slightly. Noah conjured a full-length mirror. With practice, you can craft a completely new face. Moments later, Robin stared at a stranger in the reflection. Anyone unfamiliar with her build would be fooled. Camouflage is just the beginning, Noah continued. Your range covers anywhere you can see, hear, or sense with hockey. With strong enough physical skills and armament, you could assassinate any target in range. He demonstrated, his fingers piercing solid stone like paper. Robin tried and winced. Her finger ached. Third application, Noah said, is the foundation of your future power. Exoskeleton derivation. Exoskeleton. Study insect biology. Mimic their outer armor and specialized organs to compensate for human weaknesses, especially a woman's physical fragility. Under Noah's guidance, Robin experimented. At first, her crude exoskeleton hindered her movement. But combining insect structure with human anatomy, she made rapid progress. Soon, she had her first creation, Ant Queen Armor version 1.0, the result of dissecting hundreds of ants. In this form, her strength multiplied dozens of times, though it lasted only 10 minutes. Noah knew this was just the start. With refinement, she would develop an exoskeleton she could maintain indefinitely, turning her from historian into weapon. West Blue, waters of Caliban. The Entrang family, one of the 5 great mafia syndicates, had ruled these seas for decades. Their stronghold, Citrus Island, was considered untouchable. Until today, shouts echoed through the streets. Kill for the Godfather. Waves of Capone family cannon fodder surged forward. Thugs with axes and knives mixed in with riflemen and a few lugging rocket launchers. At the rear, Enel walked calmly, alloy trident in hand. A year of ruthless ideological training had burned away his old arrogance. Half a year ago, he'd passed the family's loyalty tests. Now, his physical skills and mastery of both types of hockey were complete, his observation hockey rivaling even Noah's in range. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Entrang family soldiers poured from both sides of the street, cutting down the front ranks of Capone's fodder. Bang! 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 The charge faltered instantly. Enel sneered. Shoot! A storm of bullets and rockets answered his order. Boom! 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 Screams followed. Bastard! I haven't, Art. The Entrang soldiers looked confused. Capone's men were hitting their own allies. Enel didn't bother to explain. With one swing of his trident, he cut down a dozen retreating men in a spray of blood. This is what happens when you run. Follow me. He tore into the Entrang line like a thunderbolt. Panic spread. Help! Don't kill me. By nightfall, Citrus Island ran red. The Entrang family was no more. The news swept through the West Blue underworld. Of the 5 mafia families, only the Camorra, Omida, and Gambino remained, and the last was already Noah's hidden apostle. The alliance the other 2 tried to form was fatally compromised from start. Sea of Naples, Pearl Islands. The Camorra family headquarters. Godfather Harry slammed the receiver down. Have you contacted the Dirt Pirates? A bald lieutenant shook his head. No, Godfather. They vanished weeks ago. Harry scowled. The Capone family is too strong. We need help. A sly-eyed officer leaned forward. We could approach the antique dealer. Harry hesitated. The antique dealer's reputation was terrifying. An ally is likely to gut you as your enemies. Open talks, and reach out to other pirate crews. Offer them 5 billion belly to move against Capone. A week later, disaster struck. Harry's eyes went wide as his bald lieutenant delivered the news. Omida's base gone. Gambino off wiped out their leadership and absorbed the rest. Harry's jaw tightened. 2 families had fallen. Entrang to Capone, Omida to Gambino. The 5 mafia no longer existed. More. Contact the antique dealer. Now. Yes, Godfather. Meanwhile, Mary led the inspection department through the Intrang and Omida recruits, separating the truly dangerous from petty criminals. The worst would be spent in the coming fight against Camorra. The rest would be re-educated or sidelined. Both sides prepared for war. Over the next month, Capone and Gambino staged small clashes, just enough to keep Camorra alert and bleed out the expendables. Camorra responded by bolstering its forces. Noah watched all of it through the winery's intelligence network, satisfied. The stronger Camorra appeared, the more cannon fodder they'd take down, exactly as planned. As for the antique dealer, Noah wasn't concerned. The family's phone bug surveillance kept every move on record. Intelligence in one direction was as good as a loaded gun. November 21st, York Island, secret base. Robin entered, wearing a new face even among family members. She set a file on Noah's desk. Phone records between the antique dealer and Harry. Noah scanned the pages, then smiled. Smart man. Send off to the meeting. One more thing. The Marine branch in West Blue is watching the Mafia wars. They won't move, Noah said with a wave. Not until Capone and Gambino settle it. He knew the West Blue balance. The 5 Mafia, the United Chamber of Commerce, the Babeo Navy. Remove one, and chaos followed. Chaos the Marines avoided unless forced. Behind each group stood nobles, global cartels, and even Marine brass. And gray powers like the Mafia? They existed because every faction wanted them to. It is November 28th, 1507 in the High-Yuan calendar. The West Tower Sea area is also the sea area where the famous West Sky Summit is located. This sea area is in the middle of West Blue, just between the spheres of influence of the Gambino family and the Camorra family. Therefore, this secret meeting was naturally chosen here. And in order to dispel Off's vigilance, Harry also specially selected an island closer to the Gambino family, Red Coral Island, on the sea east of Red Coral Island. A fleet flying the flag of the Camorra family slowly approached the port of Coral Town on Red Coral Island. Alf, who arrived in Coral Town in advance, brought many members with him to clean up, but he expelled all the residents near the port to other places. At this time, among the Camorra family's fleet, an old man wearing a gentleman's hat was standing on the bow of the ship, looking at the approaching dock and the faintly visible members of the Gambino family above. Next to him was Moore, the bald cadre of the Camorra family. At this time, he was observing the situation on the dock with a telescope. Mr. Hanover, off the Gambino family, is on the dock. Don't worry. Ha ha. Hanover, the antique dealer, laughed strangely and played with the pistol in his hand. For Hanover, who was full of confidence, Moore did not really care about the other party, but was worried that the other party would not be able to kill Off and others, causing losses to the Camorra family. 10 minutes later, the fleet finally entered the dock area, less than 200 meters away from the dock. Moore, where's that guy Harry? Alf called loudly. Naturally, Moore didn't want to be exposed now, so he immediately responded, Godfather Alf, my godfather will come out for a meeting soon. Hanover, who was hiding behind several Camorra Mafia, suddenly raised his hand and shot. Corrosive bullet. In an instant, 6 bullets were fired. Alf, who was on the dock, had already sensed the danger through his sight and color. He jumped away, and several cannon fodder as guards were instantly hit by corrosive bullets. Sizzling. As if being splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, these people's bodies suddenly sizzled and smoked amidst the shrill screams, and then turned into a pile of bones. Fire! Hidden artillery was pushed out from the fleet's cabin, and gunmen quickly rushed out, shooting and bombing members of the Gambino family on the dock. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Hurry and take cover. Fight back. Help. There was chaos on the pier, but Eof, who had jumped to the top of the tall building, and several members of the Noah family were watching this scene very calmly. Hanover's pistol kept firing, but any person or object hit by its bullets would be corroded and dissolved in a large area. Soon those unqualified members on the dock were wiped out. Then, a large number of Camorra family mafia boarded the pier and began to surround the high-rise buildings of Off and others. When Moore saw this scene in front of him, he immediately burst out laughing. Off, the end of your Gambino family has come. You are so confident. Aoff looked at the proud Moore and Hanover not far away with a calm expression. The next moment, Alf's shirt exploded, his body expanded in a large circle, and he entered the half-orc form of a bully dog. What? Ability user? Moore was startled. Hanover looked disdainful. Is this your confidence? It's really boring. Corrosive bullet. The bullet penetrated Alf's body, hit the tiles behind him, and corroded a large hole. But Hanover's face became cautious, and he exhaled suddenly. Corrosive air. The few surrounding Camorra Mafia who had no time to escape were corrupted beyond recognition and rolled crazily on the ground. However, this kind of gas that can corrode all things met Alf, who was covered in armed colors. In an instant, Alf appeared in front of Hanover. Armed color? Damn it. Fist of corrosion. Boom. Alf punched instantly, sweeping out a shock wave. Hanover's eyes widened in anger as he was knocked several hundred meters away by the iron fist shockwave, directly smashing through the ship at the dock and falling into the sea. Garbage, another half-empty person who only develops his abilities without training his body. From the time Alf transformed and took action to when Hanover was knocked into the sea, only 10 seconds passed. Moore, who had just woken up from a dream, was already cold all over, and his hands and feet were shaking involuntarily. I vote. The heart in his chest was instantly pulled out, and Moore fell down with his eyes open. Aoff casually crushed his heart. The family doesn't need garbage. Soon the mafia brought over by the Camorra family was bloodbathed. The antique merchant Hanover was also fished out of the sea. This guy has the corrosion fruit ability, and his ability is similar to Marine's Zion's rust fruit. While Ofa dealt with the members of the Camorra family brought over by Moore. The Camorra family's base camp was also raided by Becky. Harry and other senior members of the Camorra family were wiped out. At this point, 3 of the 5 major West Blue Mafia families were completely destroyed, leaving only the Capone family and the Gambino family. On the surface, the 2 families are in friction, but in fact they are helping each other eliminate dissidents, and at the same time, they are rapidly taking over the spheres of influence of the other 3 mafia families. The other forces in West Blue had to give up the idea of taking advantage of the situation when they saw that the Capone family and the Gambino family had maintained restraint and were evenly matched, while the Noah family was busy attacking the West Blue Mafia. The Grand Line, Paradise, Marie Joa on the Red Earth continent. At this time, the fire was blazing into the sky. Amid the chaos and fire, a large number of slaves took the opportunity to escape from Maria Joya. The ships that had been prepared long ago under the Red Earth continent rescued thousands of slaves. Fishman Tiger is lucky, because the 5 elders were not in Mary Joa tonight, but went to Egghead Island. Horace Alino also went to support Sengoku against the crazy Kaido because of the New World incident. Kazan has been wandering around South Blue recently, seemingly looking for traces of Noah and his party, and has not returned to Marine headquarters. Garp went back to Donghai to see his grandson again. Crane also goes to North Blue to hunt down the Don Quixote family. At this time, their only Fleet Admiral Sora, Grand Instructor Zephyr, and Lieutenant General Guion among the top Marine leaders at Marine headquarters. One of the 3 must stay in Marineland. Therefore, only Sora and Guion attacked. Unfortunately, neither of them had control skills. With the secret help of Rayleigh and Shaki, the escaped ships quickly completed the coating. After diving to the bottom of the sea, Sora and Guion could only sigh in despair. This incident instantly detonated the sea, especially Morgan's, who was worried about the world being in chaos, so he wrote the news on the headlines the next day. Obviously, this matter can no longer be hidden, and the world government can only issue a notice to arrest the Sun Pirates and the mastermind Tiger. Fortunately, Tiger was not too brainless and knew to cut off the relationship with the Dragon Palace Kingdom in advance and become a wanted criminal in the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Otherwise, the world government would definitely attack the Dragon Palace Kingdom. The 5 elders who had just returned to Maria Joya did not say anything on the surface, but in their hearts they were already thinking about how to deal with the Dragon Palace Kingdom. The secret unification of the West Blue Mafia has greatly increased the power of the Noah family. Noah did not set sail again, but continued to stay in the secret base on York Island. At this time, he had completed the apostolic creation of the 6th major arcana card. Noah currently has 6 major arcana apostles, namely Devil, Pan Button, Exchange Fruit, Emperor, Shiki, Piao Fruit, Shinigami, Mizuru, Fruit, Justice, Gayram, Cube Fruit, World, Capone, Becky, Castle Fruit, Hermit, Hanover, Corrosion Fruit. The Corrosion Fruit enhances Noah's attack strength. The ability of this fruit is very simple and crude. That is, it corrodes everything. Even the armed, domineering spirit can be corroded. Of course, in order to corrode the opponent's weapon color, the premise is that one's physical strength is sufficient and the sight color must be stronger than the opponent's. Otherwise, one will fall into a dilemma where the attack is very powerful but cannot hit the opponent. After obtaining the 6th apostle of the major arcana deck, Noah's card fruit has become further powerful, and the progress of the fruit's full awakening has reached about 27%. Moreover, the fruit abilities that he can borrow have also been increased from one before too. However, Noah also used tarot card for divination and knew that his body could only accommodate up to 3 exogenous devil fruit abilities at the same time. In other words, even if Noah reaches the fruit awakening state, he can only use the fruit abilities of 3 apostles at the same time in addition to his own card fruit. This is also expected. After all, the human body has its limits unless we stop being human. However, his apostles themselves are made from human bodies as raw materials, so their strength can be continuously strengthened through their own cultivation. In the training ground, Noah controlled the power of corrosion, fused it into the iron sand, and then borrowed the control power of the Piao fruit. The corrosive sand instantly corroded the rock wall ahead with dense holes. If a trypophobia patient saw this scene, he would probably go into shock on the spot. The combined use of the 2 fruit abilities is indeed very difficult, but Noah had already expected this result. He took out Big Bear's card, Steel Fruit. It seems that it must be reshaped. Previously, because Noah did not fully understand the awakening mechanism of the card fruit, he thought that he had to collect both the minor arcana and the major arcana in order to complete the fruit awakening. Now that we know that we only need to collect the major arcana deck to complete the fruit awakening, the previously transformed Big Bear is not suitable to remain in the minor arcana deck. He placed the palm of his hand on the Big Bear's forehead, instantly pulled out the card's spirit lodged in it, and then took out the power card from the major arcana deck. Merge! The Big Bear's body was once again wrapped in a golden cocoon. Soon the 7th apostle in the major arcana deck was born. Power, Big Bear Steel Fruit. Noah's card fruit is one step closer to awakening. With the transformation of the Big Bear into the major arcana card, Noah's connection with this card became even closer. In fact, the Steel Fruit is no less important to Noah at this stage than the Piao fruit. Because among the 7 apostles of the major arcana, only the Steel Fruit and the Castle Fruit are of the superhuman type, and the rest are of the superpower and supercreation type. The Castle Fruit is not strong enough to improve physical strength. Noah himself is an ordinary human being. Even if he takes the Source Blood Potion to enhance his physical fitness, there is still a bottleneck in this improvement. If you want to fight against masters who possess Phantom Beast species, the Steel Fruit must be a regular weapon. For example, the physical fitness of beings at the level of Sengoku, Kaido, and the 5 Elders is basically the highest in the world. Without a talented body, Noah can only make up for the gap with the fantasy bee species through the Steel Fruit. Fortunately, Noah's Conquerors is very powerful. After so many years of psychological suggestion and ideological construction, his Conquerors has undergone obvious mutations. At this time, his Conquerors, in a highly condensed state, was not the dark or purple color of ordinary Conquerors, but red. In fact, this variation is very normal. Because domineering is the condensation and extension of a person's will, courage, and emotion. Ambitious people, or lawless people, their conqueror's color is black or purple, which is also the mainstream color of conquerors. For thoughts like Noah, the conqueror's is naturally red. Of course, Noah's conquerors didn't just change color. This mutation gave his conquerors some brand new abilities. The first ability is spiritual resonance, which is similar to the ability of Princess Otoheim of Ryugu Kingdom to see, hear, and see. The second ability is Red Torrent, which is also the core ability of Noah's conquerors. As long as anyone has the same thoughts as Noah, their willpower can be integrated into Noah's conquerors. However, this ability is limited in scope. Currently, only the willpower of companions within a radius of 3 kilometers can be mobilized. His Red Torrent has an effect similar to that of Swordsman. It can also be wrapped around the armed color to break the defense of others. Its defense-breaking effect is even more powerful than Liu Ying's. In fact, Red Torrent and spiritual resonance are a combination of skills. People who do not agree with Noah's thoughts cannot connect through spiritual resonance. Without this connection, they will naturally not be able to integrate their willpower into Noah's conqueror's domination. The Red Torrent also has a reverse application, which is to allow partners who agree with Noah's thoughts to gain immunity to others' conqueror's pressure within a specific range. However, Noah has never really tried this application. After all, so far, the Noah family has not fought against an enemy with conqueror's domineering power. The training on the training ground continues. At this moment, Robin appeared on the edge of the training ground. Noah stopped, and Taisha picked up the towel in the lounge. While wiping his sweat, he asked, "What's the matter?" News came from North Blue that Doflamingo hijacked a treasure ship transporting heavenly gold. From the call records, the other party planned to use this to coerce the 5 elders into becoming Shichibukai. Noah picked up the lemonade. It's a choice that puts the cart before the horse. Without strength. So what if you become a Shichibukai? The sea is about strength. Robin continued to report the information. Marine Hunter Mihawk accepted the world government's invitation and became the 3rd Shichibukai. Terror Weapon Dahlia became the 4th Shichibukai. Terrorist Weapon? That weapon fruit ability user? Where is he? Currently in the waters off Orlando, in New World. Let the winery strengthen monitoring. Noah ordered. No problem. Robin continued. The East Ashiasi branch found a valuable target, a user with imitation fruit ability named Von Clay, but the opponent entered the Grand Line yesterday. Imitation fruit? Noah took a sip of lemonade, unmoved. The lurking personnel in the Sabaody Islands sent back news that the intelligence personnel of the Big Mom Pirates purchased a devil fruit in the Sabaody Islands, which has been identified as Paramecia's reheat fruit. Noah narrowed his eyes slightly. Rear fruit? Can you determine the opponent's location? She should still be on Fishman Island now. When Noah heard the news, another thought came to his mind. Why go to Fishman Island? Could it be that Charlotte Bray hasn't eaten the mirror fruit yet? After all, for such an important devil fruit, if it were the Noah family, Alii would definitely be dispatched as soon as possible to bring it back to the family. At this time, the intelligence officers of the Big Mom Pirates chose to pass through Fishman Island. This can only mean one problem, that is, Charlotte Bray has not obtained the mirror fruit yet. January 8th, 1508 in the Hyuan calendar. New World, Thor Island route. Noah and his team, who jumped through the wormhole a few days ago and came to the sea area, were currently over Thor Island. In addition to Crow, Robin, and Daz who followed Noah, Joshua from the South Blue Storm Islands also followed. At this time, Joshua had entered the elemental state and turned into a bolt of lightning wandering among the thunder of Thunder God Island. What a terrifying power! Daz looked at the dark clouds below, which were densely covered with endless thunder and electric snakes. This is also the natural disaster restricted area caused by the awakening of the 2 fruits they have encountered so far. After the hurricane, fruit awakens. It creates a sea of loss. The Thunder God Island in front of us is obviously a natural disaster restricted area caused by the awakening of the thunder fruit. Noah shook his head and explained, "It's not that simple. After the thunder fruit awakens, it will be difficult to form Thunder God Island. Is there any secret in this? Robin was a little confused. To form such a natural disaster-restricted area, it is difficult to achieve it by awakening fruits alone, especially logia that has no fixed substance such as thunder fruit and hurricane fruit. Noah pointed to the Thunder God Island below. The answer to the reason why this island can maintain a state of dense thunder for a long time is that this island is rich in iron ore. These iron ores are smelted by the power of thunder and gradually become magnets. This is how Thunder God Island can be maintained for a long time. I see. Noah continued to popularize science. The Lost Sea itself is a relatively stormy sea area. Under the attack of the world government's ancient weapon, Atlan Island turned into a huge underwater abyss, allowing underground magma to continuously gush out from this loophole. This gives the hurricane a huge heat supply, thereby maintaining long-term storm disasters. Everyone suddenly realized. In fact, the Judiciary Island under the world government has the special feature of always being in daylight, which is also caused by an awakened level fruit ability user. This ability user is most likely to be the shining fruit. The Logia devil fruit is called a natural disaster because it has the ability to semi-permanently change the climate of a local area. Half an hour later, a bolt of lightning flew onto the deck of the Nautilus, and Joshua regrouped from the lightning. How? Noah asked. Joshua shook his head. There's nothing to refer to, but I can use the lightning on this island to increase the battery life and expand the range of electromagnetic wave monitoring. How much can it be expanded? The limit is probably around a radius of 2,600 kilometers. Noah touched the stubble on his chin. 2,600 kilometers? Even Mary Joa on the Red Earth continent is included. Crow took out the world map and calculated it using a scale. It is indeed within 2,600 kilometers. The Red Soil continent in the Mary Joya section is only about 1,500 kilometers away from Thor Island. Noah immediately ordered, Joshua, you should use Thunder God Island to monitor the surrounding waters, especially the ship of the Big Mom pirates. Leave it to me. Joshua turned into a bolt of lightning again and merged into the thunder clouds below. Noah, on the other hand, maintains contact with Joshua through electromagnetic waves. The morning of the third day, Noah suddenly opened his eyes, and Joshua regrouped in front of him from the lightning. Brother, the target has appeared. It is 436 kilometers northwest of us. They have just risen from the bottom of the sea. Come on, let's go meet them for a while. The Nautilus quickly set sail and headed northwest at full speed. In less than 4 hours, the Hamet's ship created from the soul fruit was under the Nautilus. Joshua quickly used wireless power transmission to kill the nearby news birds within dozens of kilometers, and at the same time used electromagnetic interference to prevent the surrounding phone bugs from communicating. Noah and others also put on masks and white suits and raided the Hamet's ship below directly from high altitude. Inside the Hamet's ship, Charlotte Owen, the fourth son of the Charlotte family, suddenly changed his face and rushed out of the cabin in an instant. Boom! The next moment, the Hamet ship was hit by a terrifying molten iron fist and instantly torn apart. The ordinary pirates of the Charlotte family on board were also stunned by the attack and could not react at all. Owen, who was riding the moonwalk, looked at the man in a white suit and mask falling from the sky, his expression extremely ugly. CP, organization? Are you going to start a war with us? It seems that you have eaten the Riri fruit. What a pity. Noah saw Owen, who was all red, and knew that the other party had already eaten the Riri fruit. Right now, Sir Owen, there is no way for phone bugs to communicate. Owen's heart suddenly sank just when he was about to run away. A stream of red conquerors came straight towards him. How is it possible? Owen's eyes widened, and the moonwalk under his feet almost couldn't hold on. Kowloon stalks and kills. The sea surged suddenly, and 9 water dragons exploded, wrapping around Owen in all directions. What? This kind of ability? Owen was shocked. His feet immediately turned red, and he used heated air to violently rise to high altitudes. Dark clouds are over the horizon. The cumulus emperor clouds that had long been scattered in the surrounding airspace instantly turned into huge palms that covered the sky and sun, pressing down on Owen. Owen's hands were red, and he struck upward with all his strength. Hot wind fist. The extremely hot fist blast penetrated the palm of Dark Cloud's giant palm. Before Owen could be happy, a dozen dark cloud pythons quickly emerged from the giant palm of the Dark Cloud and attacked around him. The sea dragon below also rose into the sky. Damn it! This is the power of the Piao fruit. Could it be that the old guy from the Golden Lion was killed? Owen angrily chased away a dark cloud python. However, he did not realize the seriousness of the problem. The dark clouds were dispersed, but the sea floor stone content contained in them was floating in the air. After a while, Owen felt his body getting heavier and heavier. What's going on? These dark clouds are poisonous. The more he struggled, the more components of Hailu stone breathed into his body, and the weaker the fruit ability in his body became. In less than 3 minutes, Irving fell down, unable to do anything. Noah's iron sand mixed with sea stones wrapped the fallen Owen, and then returned to the Nautilus, and Joshua also returned to the deck. The pirates in the ship below have been completely cleared. Very good. Noah sent Owen directly into the castle space in his body, and then stabbed him inside. After a while, the hot fruit was forced to be reborn in the castle space. After the blood was drawn from Owen's body, it was directly electrocuted into char. The Nautilus quickly sped towards West Blue. At the same time, the kingdom of Totland in the New World. On the Cake Island, Home Eyes, who was responsible for managing the family's life paper, was shocked. Oh no, Mr. Owen's life paper is burning. Soon, Katakuri and Perispero rushed to the dessert house where the life paper was stored. At this time, Owen's life paper has been burned out. The death of Charlotte Owen made the entire Big Mom Pirates extremely furious. Soon the Big Mom Pirates issued tens of billions of bounties in the New World and the Underworld. It's a pity that Noah does things cleanly and neatly. Even the underground intelligence, Giant Morgans, has no way of knowing who did this, let alone other underground giants. The only person who may know the truth is Violet, the second princess of the kingdom of Dressrosa. The maximum coverage radius of her staring fruit can reach 4,000 kilometers. The Isle of Thunder is only about 790 kilometers away from the kingdom of Dressrosa. If Violet had observed here that day, she could have seen the battle scene between Noah and Owen. It's a pity that Noah has been wary of each other for a long time. On the day of the operation, Champagne arranged for his subordinates to deliberately set fire to a small forest near the coast of Dressrosa Island. Therefore, Violet can only focus on the kingdom of Dressrosa and beware of possible enemies. The furious Big Mom Pirates caused trouble in the New World, but attracted the attention of Marine and other big pirates. After Noah returned to West Blue's York Island base, he didn't stay too long. He quickly jumped through the wormhole and arrived at Lion Island in the Paradise Sky Governor's District. Lord Noah, long time no see. Monet greeted him with a smile. Is work going well? Monet nodded. There is no big problem. The defense system of the air island has been initially improved. She introduced the specific situation of Sky Island to Noah. At present, the Paradise Sky Governor-General has jurisdiction over a total of 15 Sky Islands, including 11 islands including Lion Island, Feather Island, Angel Island, Field Island, and Shanghai Island in the core area, and 4 outpost islands, namely Burka Island in the south, Gluttony Island in the east, Dark Cloud Island in the west, and Tianchi Island in the north. The total population is 53,000, and the regular army is 3,500. It has 4 medium-sized flying arcs and a 1,000-man air cavalry unit. The commander of the Sky Legion is Weepa. Although the regular army only has 3,500 people, the militia has about 8,300 people. These militiamen are reserve forces, and they will all receive preliminary training in domineering and physical skills. The Kongdao area's specialty, the Kongdao shellfish breeding industry, has also developed very quickly, especially with the help of Andy, Luo, and others. some rare shellfish that were on the verge of extinction have been restored to population size. For example, the impact shells and laser shells, these two types of empty island shells, have recovered from their previous endangered status to a population with more than 2,000 shells. Noah visited the mechanical island located northwest of Lion Island. This empty island was specially used to transform the flying ark. He saw Luo, who was busy on a ship. "Is this the Eden-class ark?" Seeing Noah's arrival, Luo quickly stopped what he was doing and respectfully kaido. "Yes, Noah's family. This is the Eden-class ark you envisioned." The difference between the ark in front of you and an ordinary medium-sized ark is that its surface is covered with a layer of dark green scales. These scales are actually the leaves of a plant native to Sky Island. The characteristic of the Eden-class ark is that it is transformed into life. This ship is essentially a tree, and it can rely on photosynthesis to store energy. As for its power and weapons, Luo used the fruits of surgery to transplant part of the functional organs of the Sky Island shell onto the tree boat. For example, the injectors used as power were transplanted onto the ship using giant blast shells cultivated using IQ medicine. Another example is the laser cannon used as a weapon. IQ potion is also used to strengthen the laser shell, and then the laser shell is transplanted to the tree ship. In order to enhance the scale of energy storage, Rebei's energy storage organ was strengthened using IQ medicine. Its maximum energy storage limit is equivalent to the heat of complete combustion of 5 tons of coal. This Eden-class ark is equipped with 100 Rebei energy storage batteries. In order to increase the scale of energy generated by photosynthesis, photosynthetic leaves that can be freely extended are transplanted on both sides of the tree ship. When these leaves are expanded, they can increase the area of the photosynthetic leaves on the ship by 10 times. The bottom of the ship is transplanted with enhanced cloud shells that can spit out fixed clouds. This allows the tree ship to float unpowered at high altitudes. It also serves as a camouflage effect and can also defend against the intrusion of ability users. This kind of biological warship not only has strong survivability, but can also provide supplies to the personnel on board. For example, the steak growth room and vitamin growth room were transformed using part of the organs of the stomach baron, and the freshwater generation room and shower room were transformed from the water shell, plus the transformation of Yanbei and Rebei. Come out of the kitchen. The transplantation ability of surgical fruits, which ignores species differences and rejection, can achieve many unimaginable transformations and creations in terms of biological modification. With the transplantation and transformation of various biological organs, Luo's development of surgical fruits became more and more in-depth, and he also understood more and more what Noah said. Knowledge is power. It seems that the research and development progress is okay, but it is not enough. Luo nodded. It is indeed not perfect yet. However, although the resin organ of a Yarkman mangrove can be transplanted, the bubbles produced by the resin are outside the Sabaody Islands, and it is difficult to maintain stability for a long time. I am thinking of ways to improve it. Noah waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Take your time. We still have time. By the way, Noah's family, you asked me to build a special ark before. It is currently estimated to take about 2 months. 2 months? I understand. You don't have to worry. You should be more prepared in terms of safety measures. I will strengthen arrangements in this area. Noah took a look at the internal facilities of the Eden class, and then asked about Chilua's ability development. At this time, Luo can already use ultrasound, X-rays, and nuclear magnetic resonance, but he has not yet mastered gamma rays and heavy protons. It is estimated that he will not be able to do it until the fruit awakens. But there has been great progress in development in other directions. For example, the wild beasts left over from previous Golden Line experiments were transformed into a special beast core. Luo selected dozens of the gorillas and modified their bodies. These gorillas were divided into several types, namely the sea gorilla team, the fire gorilla team, the fly gorilla team, and the power gorilla team. Orangutans can move under the sea and use toxins, ink, and electric shock as means. The fire orangutan has been transplanted with the organs of the wind shell and the flame shell, and has wings which can breathe fire and fly. The flying orangutan has been transplanted with laser shell organs and wings, and can emit lasers and fly. The orangutan has been transplanted with an insect exoskeleton and a hedgehog's back spines. It is very powerful and can shoot giant spines. In addition, Luo also modified a set of biological armor for himself, which also used gorillas as raw materials, so that he could integrate into it and avoid the disadvantages of directly modifying his own body, and at the same time he could use various biological organs. The biological armor, which is more than 6 meters high, has strong physical strength in itself, and also has various weird biological organs. Luo drove in it, saving his own physical strength. After Noah inspected the empty island for more than a week, he went to sea again. The Nautilus did not land in the waters of Gaia Island, but chose to descend in the gluttony waters where the Baron of the Stomach was discovered before. After secret transformation, a medium-sized ark is stationed on Gluttony Island, which will regularly go to the Petal Island of the Baron of the Stomach to harvest ingredients to increase the food reserves of the empty island. The Nautilus has also undergone an upgrade in the past few days, such as adding cloud shells and wind blast shells to increase concealment and maneuverability. While coming down from high altitude, the Nautilus hull was wrapped in fixed clouds to avoid being observed by passing ships or newsbirds. Crow looked at the record pointer and immediately ordered, "Go northeast 42 degrees. Copy that. The temporary crew members were busy performing their duties. On the huge chart in the cockpit, a magnetic 4-pointed star is attached to an island. Stuka Island is written on the side of the island. Stuka Island is the destination of Noah's trip. This island is located on the second route of the park, adjacent to St. Poplar Island. 4 days later in the afternoon, the Nautilus arrived in the waters near Stuka Island. After putting away the Nautilus, a group of people in disguise passed through Ar's wormhole and dug underground to enter Stuka Island. The reason for being so careful is because this island is the territory of the terrifying weapon Dahlia, who is a user with weapon fruit ability. Originally, Noah planned to kill this guy in the New World, but unfortunately there was a more easy-to-kill hot fruit, so he was allowed to escape. However, the other party was beaten up by Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates in the New World a few days ago, and escaped back to the Paradise Lair. This news happened to be investigated by the intelligence agent of the Sabaody Islands. Naturally, Noah would not miss this opportunity. The entire Stuka Island has been transformed into a mechanical fortress by Dahlia, with a large number of mechanical processing factories densely packed inside, specializing in the production of arms. Judging from various information, this Dahlia's development of weapon fruits is pretty good, at least not as useless as Baby 5. After Dahlia purchased various weapons through the underground world, he used these weapons to imitate and improve them. The ability of the weapon fruit ability user allowed him to quickly understand the structure and working principles of various weapons. This is why Dahlia is called a terrifying weapon. The development of weapons in the pirate world is extremely strange. Some places still use flintlock guns, some places already use submachine guns and rocket launchers, and some even use laser cannons. Quinn, Gaji, Caesar, and others who were once in the same organization as Vegapunk developed a lot of weapons, many of which flowed into the underground black market. For example, the bazooka dog later owned by Barak Studio was most likely developed and manufactured by Vegapunk and others. Dahlia collected a lot of powerful weapons, which greatly improved his abilities. And according to the intelligence from the underground world, Dahlia is not alone, but has a skeleton army recruited from the country of Endless War, the country where Bullet was born, and 3 powerful subordinates. The reason why Noah and his party did not enter Stuka Island head-on was because among Dahlia's subordinates, there was a Paramecia devil fruit user named Syl, whose ability was later the slow fruit of Foxy the Silver Fox. The ability of this fruit can emit a special slow light. The person or object hit will instantly enter a slow state for 30 seconds. For a novice like Foxy, this fruit naturally has no performance, but on Dahlia's subordinates, combined with Dahlia's crazy bombing, the enemy can be wiped out in a few seconds. The 30 seconds of sluggishness is really fatal. Noah didn't want to be hit by this kind of ability. After sneaking into Stuka Island, Noah immediately summoned Shiki and asked him to directly use his abilities to control the entire Stuka Island, but he did not let the island float for the time being. This time he was going to attack Shichibukai. Naturally, Noah would not use the previous vest, but planned to let the Golden Lion return to the world, and he could just disguise himself as a subordinate of the Golden Lion to avoid the problem of exposure. Taking into account the characteristics of the iron fruit, he only planned to use the ability of the fungus fruit this time, and Alii, Crow, and others also tried not to take action. However, Daz and Robin, who have never appeared before, can also take action. Through the underground tunnel dug by R, the group went directly to the underground of the mechanical castle where Dahlia and his men lived. However, Noah did not take action immediately, but waited for nightfall, until the dead of night. Noah's knowledge combined with electromagnetic waves quickly locked onto the biological aura in the castle. Found it. After sharing the detection information through electromagnetic waves, a sly smile appeared on Shiki's face. He picked up several pairs of sea tower stone handcuffs and cloud shells containing sea tower stone clouds. He activated his Piao fruit ability and controlled iron sand to hold the sea tower stone handcuffs and cloud shells. Yinbei. Soon, under the control of Piao fruit's ability, the rocks above separated to both sides, revealing a small passage leading directly to Seal's room. Seal, who was sleeping in his room, suddenly felt a sense of crisis when he saw something, and he woke up instantly. Unfortunately, it's too late. Piao fruit is really convenient for dealing with enemies in confined spaces. The next moment, walls and ceilings from all directions were squeezing towards Sith. Sil immediately launched his ability towards the wall, slow the light. However, he didn't notice that a small hole appeared on the floor in the room, and clouds of sea tower stone were spitting into the room. After a while, Seal felt his body become weak. What's going on? As the amount of sea floor stone cloud he inhaled increased, his body became weaker and weaker, and the effect of slowing the light finally ended. He had no way to replenish it again, and could only watch Tai Sha holding the sea floor stone handcuffs on his hands. Seal capture completed. Wood, the animal-type ability user in another room, was directly wrapped by the wall and then handcuffed. Dahlia is the only one left with abilities in the entire castle. At this time, Dahlia also felt something was wrong. However, in a closed environment like the castle, he was destined to rush into the street. Noah's conquerors directly impacted and suppressed, and the Piao fruit controlled the surrounding walls and steel plates to squeeze. It only took a few tenths of a second to cause Dahlia to inhale a large amount of sea tower stone cloud, and then fell into a vicious cycle. In less than 10 seconds, Dahlia was like a dead dog, handcuffed by sea stone handcuffs, and her body was bound by iron sand. As for the other people in the castle, almost instantly, they were locked in place by the objects controlled by the Piao fruit, waiting for Mary's review. People outside the castle did not know at this time that Dahlia and the core cadres have been wiped out. As for telephone bug communications, Noah also has the ability to interfere with electromagnetic interference, but the coverage is not as good as Joshua, but it is easy to block a castle. Seeing that things went so smoothly, Noah didn't use the backup plan he had prepared before. Even the Shiki card is not used as an open card. But this is normal. After all, this Dahlia was not among the later Shichibukai. He obviously died midway, which shows that his strength is very average. Originally, Noah planned to kill Doria in the name of the Golden Lion and then evacuate the entire Stuka Island. Now the plan needs to be revised. After all, compared to the industrial equipment and arms of Stuka Island, it is more valuable to place one of our own people among Shichibukai. Soon Noah was in the mechanical castle, transforming Dahlia and Sil into apostles. Chariot, Dahlia, weapon fruit. Temperance, seer, slowness fruit. The animal-type ability user Wood was also transformed into an apostle, but it was the sequence of the minor arcana deck, and its fruit was the chameleon form of the lizard fruit. But as Wood was successfully transformed into an apostle, Noah found an unexpected surprise. "Are you an agent of CP4? "Yes, my lord," Wood said respectfully. It was really an accidental gain, but Dahlia was really careless and allowed someone from CP to lurk among the top management. No wonder he was removed later. At this moment, Mary walked in from outside. "Brother, the result is not good. Among the 573 people inside the castle alone, there are 16 spies from various forces, of which 3 are from the world government. 1 is from the Marine Sword Agency, and 6 are from underground giants. 1 from the Don Quixote family, 1 from Barak Studio, 2 from the Big Mom Pirates, and 2 from the Revolutionary Army." Damn it! Noah was speechless. Dahlia's lair was open to air from all sides, and people and ghosts all came here to get involved. Crow also frowned. "Lord Noah, if you let it go, Dahlia's situation will be very troublesome, and it can easily be secretly plotted by other forces. What do you think?" Crow's eyes turned cold. "Let's just stop doing it. As a user with the fungus fruit ability, destroy the entire Stuka Island. Let those spies and criminals die here in a reasonable manner, and transfer all the barely qualified personnel to the Storm Islands." Yes, this plan is very good. Noah is very satisfied with Crow's suggestion. The family not only needs combat power, but also staff who can coordinate and make suggestions. The current Stuka Island has basically been severely infiltrated by various forces. If it is not eradicated, it will be self-defeating. If Mary's ability is used to conduct secret screenings one by one, Stuka Island population of nearly 30,000 people will not be able to complete the secret screenings in a month. Noah immediately made a decision. "CLO, you will arrange this plan to completely retain the entire population of Stuka Island." Clear. Soon Crow began to mobilize his troops, and Noah began to block the phone bug communications on the entire Stuka Island, while releasing a large area of coma fungus. Less than half an hour, all creatures on Stuka Island fell into a coma. Wearing gas masks and protective clothing, Mary and others used the temporary isolation room built by Gardino to cooperate with Mary in auditing everyone. Due to time constraints, Mary used a cursory examination. A large number of people were asked together, asking whether they were from other forces and whether they had done any evil. As for other in-depth questions, you can wait for more time before conducting a second review. In just 6 hours, Mary initially completed the review of more than 30,000 people. All those who had problems were poisoned by Noah here, and a total of 4,736 people were executed. In particular, Dahlia's men were almost completely wiped out. These guys committed a lot of murders and arson. Except for some who were in better physical condition and were left as experimental subjects, the rest were executed. As for those spies, Noah will naturally not show mercy. Early in the morning, it was just dawn. Ali quickly transferred those who passed the review to the Storm Islands through the wormhole. In addition, in order to avoid exposing the truth, Crow transferred the bodies of those who had been eliminated from the West Blue Mafia from West Blue's ice house. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of unqualified members of the 5 major mafia families. These people were purged, but this part of the corpses was preserved because of the need to use corpses as disguises. These corpses were quickly covered with Noah's fungus, and their bodies quickly became covered with colorful mushrooms, eliminating their original appearance and characteristics. At the same time, Noah also sealed an important production line on Stuka Island, dropped a lot of scrap metal, and then detonated a bomb. As one of the few surviving spies, Wood immediately reported the incident to the CP4 commander. At this time, Dahlia had already escaped from Stuka Island with the remaining troops, completely jumping out of the previous predicament. 7 hours later, 3 Marine warships docked at the pier on Stuka Island. The person who carried out this mission was Lieutenant General Maynard, who was stationed nearby. Through his telescope, he saw the devastated port area. In addition to the craters caused by the explosion, there were still burning flames and mushrooms all over the mountains and plains. "It's so scary." Maynard was frightened by the situation in front of him. Soon, sailors wearing protective suits and gas masks entered the core area of Stuka Island. There were corpses covered with mushrooms everywhere, as well as mechanical equipment that had been damaged to pieces. After a little calculation, these Marines knew that the entire population of Stuka Island was almost destroyed, so they hurriedly evacuated. Based on the Navy's observations and photos, Maynard quickly wrote a report to Malinfando and suggested that Malinfando list Stuka Island as a restricted area. After all, judging from the investigation by the Navy, the mushrooms on the island are still multiplying, and the animals brought there for testing began to have poisoning reactions in less than an hour. It is obvious that the island has been abandoned. This is also one of Noah's purposes. Although Stuka Island was seemingly destroyed, it did not mean that he really gave up here. After all, he has the ability of fungus fruit and can restore the ecology of Stuka Island to normal at any time. Other side, inside the Fleet Admiral office in Marineford, Sora communicated with the 5 elders for more than 10 minutes. Although both parties were very dissatisfied with Dahlia's series of failures, but now that there is no suitable replacement, they can only continue to acquiesce that Dahlia remains in the Shichibukai ranks. As for the spies lost by Marine and CP, the 5 elders and Sora didn't care. After all, there is no such thing as an immortal spy agency. The next day, the World Economic News reported the story of Dahlia's tragic victory over the fungus fruit user and the destruction of Stuka Island. This news made those forces who planted spies on Stuka Island feel as sick as eating flies. But they can only accept this result. After all the forces never imagined that Dahlia would destroy the entire Stuka Island in order to eliminate spies. However, with the destruction of Stuka Island, the price of arms in the global underground world immediately soared, and for a time the intensity of wars everywhere dropped a lot. After all, at this point in time, the Don Quixote family has not yet controlled the kingdom of Dressrosa. Minggu has not hooked up with Kaido, and the underground arms market is still dominated by Dahlia's family. However, as the terrifying weapon Dahlia fell into silence, it is estimated that the Don Quixote family will speed up its march into the Grand Line. Noah didn't care too much about this result, because the Don Quixote family is a power that is neither superior nor inferior. They're just cattle and sheep at the mercy of others in the New World. If the time is right, Noah will not take care of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, and will directly kill Minggu and Tang Quixote. The Keed family. Inside the Nautilus, Noah and Robin are looking through some information about the park. Stuka Island will definitely not be developed again in the near future, so Dahlia and others must find a suitable place to stay. And Noah's goal is Turtle Island. Soon Robin found a piece of possibly relevant information in the library abstract catalog. Mr. Noah, please summon the book number 367102. Noah summoned book number 367102 from the card library. The cover reads, A Guts Travels. Robin looked through it for a while and found the records about Turtle Island. In the year 1105 of the sea calendar, when I was passing by the waters of Buru Island, a sudden storm blew the ship away from its original route. The shape of this island is like a huge turtle shell. According to local residents, the legend of this island is that it is a giant turtle. There's also a song passed down. Shake and shake, shake and shake, the king of the sea, the golden crown. As soon as Noah heard this song, he knew he had found his target. It should be this island. He found a location of Bulu Island on the chart on the side. This island is the 6th node island of Paradise's 5th route, about 293 kilometers away from Longchain Island. Since the specific location is not marked in the travel notes, and the island is non-magnetic, it cannot be located through the record pointer and the permanent pointer. It can only be located through a special turtle pointer. But this didn't bother Noah, so he took out the tarot cards and started divination. The probability of southeast of Bulu Island is 0. The probability of northeast of Buru Island is 14%. The probability of heading 63 degrees northeast of Bulu Island is 98%. Seeing this result, Noah immediately adjusted his direction. 2 days later, in a calm sea, an island with an outline like a turtle shell appeared at the feet of Noah and others. Sure enough, it looks like a turtle shell. That's compared the outline of the island. Go down and have a look. Soon, Noah and his party appeared directly on a beach on the edge of the island, very close to the small town on the island. As they entered the streets of the town, the residents of the island looked at Noah and others with great surprise. After all, Turtle Island is not on the magnetic route and has no magnetism itself. Few ships will approach here. Soon a short, middle-aged woman, escorted by several tall and strong men, walked towards the crowd. The middle-aged woman smiled and asked, "Dear guests, I am Loba, the mayor of Turtletown. Did you deviate to our place because of the weather?" "No, we came to this island specifically," Noah replied with the same smile. Loba didn't know how to answer for a while. However, the faces of the several strong men around her became unkind, and their hands touched their weapons one after another. "Don't be so nervous. I'm going to take action. You have no power to fight back." As soon as he finished speaking, Noah's conquerors was slightly leaked. Loaba and others suddenly broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. Loaba, who was very knowledgeable about current affairs, quickly asked with an apologetic smile, "Sir, is there anything you need our help with? I would like to learn more about the legend of this island. Mayor Loba should be able to introduce it to us, right?" "Haha, convenient and convenient." At this moment, a boy driving a robot appeared on the street not far away, roaring and rushing towards Noah. "You damn intruders, destroy me. Rudget, stop it. Ma'am, don't be nervous." Noah instantly controlled the electromagnetic field and tightly controlled the robot. Rudget in the cockpit tried his best to pull the control levers and buttons, but the robot did not move at all. In an instant, a burst of iron sand pulled Rudget out of the cockpit. The panicked blonde boy with glasses, about 14 or 15 years old, was very shocked by Noah's power. "Sir, Rudget is still young. Please forgive him." But Noah refused. Blindly doting is not a good way to educate. He has a good talent in mechanical manufacturing and research and development. In an environment with such poor resources, he can still create this kind of robot. There's a lot of room for development in the future, but it needs to be sharpened, Crow. He will leave it to you. "No problem. I will definitely let him know what is the foundation of this world." A hint of malicious teasing flashed through Crow's eyes under his glasses. Seeing this scene, Loba couldn't help but feel worried on her face. Unfortunately, she knew the nature of this world, which is that the weak eat the strong. There are no strong people on Turtle Island. Facing Noah and his party, they can only choose to swallow their anger. Soon, under the leadership of Loba, the group entered the ancient ruins in the center of the island. In fact, under Noah's electromagnetic wave induction, he had already touched this ruins clearly, and he even felt the powerful life breath of this big turtle. But Noah also discovered a problem with the island turtle. The huge body brings huge strength, but also brings a huge burden. With a diameter of more than 5 kilometers and a height of about 1,800 meters, as well as the thick rocks, soil, and trees covering the surface of this island turtle, it is difficult for it to move. Even if it can move, it can only be done within a short period of time. When it comes to biological modification, Luo and Andy are the experts. No, call them over here. Luo used his surgical ability and knowledge to carefully check the island turtle's physical condition. Noah's family, this turtle's condition is far more serious than imagined. Its body has been severely malnourished due to not eating for a long time. If it is not treated, it is estimated that it will die from body organ failure in less than 30 years. Can biomodification be used to improve it? Luo thought for a while and nodded. Yes, but it will take a few months. Then you can help here for a while. Other things can be postponed. After discussing the treatment plan for the island turtle, Noah and his team also arranged for the residents of Turtletown. After all, this island turtle is going to be transformed into a mobile fortress. Naturally, these low-strength civilians cannot stay here and let Alii take them to the Storm Islands for resettlement. Dahlia, Sis, Wood, and others also stayed on Turtle Island and began to transform the entire island into a fortress. The treatment and transformation of island turtles are carried out almost simultaneously. Luo transplanted part of the stomach baron's organs into the island turtle, allowing it to capture surrounding marine life through these vine tentacles to obtain food. At the same time, some of the organs of the empty island shells were transplanted into the island turtles to enhance their concealment, mobility, and attack power. Dahlia used the weapons and steel produced in the Storm Island's industrial zone to modify the turtle shell. Various laser cannons, electromagnetic guns, ordinary artillery, and machine guns were used to form small turrets on the turtle shell. The core area serves as a weapons manufacturing arsenal, which can produce various artillery shells, rockets, and bullets. Moreover, these modifications have been designed for submarine diving. After all, the height of the island turtle is only about 1,800 meters, and it can be snorkeled in some sea areas, such as the Sabeti Islands, where the sea depth is between 5,000 and 12,000 meters. The depth of the sea areas where the 4 windless zones are located is even more exaggerated, with depths generally ranging from 20,000 to 30,000 meters. The windless zone serves as the nest of Poseidon species. Those large Poseidon species are often several kilometers in size and have a depth of 20,000 to 30,000 meters, which is just right for them. This is also the reason why large Poseidon species rarely appear in the 4 seas. After all, the depth of the 4 seas is generally more than 10,000 meters, making it difficult for large Poseidon species to move around. Noah, leaving Turtle Island, driving the Nautilus, quickly approached the Auckland Kingdom on the 3rd route of the park. The reason why he went to this kingdom was because the divination results this month showed that there was a devil fruit in the Kingdom of Auckland. 3 days later, the icy Auckland Island. Noah and his team wore down jackets and braved the snowstorm to ski to a small town on Auckland Island. Auckland Island, where the Kingdom of Auckland is located, is a winter island. Except for the area near the crater in the west, where food can be grown for about half a year, the weather is freezing and snowy at other times. The location where Noah and others landed is located in the uninhabited land in the southeast of Auckland Island, about 46 kilometers away from Auckland City near the crater. Just after everyone passed through a coniferous forest, they saw a group of wooden houses and a sailboat anchored in the bay. Regarding the arrival of Noah and others, the owner of the wooden house immediately opened the door and rushed out, looking at Noah with an evil look. "Who are you? Are you another pirate who wants to take back the flag?" As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man, who was as fat as a balloon, felt red heat rising from all over his body. "Huh? In this state?" Noah looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. Before he could continue, the middle-aged man rushed over. "Dad, come on!" A pair of young twins shouted, waving flags not far away. There was also a boy with a pointed chin and a girl with light purple hair, who were also shouting, "Dad, defeat these pirates. I wonder if there is any treasure." Unfortunately, they will soon be disappointed. Noah squeezed it gently with both hands, and the surrounding ice and snow suddenly turned into a terrifying giant ice python, attacking the middle-aged man. This ability? The middle-aged man's eyes changed. Soon his body was surrounded by ice and snow, but he did not panic. As his body temperature soared rapidly, the surrounding ice and snow quickly melted into water vapor. Boom! Soon the water vapor expanded and exploded, exploding the surrounding ice. Just the next second, ice and snow wrapped it up again. The two of them just took care of each other and fought from noon to evening. On the ice field as the sun sets, the middle-aged man who has once again melted the ice and snow is already sweating profusely. His chest is rising and falling, and he is breathing heavily. But Noah showed no signs of fatigue. So what if the body temperature can reach 10,000 degrees Celsius? The devil fruit ability requires physical strength. Especially maintaining a high temperature state will increase the physical consumption in a straight line. Noah's Piao fruit ability consumes very little physical energy. According to this rhythm, he can withstand even 10 days and 10 nights. In fact, the reason why the fight lasted so long was because Noah was deliberately joking. Otherwise, a conqueror's hockey impact and a combo of electromagnetic cannons could kill the opponent instantly. At this time, the middle-aged man finally realized that Noah was playing tricks on him, but he was unable to resist. Hoo-hoo, I won't admit defeat. Suddenly, the middle-aged man suddenly rushed towards his 5 children, shouting as he ran. Children, run away. What are you running from? Crow was already standing behind the twins, raising his glasses and asked. In an instant, the middle-aged man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Soon the exhausted middle-aged man was tied up by Noah's ice python, and Crow also kindly persuaded the middle-aged man's 5 children to stay. In the wooden house, Noah pushed the middle-aged man onto a chair nearby. Can we sit down and talk now? What? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and then asked in disbelief, You beat me up for a long time just to talk to me? I don't like to communicate with people who have a bad temper, so I'm trying to cool you down. You don't mind, right? Huh. The middle-aged man's face was distorted, and he clenched his fists. If he couldn't beat the opponent, he really wanted to beat this B************* D with one fist. Noah didn't tolerate the other party and just threw a ball of sea water over him. The middle-aged man, whose heart was chilled by the sea water, suddenly became even weaker. Are you calmer now? Do you need to stay awake? No need, no need. The middle-aged man is now very eager to be a handsome man. Soon the middle-aged man told everything about his family. The middle-aged man's name is Donacino, and he is a user with the ability of the paramecia heat fruit. To be precise, this fruit should be called the heat body fruit, which is different from the heat fruit that Noah recovered from Owen before. Owen's hot fruit should be called the heat fruit because the heat energy in its body can be released. On the other hand, Tonakino's hot fruit can only heat his body, but can regulate his body temperature between 1 and 10,000 degrees Celsius. Both fruits have their own merits. Aquino's 5 children are the eldest son, Don Campechino, 22 years old, the second son, Don Brandy, 22 years old, the third son, Don Haklu, 15 years old, the eldest daughter, Don Alubru, 18 years old, second daughter, Don Lulu, 10 years old. Their family is a pirate flag hunter active in the park, a special type of bounty hunter. Therefore, Noah did not kill him, but instead came up with the idea of recruiting him. In fact, the 41-year-old Don Aquino has good potential at this time. If he undergoes scientific training and adds the Noah family's blood potion, it is more than enough to reach the level of an elite lieutenant general, not to mention the general level. And his 5 children are not bad. If they have the right devil fruit, their strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Faced with Noah's solicitation, Aquino struggled for a while and finally agreed. After all, the scene where Noah easily crushed him just now was still vivid in his mind. As long as he didn't think about himself, he also had to think about his children. After Aquino agreed to join, Noah told the other party his true identity and asked Alii to send the other party's 5 children to a training camp for 1 year. Whether it was as a hostage or Noah's sincere training, Aquino knew that he had no excuse to refuse. Noah also asked Aquino if he had found any devil fruits on Auckland Island. Aquino shook his head. Sir Noah, if I had discovered the devil fruit, I would have given it to the children long ago. My hot fruit was also encountered in my hometown of Whiskey Island. Are you from Whiskey Island? Well, but I left there a few years ago because I found that Crocodile Guy was operating nearby and I was worried that the children would be affected. So, I left my hometown. I see. The group rested one night at the cabin camp. Early the next morning, Noah took them on the journey to find the devil fruit. Since it is an inhabited island, Noah cannot use the ability of Piao fruit to find it casually. He can only rely on sight, color, and electromagnetic wave scanning. However, color perception and electromagnetic wave induction have limitations. For example, things hidden underground are difficult to detect. Now Noah just hoped that the fruit would not be buried underground. January 21st, 1508 in the High Yuan calendar. Except for returning to Rum Kingdom for the annual meeting, Noah and his team spent the rest of the time on Auckland Island looking for the devil fruit. This is the normal situation for Noah when he is looking for devil fruit. Even if he uses tarot cards for divination, he may not be able to get a very accurate location. And even if the exact location is obtained, it is only the location at the moment of divination. Sometimes the devil fruit will be moved by people, animals, or natural disasters. He has been able to determine that the fruit is not in the crater area of Auckland Island, but in the ice sheet area covered in ice and snow. Facing the ice sheet with an area of nearly 200 square kilometers, Noah also felt a headache for a while. Suddenly, he remembered a person and immediately turned around and ordered, "Alii, go and bring Luo here." "Luo? You should still be over there on Turtle Island, right? I'll be there right away." A few minutes later, the wormhole opened again. Art and Luo jumped out of the wormhole. "Noah family, what's the emergency? At what stage is the renovation of Turtle Island?" The transplantation of predatory vines has been completed. The island turtle's body has recovered a lot of vitality with the supplement of a large amount of food. The next step is to replace the plants on the turtle shell with symbiotic plants that are connected to the island turtle. Further enhance the island turtle's energy source. Noah nodded. "Good job." Luo scratched Madara's fur hat and said, "It's my honor to be able to help Noah's family. I called you here this time to use your ability to find a fruit hidden under the glacier." "Looking for devil fruit?" Luo thought for a while and quickly responded, "Should we use a CT scan?" "Yes." Noah casually took out a few devil fruits from the card. "You first use CT to scan these devil fruits as a reference for their physical properties." "No problem." Luo held the devil fruit in both hands and quickly scanned these devil fruits carefully with CT scans several times, recording the status of these fruits in the CT scan. "Noah, it's ready." "Then let's get started." Luo concentrated. Operating room maximized. The operating room immediately covered a radius of 1,500 meters. Enhanced CT. After a while, Luo opened his eyes regretfully. There is no sign of devil fruit here. Robin drew a cross at this location on the detailed map of Auckland Island. "How many more times can you use this level of scanning?" Luo estimated his physical strength. "I can probably use it about 80 times today." 80 times? That's almost enough. After all, this glacier is only about 200 square kilometers. Maybe we can find it soon. Soon Luo started scanning the area step by step. It wasn't until the 17th scan that Luo suddenly opened his eyes with a strange look in his eyes. "What did you find?" "Noah's house. There are many outlines of buildings in the glacier below." "Building outline? What's the exact depth?" Luo estimated for a moment. "Probably below 142 meters." "This depth?" Noah raised his eyebrows, and then his body entered the state of high-heat steel. The glacier under his feet melted rapidly and was directly evaporated into water vapor by the high heat. Soon a hole appeared in the glacier. It wasn't until he reached a depth of about 145 meters into the glacier that he encountered hard rock. He and Aquino joined forces to continue melting the ice around them. As the ice underneath melted rapidly, the ruins buried inside also revealed their true colors. In order to prevent the top from collapsing in the face of ice, Noah manipulated iron sand to form the ceiling and pillars. Robin looked at some of the statues and ancient texts in the ruins and quickly translated the contents. This is the sacrificial temple of the ancient Ankuta people. According to the records of the O'Hara Library, the kingdom of Ankuta was once a prosperous country, famous for its gem processing, and once carved the famous tiers of angels. Noah saw the altitude that was significantly lower than the sea level by more than 50 meters, and already knew that this so-called Ankula kingdom was most likely submerged in the annihilating sea invasion 800 years ago. Part of the written records of the temple here talks about the god of gems they believe in, as well as how to offer sacrifices and various rituals. "Can you find where the capital of the Ankula kingdom is?" Robin continued to check the contents on the surrounding buildings, and soon found the relevant contents. Every April 9th, the king of the kingdom of Ankula must kneel down and worship the god of gemstones all the way west from the capital to the gemstone temple. In other words, the capital city is to the east of the gem temple. Alii reminded, "Brother, do you want to dig up these gems?" No rush. Soon Noah and Aquino open a passage all the way east. After advancing about 4.3 kilometers to the east, we encountered the deeper royal city of Ancula. This city was almost located at about 110 meters above sea level. No wonder it was directly submerged. After entering the royal city, there are many jewelry in the buildings here. It is indeed the legendary country of gems, especially the palace. The building is inlaid with all kinds of dazzling gems. Since it was probably frozen into ice soon after being submerged by seawater, the bodies of many Ancula people are still relatively intact, with almost no signs of bones turning into white bones. Suddenly Luo reminded, Noah's family found the devil fruit. It's in the palace. After a while, Luo used the space ability in the operating room to take out the devil fruit hidden inside. This fruit is so strange. Robin looked at the devil fruit in front of her with a trace of confusion on her face. After all, she had read the devil fruit illustrated book. Noah also didn't recognize this devil fruit. He took out the Book of Devils and flipped through it from beginning to end, but still couldn't find any record that matched the characteristics of this devil fruit. Robin was also very surprised. How could this happen? Suddenly Noah thought deeply. This place was destroyed 800 years ago. If this fruit has been frozen here 800 years ago, it means that there is no record of the devil fruit illustrated book 800 years ago. Robin also reacted, "That's true. The first officially published devil fruit illustrated book was published in 1247. Perhaps the world government has the most complete illustration of devil fruit, but they will not publish such content publicly." Noah thought for a while, and then gave a few instructions in Arseer. A few minutes later, Ali came over with an experimental subject whose frontal lobe had been cut off, and then he brought Mary over. Noah cut open the devil fruit and stuffed a piece of pulp into the subject's mouth. Mary immediately sensed his mind. This kind of experimental subject without emotions could not block Mary's perception of seeing, hearing, and color. Soon she knew the ability of this devil fruit. "Brother, this devil fruit is Logia's rock fruit." "What? Logia?" Everyone was very surprised. "There is such a fruit." Crow was a little shocked. "Rock fruit." Noah thought about the development direction of this fruit. This fruit is obviously the superior of the stone fruit and the sand fruit. After all, sand is essentially a small rock. And he took a look at the huge amount of gems in the palace. It is very likely that someone in the Ancula kingdom used the rock fruit to produce a large amount of raw gemstones, which made this kingdom a country of gems. Soon Noah made a decision. He directly borrowed Becky's castle fruit and recovered the rock fruit from the experimental subject. "Ari, bring Vic here." When Ari heard his instructions, he immediately understood what Noah was thinking. "I'll bring him over right away." A few minutes later, and Vic jumped out of the wormhole. Vic, who was almost 3.3 meters tall, was much taller than everyone else. He asked with some confusion, "Brother, there seems to be no enemies around, right? Why did you ask me to come here?" "Of course it's a good thing. This is Logia's rock fruit. You eat it." Noah handed the rock fruit in his hand to Vic. "Logia, don't refuse. You should feel the bottleneck now, right?" Vic immediately lowered his head. He really felt the bottleneck. At this time, his age had reached 17 years old. After 7 years of persistent training, coupled with the various resources of the Noah family, his strength has now reached the elite lieutenant general level. He has reached the elite lieutenant general level with his physical skills and domineering power alone, which is already very powerful for his age. It's a pity that Vic was already this strong at the beginning of last year, but 1 year later, his progress has been very slow. Even through hard training that consumes his life force, his progress is still slow. Obviously, this is the end of Vic's body's potential. As for the vampire fruit that Noah prepared for him, Vic never asked to eat it because he felt that vampires were not suitable for hardcore physical masters. After Noah knew that the fruit in front of him was the rock fruit, he felt that Vic was very suitable for this fruit. Vic struggled for a while, but still picked up the rock fruit. He knew that he could not continue willfully. The family needed more general-level combat power to deal with future enemies. He ate the grape-shaped rock fruit without any expression, leaving nothing behind. The moment he ate the yin fruit, a powerful shock wave suddenly erupted in his body. It's conqueror's haki. Noah was very surprised. He didn't expect that Vic had such qualifications. But soon he discovered a strange phenomenon. That is, Vic's conqueror's haki was also red and blended with Noah's conqueror's haki. As the two conquerors blended, Noah felt Vic's will from it. It was pure belief, self-spiritual suggestion day and night, physical training day after day, and the evolutionary power of the IQ component that allowed him to awaken the red conquerors. I see, conquerors can be trained in this way. Obviously, Vic's situation gave Noah a very accurate answer. Pure faith, a strong body, and the evolutionary power of the IQ component serve as a primer, and it is possible to inspire a person's conquerors. Of course, this is also inseparable from Noah's ideological education. Under normal circumstances, among the pirate groups, each pirate group may have a conqueror's domineering leader, but it is difficult to have 2 or 3 conquerors. For example, the Whitebeard pirates include Whitebeard, Blackbeard, who leads without sending, Ace, who gives up on his own, and Kazuki Odin, who semi-quits. Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Linlin, Charlotte Katakuri, protect family. Beast pirates, Kaido, Yamato, compared to Odin. The Red Hair pirates, Shanks. In other words, the pirate group's organizational model is naturally not suitable for the birth of a large number of conquerors awaken haki. The reason is that the captain's belief must be that the crew must be of the same mind as him. In a pirate group, only the captain is qualified to pursue the so-called One Piece dream. This dream cannot accommodate the ambition of a second conqueror's haki awakener. For example, Ace, he boarded Whitebeard's ship and always wanted Whitebeard to become One Piece. In this case, how could his conquerors be powerful? Between the king and the king, there is no room for 2 tigers in the same mountain, unless one party is willing to surrender. But those who have surrendered to Conqueror's Haki Awakening are destined not to be powerful. Just like Doflamingo, who has always been submissive to Kaido and Big Mom, the Conqueror's Haki can only be improved. The Noah family is different, especially the core members of the family. They have received Noah's ideological education. Although they recognize and respect Noah as the eldest brother, they have the belief to change the world. The dream of creating a whole new world, enough to accommodate countless conquerors' Haki Awakeners. After all, there can only be One Piece, but there can be countless saviors. This is the dream gap. Noah's dream has room for everyone. One Piece's dream can only be yourself. With the awakening of Vic's conqueror's domineering power, Noah's inner belief became stronger. Vic, who had just woken up from a dream, saw Aquino struggling to hold on, and knew that his conquerors had suppressed the opponent. This was very normal. After all, Aquino was forced to join, and he had only joined for more than a month. Naturally, he could not resonate with Noah's soul, and thus be immune to Conqueror's oppression. Vic put away the Conquerors and immediately said respectfully to Noah, "Brother, thank you very much for your teaching. Don't underestimate yourself. Your efforts are also the cornerstone of today. Now that you have obtained this power, you must make good use of it and strive for a new utopia." Yes, this is also my belief. Vic's eyes were extremely firm. Is this the power of faith? Robin looked at Vic with some surprise. She was not familiar with Vic. She only knew that he was Noah's childhood friend and one of the earliest members of the Noah family. Noah turned his head and looked at the others. The awakening of Conqueror's domineering spirit is the condensation of belief. As long as you agree with the dream of creating an utopia from the heart, plus a strong body and the evolutionary power of the IQ potion, it is possible for you to awaken. Conqueror's domineering. Is everything okay? Crow thought thoughtfully. Noah looked at Crow. To be precise, the purer the belief, the easier it is to awaken. You are very smart, but being too smart can easily lead to complex thoughts, which reduces the probability of you awakening conquerors. Crow immediately understood what Noah said. In other words, a more innocent person, coupled with a pure dream and the stimulation of IQ potion, may awaken conqueror's domineering power. It seems that it is indeed difficult for me to awaken. This is also a psychological problem that is hard to avoid for a strong consultant type. Typical overthinking. Once the mind is complicated, the belief will not be pure. This is why, among the members of the Noah family, Vic is the second Conqueror's Haki awakener after Noah. As Vic awakened Conqueror's Haki, Noah also began to order everyone to loot all the treasures of the Ankula kingdom. Noah focused on collecting gold and silver, while Robin focused on books, statues, murals, etc. that were frozen. Vic also began to use abilities and collect various gems. One characteristic of the rock fruit is that it can only produce ordinary rocks at the beginning, but if there are samples of other stones, they can be recorded. The various gemstones left here include almost all the gemstones in the pirate world, including rubies, sapphires, emeralds, crystals, amber, beeswax, diamonds, jade, etc. After Vic uses his ability to copy the composition of these gems, he can use his ability to imitate these gems. As long as there are corresponding elemental components around, he can copy artificial gems that are exactly the same as natural gems. It took Noah and his team more than a week to plunder the entire Ankula kingdom ruins. Among them, gold and silver alone are worth more than 300 billion belly. As for the gems, with Vic here, if the Noah family wants, they can pave the floor with gems. Noah and his team passed through the wormhole and returned to the Storm Islands, which is convenient for cultivation. As Qianshan Island is specially used for cultivation, Vic is currently trying out the various abilities of the yin fruit here. Logia's basic ability is elementalization, and the rock fruit can be turned into various stones. However, if the physical immunity of elementalization is taken into account, it will be relatively practical to use sand as the material basis for elementalization. Vic didn't think too much about elementalization and instead transformed his body into diamond. As a sparring partner, Crow's sharp claws silently hit Vic's body instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The collision between the claws and Vic's body caused a series of sparks. Crow then covered his claws with armament-colored hockey. As a result, it was still impossible to break through the defense. Obviously, Vic's diamond body has very high defense strength. But the next moment, Aquino, who was in a state of high fever, hit Vic's body with a fist. In an instant, part of the diamonds on Vic's body was ignited, which forced him to transform into sand elements to avoid it. Noah in the distance reminded, "This is the weakness of diamonds. High temperatures exceeding 800 degrees Celsius are enough to ignite diamonds, so you need to develop other types of rock armor." Next, Vic tried his abilities in creation and shaping. Huge and hard rock giants, or extremely difficult rock and sand pythons, or sand with the ability to absorb water similar to crocodile. As the upper level of Sha fruit, yin fruit can cover all the abilities of Sha fruit. After trying these abilities, the next step is Noah's various ideas. I saw a ruby cannon derived from Vic's body. A large number of gear-shaped carbide inside the cannon cavity began to rub rapidly under the moisture absorbed by the sand. Soon the energy inside the cannon cavity surged rapidly and converged on the ruby laser. A laser burst out from the muzzle. Sizzling. In an instant, the mountain in the distance was directly penetrated. Ruby laser cannon. This is one of the applications of science. The next idea was to see a stream of dust coming out of Vic's body, and then the dust spread rapidly in all directions. What is this? Crow's expression was a warning of danger. Noah used a strong magnetic field to block the spreading dust and avoid being approached by the dust. At the same time, he explained to Aquino and Crow, "This is asbestos dust, a small needle-shaped rock that is difficult to observe with the naked eye. If a large amount of asbestos dust is breathed into the body, it will quickly cause physical diseases, similar to Fravan's platinum-lead disease. Should my body be immune to high fever?" Aquino asked with some uncertainty. To be precise, your body with high fever could be immune to most viruses, toxins, bacteria, and harmful components. The key is to see whether your physical strength can withstand it. Arkino suddenly remembered his previous experience of being knocked out by Noah, which made him understand that devil fruit abilities also require physical support. After experimenting with asbestos dust, Vic turned the dust into ordinary rocks. If he does not transform the asbestos dust, this training ground will be completely destroyed. Once someone trains here, it is easy to inhale the asbestos settled on the surface. Immediately afterwards, Vic transformed his body into opal again. By constantly adjusting the surface structure of the opal, his body gradually disappeared into the surrounding environment. What's even more frightening is that since Vic is a rock fruit user, he can easily disguise himself as a rock and blend into the environment, making it impossible for ordinary people to detect its existence. Crow's sense of perception was ineffective, and he did not notice any trace of Vic's existence. However, with Noah's level of observation, you can feel vague fluctuations, especially after entering the electromagnetic wave amplification mode. This feeling will be clearer. After trying the ambient color invisibility of opal, Vic transformed his body into a stone armor composed of moissanite. Akino, go and test the high-temperature resistance limit of this armor. No problem. Akino's fist was filled with red heat and hit Vic's armor with one fist. Soon Akino gave a data. Yes, it can withstand high temperatures below 2,700 degrees Celsius, and the hardness is a little lower than the diamond armor just now. Obviously, this temperature is enough. As long as you don't encounter heat fruits, burning fruits, thunder fruits, sparkling fruits, and awakened rock fruits, this set of moissanite armor can basically withstand most masters. Attack! In addition to the sparkling fruit and the unawakened rockberry fruit, the other 4 fruits are in the Noah family. Those who can break through Vic's defense can only be those who master Conqueror's entanglement and armed internal destruction. But Vic is not a fool, so naturally he will not just stand and be beaten. Immediately afterwards, Noah summoned the historical text tablet found from the Shantora ruins from the card. Vic immediately understood Noah's thoughts. He touched the stone slab with his hands. After a while, he opened his eyes. Brother, I can control this stone, but I can't make it. Is it the composition of sea-floor stone that affects it? There's indeed a special substance that is interfering with my ability. Noah actually had some speculations in his mind. If the historical text was so easily destroyed, the world government would have destroyed it long ago. Obviously, the normal superpowers of devil fruit cannot be used on the historical tablets. Of course, this is not absolute. For example, Akino, whose body temperature can reach 10,000 degrees Celsius, can evaporate the stone tablets of history through extreme high temperatures. Under that terrifying temperature, any stone would be decomposed and evaporated. It seems that in order to increase your strength, you must plan something. Vic was confused. Brother, what is it? A special mineral that exists in the New World, dynamite rock. Dynamite rock? It only takes a fist-sized dynamite rock to cause destruction within a few hundred meters of the surrounding area. Hundreds of dynamite rocks of this size can destroy a small island. Crow raised his glasses. This thing shouldn't be easy to get, right? Yes, this thing is strictly controlled by the world government and Marine. Currently, only Marine executives and the 5 elders know its specific storage location. But Noah immediately laughed again. But this thing is a mineral after all. Since it is a mineral, there must be a place of origin. Through the intelligence of the underground world, I have locked 5 suspected islands of origin. Even if the world government and Marine completely mine the dynamite rock, there must be small ore veins that have not been discovered in the remaining mining areas. As a user with the rock fruit ability, Vic can easily find the mineral veins buried deep in the strata without having to look for the storage location of the finished explosive rock. In half a month, we will set off for New World. Yes, Vic stayed to continue practicing his fruit abilities. Noah and his team are preparing for their trip to the New World in half a month. After all, New World is different from a paradise. Now the 3 sea emperors who stand in a tripartite position have divided up nearly 40% of New World sea area. Among the remaining sea areas, the world government and its affiliated countries control about 27%. Other sea areas are either semi-independent pirate groups like Beehive Island, Elbaf, one of the world's powerful countries, or uninhabited areas with extremely harsh environments. February 3rd, 1508 in the High Yuan calendar. Over the Thunder God Island in the New World, a wormhole opened in Cumulus Emperor, and then Noah and others filed out. Then Noah released the Nautilus, and Vic inserted his hands into the shell of the Nautilus. Instantly, a layer of opal covered the shell of the Nautilus, and then the Nautilus disappeared into the air. After everyone boarded the ship, the Nautilus quickly flew in one direction. Crow looked at the 3 permanent pointers on his hand, always observing the flight route to prevent it from deviating from the route. The purpose of this trip is the Sea of Mists in New World. According to the analysis of various intelligence, there are many islands in this sea area, but they have always been under the strict control of the world government. The reason why Noah suspected that this was the origin of dynamite rock was because of a piece of news. That was in 1476, a transport fleet of the world government in the Sea of Mist was attacked by a powerful pirate force. That attack caused a terrifying tsunami in the surrounding waters. Afterwards, Marine mobilized General Bailey of the Blood Hand to stay in the Sea of Mists. It was not until around 1488 that the Blood Hands left the Sea of Mists. Under what circumstances will a tsunami break out? There are only a few answers. Either Whitebeard's shock fruit, a violent explosion, or Uranus's blow. First of all, Uranus's attack can be ruled out, because at this time Vegapunk has not created the Virgin Flame. Uranus's energy supply is definitely not enough, and it will not use Uranus casually. And both Whitebeard and Dynamite Rock are possible, because the pirate force that attacked the transport fleet was the famous Rocks Pirates, and Whitebeard was among the Rocks Pirates at the time. Coupled with Marine's reaction afterwards, Noah knew that there must be something very important to the world government in the Sea of Mist. A week later, the Nautilus entered the outskirts of the Sea of Mists. Noah used electromagnetic wave amplification to see and hear hockey, and soon captured several monitoring outposts set up by Marine in the sea area. Apparently, the world government has not completely given up on the Sea of Mists. However, this kind of monitoring outpost is basically of no use to the Noah family who can fly. Soon the Nautilus entered the depths of the Sea of Mist from high altitude. After finding the first uninhabited island, the Nautilus landed on the island from high altitude. It was very quiet on this island. Noah didn't even sense traces of large animals, and the plants grew sparsely, looking malnourished. But Noah soon discovered some ruins on the island. Crow glanced at the rusty Madara mine rails and the pile of rocks at the end of the rails. It's a mining tunnel, but it was all destroyed by the explosion. Leave it to me. Vic inserted his hands into the ground and began to assimilate the surrounding rocks. After more than 10 minutes, Vic shook his head. Not here. There is an ordinary copper mine ruins down there. Then go to the next island. The Nautilus set sail again. There are many islands in the Sea of Mist, probably more than 30. Noah and his team searched 8 islands in a row, but no dynamite rock was found. The 9th desert island is a very small island with an area of less than 20,000 square meters. Vic didn't pay too much attention. Just as a routine, he sensed the situation through the underground rock formations, but soon he opened his eyes. Brother, I found something. What have you discovered? Noah originally had no hope for this island. There is a huge whirlpool-shaped cavity on the seabed on the northeast side of the island. I sense some unstable rocks underground, a bit like the dynamite rocks you described. Isn't that right? We'll find out just by taking some samples. Vic nodded, and then manipulated the surrounding rocks to take out some unstable rocks buried more than 500 meters underground. When the unstable rock is taken out and appears on the ground, its surface begins to expand. Boom! The violent explosion instantly destroyed a large piece of rock created by Vic. As soon as Noah saw the pebble-shaped stones, he knew that these stones were dynamite rocks. This is it. What a terrifying power! Crow estimated that the fist-sized explosive rock just now destroyed a rock layer with a radius of nearly 120 meters in an instant. Is this the dynamite rock? Vic quickly dived underground and found the dynamite rock buried deep in the ground. By sensing the elemental structure in it, he quickly figured out the composition of the dynamite rock. When Vic resurfaced from the ground, he was holding an explosive rock wrapped in crystal in the palm of his hand. Is it possible to reproduce the composition of dynamite rock? Vic nodded. Yes, I can now make large quantities of dynamite rocks. In fact, the Noah family is not without powerful explosives. For example, Garam can produce large quantities of metallic hydrogen cubes through the cube fruit. The power of this thing is comparable to that of dynamite rocks. But the metallic hydrogen cube has a disadvantage. That is, except for Noah and Garam, others cannot activate the explosion command in it at all, because the metallic hydrogen cube needs to be decompressed before it explodes instantly. Although the explosive rock created by Vic is also extremely unstable, it will basically not explode as long as it does not come into direct contact with oxygen. Therefore, Vic covered the surface of the explosive rock with a layer of crystal, which isolated the contact between the explosive rock and the air. At the same time, the hardness of the crystal was not high. As long as it hit a hard building or rock, it would cause the shell to rupture, causing the inside to crack. The explosive rock was exposed to the air, causing a big explosion. This means that this explosive rock can be used as a conventional weapon. Of course, Noah would not let ordinary members come into contact with explosive rock weapons casually. After all, he was too weak and could easily cause the weapons to be seized by the enemy. Even if they are equipped with explosive rock weapons, they're still equipped on those Ark battleships. What ancient weapon Pluton? Noah doesn't care at all now. After all, the Ark warship equipped with explosive rock weapons on a large scale also has the destructive power of destroying islands. Moreover, Ark is a battleship that can be mass-produced. From now on, the Noah family and the Kingdom of Dawn will initially have the strength foundation to compete with the world government. But Noah didn't let the dynamite rock weapon go to his head. The destructive power of this thing can actually only be used against ordinary people or islands. It is difficult for masters at the level of lieutenant generals to cause fatal injuries. Later, Zephyr used his personal experience to provide a reference for Noah. Poor Asolino, whose face was hit by the dynamite rock, didn't even have dirty clothes on his body. The Marine headquarters lieutenant generals were also affected by the explosion of the dynamite rock and only suffered some flesh injuries. Of course, if hundreds of tons of explosive rock are detonated at once, a lieutenant general level expert will indeed be unable to stop it in the core area of the explosion. The problem is that due to the existence of knowledge, it is difficult for this kind of ambush attack to be 100% effective. However, after Vic gained the ability to create explosive rocks, his strength was basically at the level of a general, even more terrifying than an average general. This is the blessing of top Logia. After eating the yin-yin fruit, Vic's potential will soar further, and he will soon be able to catch up with Joshua and Lillian. As for Monet, even if her snow fruit is developed with Noah's ideas, it is estimated that she can only reach the level of a quasi-general. Unless she can reach the level of Zephyr in terms of physical fitness or inspire Conqueror's domineering power, she can possibly step into the enter the general level. After leaving the Sea of Mist, Noah and his party did not return directly to the Storm Islands, but continued to wander in the New World. Of course, they were not sailing without a goal, but sailing in the direction of Punk Hazard Island. Although Punk Hazard Island is an island without magnetism, that is, an island without a recording pointer, it does not mean that Noah cannot find this island. The answer lies in Joshua's Thunder Fruit. Through the magnetic field amplification of Thunder God Island, he carefully investigated the sea area near the entrance of New World. The Punk Hazard Island without a strong magnetic field was discovered by Joshua at that time, and he marked the island's specific location on the chart. Through the positioning of the sextant, the Nautilus sailing at high altitude will not be disturbed by the harsh weather of the New World. A week later, The Nautilus arrived silently over Punk Hazard Island. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Noah and his team secretly landed in a mountain forest on the island. Before the Qinchi War broke out, it was a beast island with a very good ecology. At this time, world government and marine personnel were already stationed on the island, and the scientific research base established in the center of the island was almost the same size as it would later be. Vic quickly used his abilities and led everyone to sneak into the scientific research base quietly from the underground rock formations. Deep underground in the scientific research base, Noah invaded part of the signal system for monitoring phone bugs through electromagnetic wave induction, thus obtaining those surveillance images. In the pictures simulated through electromagnetic waves, the Vegapunk that Noah wanted to find was not found. But thinking about it, Vegapunk is most likely already working on Egghead Island. Punk Hazard Island is actually not safe because Kaido took Jin away from here. The person who was in charge of the scientific research work in Punk Hazard at this time was none other than Caesar Carant, who later became famous as a human being. And Noah also saw the artificial pink dragon fruit idol in the secret room. Let's do it. Noah gave the order, and everyone started to take action. At the same time, the phone bug communication on Punk Hazard Island was also blocked by Noah using electromagnetic interference. Shiki and Vic are responsible for clearing out Marine and CP agents outside the scientific research base, while Ali is responsible for checking for leaks and filling in the gaps. Noah, along with Crow, Robin, Aquino, Daz, and others, were responsible for controlling the interior of the entire scientific research base. In the secret room where the pink dragon fruit was stored, Noah and his team jumped directly out of the wormhole. He picked up the artificial devil fruit and threw it into the memory card. At the same time, the entire scientific research base was in chaos. Especially the CP agents in charge of the monitoring room were sweating coldly, because not only the monitoring phone bugs were like snowflakes, but also the communication phone bugs and anti-theft phone bugs they carried with them had lost their communication capabilities. Captain, what should we do? The face of the CP2 agent team leader in black suit was also full of solemnity. Suddenly his eyes turned cold, and he inserted his finger directly into the forehead of the deputy captain. The vice captain fell down with a look on his face. This, the team leader of CP2 explained. This is all for the world government. Phillips and I's life papers are stored at the headquarters. As long as one of them's life papers burns, it proves that we are in big trouble in Punk Hazard. The other agents quickly started to flatter him. As expected of the captain, Phillips' sacrifice was valuable. It's all about world government. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of applause sounded outside the monitoring room. You guys did a great job. The squad leader instantly kicked him with his leg. However, the next moment, a figure quietly appeared behind him. Poof! The sharp fingernails dug into the squad leader's vest. The squad leader's eyes widened, and before he could scream, his body quickly shriveled up. Shoot quickly. Puffed. In an instant, the 5 agents in the surveillance room turned into mummies. Crow was in the shadows, killing all the phone bugs. He is very lucky because Vic has the rock fruit, so naturally he cannot eat the vampire fruit. Among the members of the family, Crow is one of the few who has not eaten the devil fruit, has been in it for a long time, has better physical skills, and is more compatible with the vampire fruit. So the vampire fruit fell on him. This fruit is truly a phantom beast. It allowed Crow, who is already at the level of Major General of Marine Headquarters, to instantly rise to the level of Elite Lieutenant General. This is just the initial improvement. The huge potential of the vampire fruit is enough to make him a general-level existence. A mere CP2 team leader could only be killed instantly when facing Crow. Crow handled the matter here and quickly reported to Noah that the CP2 headquarters might have discovered that something happened to Punk Hazard. Other side, Noah has arrived at the center of the scientific research base. Under his feet was Caesar Carant, who was like a puddle of mud. After receiving Crow's report, Noah was not too surprised because it was expected. He packed and sealed all the scientific research personnel, then selected some of the more expensive scientific research equipment and packed it away while leaving behind a large number of time bombs. 10 minutes later, Shiki carried a half-dead Marine lieutenant general and appeared with Ali. And Vic also completed the killing mission. Let's go. Everyone entered the wormhole and headed to the secret base temporarily prepared in New World. It was less than 20 minutes after Noah and his party left. A yellow light fell from the sky. The person who came was none other than the fire captain, Porcelino. He looked at the Marine base littered with corpses, a gloomy look on his face, and then turned into a ray of light again and arrived at the gate of the scientific research base. The gate of the scientific research base was still intact, but this scene made Porcelino's heart sink. So quiet. Laser cuts the steel plate of the gate. However, the moment Porcelino opened the door, he instantly entered the elemental state. Boom, boom, boom. As if a switch had been touched, a series of violent explosions occurred inside the scientific research base, blowing the scientific research facilities inside the base to pieces. Porcelino's face turned completely dark, and this silent disappearance reminded him of the group of people he met in South Blue before. After all, with his speed, it would only take about half an hour to arrive from Marineland at most. Within half an hour, he could kill many people, including a headquarters lieutenant general and several CP2 team captains. Besides, he couldn't think of any other suitable forces. However, even if he guessed the identity of the enemy, Porcelino could only watch the devastated punk Hazard Island at this time. Instead of continuing to search for the enemy, he called directly back to the Marine headquarters and reported the situation here, along with his own guesses. Senior executives at Marine headquarters were silent in response to the news. The 5 elders on Mariajoya also received this news, and their faces were very ugly. This time the Punk Has Sad incident made them realize once again the horror of the Hidden Ones organization. Not only the Logia members, but also this terrifying mobility allows the Hidden Man organization to attack Marine bases or world government-affiliated countries at any time and anywhere, but world government has difficulty in circling and suppressing each other. Sabaody Islands. Shaki's rip-off bar. Shaki, who had just blackmailed a new pirate group, was lighting Bailey on fire. Suddenly, the wooden door of the bar was slowly pushed open, and Rayleigh walked in from the outside holding a wine bottle. Which unlucky guy is it again? A little pirate from North Blue. Rayleigh was sitting aside. He just picked up the beef jerky on the small plate and suddenly looked at the public notice wall. His eyes narrowed slightly. What did those guys do again? Shaki continued to point at Bailey. There is no specific information, but the information coming from the internal channels of the world government should be that the Hidden Man organization has done something big. The wanted order column on the bulletin wall has been updated with the wanted order of the Hidden Man organization. Iron Man, bounty 3.6 billion. Blue Flame Witch, bounty 2.5 billion. Candleman Galdino, bounty of 800 million. Leylin, bounty 2.5 billion. Man with cat claw glasses, bounty of 800 million. Man with green hair and mask, bounty of 3 billion. Suspected person with stone fruit ability, bounty of 1.5 billion. Has another member been added? Shaki lit the cigarette without raising his head. Maybe it's a member who hasn't been exposed before. Rayleigh took a sip of rum. It seems that the world government has suffered a big loss this time. They are too mysterious. Almost the entire underground world has no information about this organization. The existence of a space user who can move quickly makes this organization difficult to encircle and suppress. Suddenly Shaki thought of something. By the way, maybe this organization may have done what happened to the Free Fans Kingdom. White Town. Judging from the information collected in the underground world, the people in the Kingdom of Frevans did not die from the toxic dust from the mine explosion, but disappeared mysteriously. Rayleigh immediately reacted. White Town is a landlocked country, and several neighboring countries have blocked their borders. Only the space transfer capability can transfer people from this country, but you're trying to say that Platinum Lead disease is difficult to treat. Rayleigh nodded. Huh. Shaki took a puff of smoke. As far as I know, There are not a large number of platinum lead disease patients in the Iron Bucket Kingdom, nor is Prussian blue potion for treating heavy metal poisoning sold in large quantities. It seems that the other party has strong medical technology. By the way, is there any news about the matter that Shanks entrusted you with? Shaki shook his head. No. Updated with the occult order's wanted poster bounty. On the sea, more and more attention is paid to the organization of the Hidden Ones. It's not just the CP organization and Marine who are secretly investigating. Even the Sea Emperor of the New World, as well as the various giants of the underground world, the Revolutionary Army, and the Shichibukai, have shown great interest in the Hidden Ones organization. But faced with the elusive Noah family, their investigation was almost in vain. Paradise, the starting island of the fourth route, Whiskey Island, the second floor of bar. Crocodile looked at the newspaper and wanted notice in his hand. There was nothing unusual on his face, but in his heart he remembered a piece of intelligence he obtained last year. The ancient weapon is most likely hidden in the Alabaster Palace. It seems that I have to make arrangements as soon as possible. If I can find the legendary ancient weapon, then I can rule the world. But Baroque Studio still doesn't have enough manpower. Only one Von Clay has some strength, and everyone else is rubbish. It seems that I'm going to recruit some stronger bounty hunters from all over the world. Paradise, the capital of seven waters. A coffin ship floats slowly into the harbor. The tall man carrying a huge sword glanced at the ordinary people around him with his eagle-like pupils, and a trace of boredom flashed in his eyes. Isn't this the Marine hunter? Keep your voice down, you're going to die. It's Shichibukai. Run quickly. Mihawk ignored these ordinary people and walked toward the port bar. As he stepped into the bar, the guests inside, who were from all walks of life, fell silent, and many of them even broke out in cold sweat. The bartender also had a stiff smile on his face. Sir, what wine and side dishes do you want? A plate of water and meat, a bottle of Garyuni red wine, and a copy of today's newspaper. Hold on. The bartender quickly took out a newspaper and handed it over. Mihawk picked up the newspaper and saw the wanted poster with the bounty renewed. That Iron Man seems to be a swordsman, right? It's a pity that these people are so elusive. I don't know where Shanks has been recently. North Blue, Yatesea. Whoops. Red-haired Shanks lay on the beach chair, sneezed and touched his nose. Who was missing me? Beckman, who was on the bow of the ship, bought a newspaper from Newsbird, flipped through it. His face suddenly became serious, and he jumped to Shanks' side. What's the big news? Shanks looked at the blue sky. The bounty of the Hidden Man organization has increased a lot, especially for the space-type ability users. It has reached 3 billion Baileys. Oh, it's really amazing. Shanks didn't pay much attention. I guess these guys have done something big, causing the world government to significantly increase its bounty. At this moment, Jesus Boo on the mast shouted, Boss, a world government ship has been discovered. The other party seems to have discovered us. Shanks narrowed his eyes, then stood up and looked at the sea in the distance. Sure enough, it was an armed ship flying the world government flag, but the other party did not avoid it, but quickly approached the red-haired pirates. Half an hour later, the ships on both sides were less than 500 meters apart. In an instant, the world government's armed ship suddenly opened fire. Do it! Shanks originally planned to pretend that he didn't see the other party, but he didn't expect these guys to be so ignorant. Jesus raised his hand and fired with his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Those shells were immediately blasted by bullets. The rest of the crew quickly swung into action. At this time, the CP-9 agents on the world government armed ship also stepped on moonwalk or used rifles to fight back. However, facing the red-haired pirates who were already at the level of sea emperors, these guys were directly crushed. As the team leader, Fazifu immediately entered the orc form of saber-toothed tiger. Roar, go to hell. The next second, a terrifying conqueror's impact made Faz-Fu roll his eyes and fall to the ground helplessly. The battle on the armed ship soon came to an end. Boss, look what I found. Gabu walked out of the cabin holding a small box. The monkey Mengshita beside him shouted loudly, indicating that he had found the treasure box. Shanks smiled and shook his head. I know. Meng Shida must have discovered the thing. But the next moment, Shanks's face turned serious because he saw something inside the small box, a devil fruit. Beckman noticed something was wrong with Shanks' expression and seemed to have remembered something. Isn't this the fruit you've been looking for, Captain? Shanks took the small box and nodded. Yes, it seems that we can't continue sailing in the North Blue. Adjust the course immediately, and we will head to the East Dacia Sea immediately. East Dacia Sea? I understand. Beckman did not ask why he went to East Dacia Sea, nor was he interested in knowing why Shanks valued this devil fruit so much. Soon the red-haired pirates adjusted their direction and quickly moved towards the upside-down mountain. At the same time, the 5 elders of Mariajoya, who also received an armed ship escorting the fruit, were attacked by the Shanks. Other side, Noah and his team evacuated from Punk Hazard Island, arriving at a deserted island deep in the foggy sea. There is a marine monitoring outpost on the periphery of this sea area, which is full of abandoned mine islands. Noah took advantage of the darkness under the light and placed a secret base underground on one of the small desert islands. At this time, inside the desert island base, has already brought Luo from the Sky Island and began to transform Caesar Courant and Marine Lieutenant General Beta. As Noah injected the card's spirit into their bodies, 2 new apostles appeared in front of them. Magician, Caesar Coulon, gas fruit. Son, Beta, caloric fruit. This Marine Lieutenant General Beta himself is a strong physical artist and did not eat the devil fruit. The caloric fruit was given to him by Noah. After all, the sun card can only be chosen among the burning fruit, Nika fruit, caloric fruit, and thermal body fruit. The Xiao Xiao fruit and the heat body fruit have been eaten by family members, so naturally they cannot become an apostle. As for the Nika fruit, Noah has no confidence in finding this fruit. Therefore, caloric fruits become the best choice. At this point, Noah's major arcana apostles have reached 11, and the awakening progress of the card fruit has climbed to 50%. They are Emperor, Shiki, Piao fruit. Power, Big Bear, steel fruit. Devil, Barton, exchange fruit. Shinigami, Mizuru, fruit. Justice, Gayram, cube fruit. World, Becky, castle fruit. Chariot, Dahlia, weapon fruit. Temperance, Seer, slowness fruit. Hermit, Hanover, corrosion fruit. Magician, Caesar, gas fruit. Sun, Beta, caloric fruit. These apostles can not only act and fight independently, but also become stronger through continuous practice. At the same time, their abilities can also be lent to Noah. Of course, a general level like Shiki has basically reached the limit that cannot be improved. Moreover, Noah's positioning of these apostles was also different. For example, Caesar's core purpose is scientific research, making up for the Noah family's shortcomings in top scientists. Barton supplies vitality, Gayram strengthens infrastructure, Becky can recycle fruits, Big Bear strengthens Noah's body, Muzilu researches microorganisms and pharmaceuticals, Dahlia imitates weapons, Syl allows Noah to gain control skills, and Hanover lets Noah he gains super destructive power. Beta can serve as a military instructor, and Shiki is a strategic force. As the card fruit development progress reaches 50%, Noah once again felt a new change in the card fruit. He took out a blank card, mobilized the power of Apostle Syl, and injected part of the power of slowness into it. A brand new card soon formed. Magic card, Slow Light. However, this card is not perfect yet, and Noah continues to improve its rules. Rule 1. People other than ability users can use this card, but they need to identify the owner with blood in advance. Rule 2. Users other than ability users can activate the card's ability by saying activate silently in their hearts when using the card. Rule 3. After the card is used, the card is automatically destroyed and becomes a one-time card. Rule 4. The ability user has the highest authority for this card. He called Crow and handed the card to the other party. After Clue recognized his master with a drop of blood, he silently chanted in his heart to use it, and then a pink light emitted from his palm, hitting Aquino not far away. Aquino suddenly fell into an extremely slow state. Noah evaluated the effect of the card. The effect is the same as when Syl uses slow light. It also enters a slow state for 30 seconds. After he figured out the effect of this superpower card, he successively created other cards. For example, Magic Card, Floating Power, Magic Card, Corrosive Air, Magic Card, Metal Hydrogen Cube, Magic Card, Escape Channel, especially the Escape Channel. This ability is borrowed from the ability of the Castle Fruit. As long as the user activates this card, he will be instantly pulled into the castle space. And the castle space is in Noah or Becky. This means that as long as you use this card, you can enter the castle space from any location, and then be released for the castle space by Becky or Noah. It is equivalent to a one-time return to the city. Its strategic value is very high, especially for winery members who perform intelligence work outside. Noah immediately asked Allie to bring back the personnel from each detachment of the winery and equip them with a batch of magic cards, especially Magic Card, Escape Channel, which all winery members must be equipped with. In the past, the winery's intelligence investigations mainly focused on the collection of public intelligence and phone bug monitoring, and rarely conducted latent intelligence investigations. The reason is that Noah is worried that their inexperience, once exposed, may lead to the leakage of information about the Noah family and the Kingdom of Dawn. Now I can finally rest assured. In order to ensure the safety of these intelligence agents, the Magic Card, Escape Channel, given to them by Noah, is divided into two types. One is the regular version. The other is one that binds life, similar to the craft of life paper. As long as the user is seriously injured, it will be automatically activated and take the user directly to the castle space. This ensures that when an intelligence agent encounters a powerful enemy and does not have time to actively use the escape channel, he can still rely on his serious injury to activate the escape channel. In addition to the escape tunnel, there is also Magic Card, Life Infusion, created using Barton's Vitality. This card can replenish 10 years of vitality at one time and is also available in two versions. The emergence of these magic cards has brought the overall strength of the Noah family to a higher level. After all, as long as you hold a full set of magic cards, you are equivalent to a small Noah. To create magic cards, Noah only needs to consume physical strength, and he can even borrow Barton's vitality to forcefully create them, which means that the number of his magic cards can be very large. Noah's ability can almost kill enemies below the level of Lieutenant General instantly. If he is an ability user, he will easily be killed at first sight. Various abilities allow you to face various enemies calmly. Winery agents equipped with magic cards can basically sit back and relax as long as they don't encounter general-level enemies. Of course, due to the influence of Noah's behavior, members of the Noah family tend to be steady and cautious and will not be too reckless in doing things. Especially the intelligence agents in the winery, they are more cautious. This is one of the reasons why there have been no leaks since the winery has been operating around the world for more than 3 years. Another reason is, of course, the existence of Mary, the director of the supervision department. In order to ensure that the intelligence agents will not betray, she will re-examine the intelligence agents performing field work every once in a while to prevent someone from changing their mind midway. Moreover, Noah will also use the Conqueror's characteristic of spiritual resonance during the voyage to review the intelligence agents along the way. It is these measures that ensure the loyalty and confidentiality of the winery. Now, after a new round of enhancements, the winery is even stronger and can handle many emergencies. March 16th, 1508 in the Hyuan calendar. Noah has been making various magic cards these days, equipping almost all elite and above members of the family with a complete set of magic cards. And a group of cadres also selected some magic cards that were useful to them. Today, Noah came to Sky Island. After Luo completed the renovation of Turtle Island Fortress some time ago, he returned to Sky Island to perfect the Eden-class spacecraft. After more than a month of refinement, a spaceship that meets expectations has been created. Noah is very satisfied with Luo's work. Yes, This is the perfect combination of devil fruit and science. Noah family. If there is no need to manufacture Eden-class spaceships on a large scale, I plan to take the time to study the barren of the stomach to prepare for the future creation of plant islands. Noah nodded. Okay, you can decide the time for the Eden class. Anyway, 1 or 2 ships a year are enough. After all, the advantage of the Eden-class Ark is its self-sustainability, which has no irreplaceable role for the current Noah family. Currently, the main spaceship of the Noah family is the Ark-class spacecraft that can be produced on a large scale. The Plant Island plan Luo mentioned is actually one of the backup plans prepared by Noah to deal with possible crises in the future. Compared to the brainless Vegapunk, Noah actually has more solutions to the future crisis of destruction. Regardless of whether the ocean invasion can be prevented or not, Noah has prepared a corresponding plan. For example, Cumulus Emperoris can be produced on a large scale, which is a preparation for placing a large number of islands in the sky. The Plant Island project is to use super-large plants such as the Barren of the Stomach, the Yarkman mangrove, the Sky Island giant vine, and the Atom wood to transform artificial plants that can grow on the seabed and form plant islands on the sea surface. The other is to use the abilities of Shiki and Vic to peel off part of the seabed rock layers to deepen the depth of the seabed, thereby increasing the upper limit of seawater capacity in local sea areas. The stripped rock layers can be stacked together to create a new continent. Even if the sea level rises by 200 meters in the future, Noah will still have a way to solve this crisis. But today Noah's goal is the Eden-class spacecraft in front of him. He took Robin and others aboard the Eden-class spacecraft. This ship was controlled in a manner similar to blood recognition, and an enhanced telephone bug was transplanted into its core. Goodbye, Luo. Noah family. Take care along the way. Luo waved goodbye to everyone. Soon the Eden-class spacecraft took off and entered the environmental camouflage state. The reason why I chose today for acceptance is because of the moon that has appeared in the sky at this time. The Eden-class spacecraft advances toward the moon at high speed. The speed of this spacecraft is pretty good, reaching about 200 kilometers per hour. But when it comes to going to the moon, the speed is still a bit slower. After all, the moon is 380,000 kilometers away from Blue Star. It takes about 80 days for one way and 160 days for the round trip. But fortunately, Ali is here, and he can jump back through the wormhole at any time. It was the 13th day after Noah and his team set out for the moon. Robin walked into the captain's office holding a document. Noah, the Rum detachment sent news that the red-haired Shanks docked at Iteport in the East Asia Sea this morning. Noah thought for a while. Iteport? Have you avoided Rog Town? Continue to monitor, but don't get too close to the other party. Yes. Robin recorded this instruction and then continued to report. A CP agent named Foz Fu defected in North Blue. Foz Fu. As soon as Noah heard the news, he knew that the Nika fruit had been snatched away by the red hair. At this time, the red-haired pirates entered the East Dacia Sea with the obvious purpose of delivering fruits to Ace. That's right, the target of Shank's fruit delivery is not Wang Lufei, but Ace. Apparently Shanks knew that Ace was the son of old Captain Roger. However, the Nika fruit was eaten by Wang Lufei by some mistake, which forced Shanks to change his original plan and at the same time designed a painful drama to make Wang Lufei target One Piece. Noah just listened to Robin's report quietly and said nothing else. The Eden-class spacecraft continues to fly towards the moon. Before I knew it, more than 60 days had passed. At this time, Noah and his party could already observe the craters on the moon's surface through the window. Is this the moon? Enel, who followed, looked at the desolate and empty surface of the moon, his eyes a little dazed. A few hours later, the spacecraft landed in a crater. Eden, is there air outside? The main brain of the spacecraft, telephone bug, used the photosynthesis on the surface to try to breathe, and found that there was indeed air around, and its composition was almost the same as that of the Blue Star's atmosphere. There is air outside, and its composition is similar to that of the Blue Star's atmosphere, but the humidity is very low. Noah thought for a while and ordered, "Is that so?" Everyone puts on spacesuits, just in case. Receive. I wonder what the difference is between the moon's sand and the blue stars. Everyone put on spacesuits and stepped onto the surface of the moon one after another. Enel squatted down, grabbed a handful of sand, and murmured to himself, "Is this the legendary infinite continent?" Noah entered the magnet mode, and the electromagnetic waves spread in all directions to the maximum extent. Soon, a radius of more than 2,000 kilometers was covered by electromagnetic waves. However, electromagnetic waves are not omnipotent, especially for those underground ruins. Noah can only sense the depth of tens of meters underground. After a while, an area suspected of underground ruins was discovered through electromagnetic wave induction. Let's go. Walk 238 kilometers west. Everyone took the spaceship to their destination again. More than an hour later, the spacecraft stopped again. Right here. As it got closer and closer, Noah's electromagnetic wave induction became clearer and clearer. The spaceship was parked under a cliff, and there was a cave not far away. However, there were many signs of landslides in the cave, possibly due to disrepair. Noah patted the ground lightly, and the collapsed rocks were instantly moved away, revealing the metal door behind the cave. There are really ruins? Robin was very shocked. Noah revealed a secret that shocked everyone. The Sky Islanders and the Sandians are actually the descendants of the ancient moon people. Robin quickly reacted. No wonder Burka Island has the legend of the infinite continent and the design of the spaceship Ark Proverbs. Let's go in. There are no living people inside. Noah controlled the electromagnetic force and pushed open the dusty metal door. Everyone filed in. Under the illumination of the searchlight, after passing through a metal corridor, they came to an empty hall. There are a large number of small robots on display inside the hall. Noah condensed a huge current with his hands. Millions of volts, discharge. As the current source continued to be injected into the surrounding equipment, the lights in the hall soon turned on automatically. The eyes of the small robots also gleamed, and the systems that had been shut down due to loss of energy were restarted. Sizzling. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone also gripped their weapons, ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. 10 minutes later, Noah stopped the current output. After all, he was not a user with the Thunderfruit ability and could only temporarily activate about 1/3 of the area. Sensing the cessation of power supply, those small robots also woke up from their silent state. Omicron news irolamdikaisai, zetas diome gitau. Taupi caprum upsilon iota iota iota. Omicron, beta Omicron, eta sigma, eta theta. Pi tau Omicron, Omicron lam delta omega, kappa, tau Omicron zeta nu beta xi. The small robot made a series of strange sounds. Robin paused for a while. This is very similar to the language of gods recorded in the Burka Temple and the Angel Island Temple. She tried to translate the content. Wake up, we master, robot number 3593. Salute you. Do you need to re-enter the language? Robin bumped into and communicated with several small robots for more than 2 hours before completing the input of common language. Noah and others also conducted a rough exploration of the entire underground ruins. Noah, who had just returned to the front hall, saw Robin communicating with several small robots. Robin, can those robots communicate? That's okay. Just some uncommon words. They may not understand them well. I also found something here. Come and take a look. Oh, Robin took several small robots and followed Noah to a palace. Robot number 3593 introduced to everyone. This is a temple. Before the ancient gods left Burka, they left some murals. Enel is watching in front of the mural. Is this the picture of the moon people going to the blue star? Robin took out his notebook and recorded some of the contents on the mural. Noah asked robot number 3593, "Has your manufacturing technology remained?" "Yes, it's in the temple's data room." Robot number 3593 answered stiffly. "Take me over there and have a look." "God, please come with me." Soon the group came to a statue deep in the temple, and robot number 3593 pressed a sun symbol on the base of the statue. Suddenly, the statue slowly rose and it turned out to be an elevator. Take the elevator down dozens of meters and arrive at Burka's information room. There are a large number of stone slabs on display here, with a large number of words and patterns carved on them. Noah found the design drawings of the Ark's mottos and the design drawings of small robots among them. Robin translated part of the tablet. This part is the history of Burka. It turns out that this is the origin of the lunar people. About 8,600 years ago, the ancestors of the lunar people migrated from the blue star to the moon. The reason was because of a terrible disaster that occurred on the blue star, causing the ancestors of the moon people to leave. After moving to the moon, after about 6,000 years of development, the moon's resources are on the verge of exhaustion, and the people on the moon have to look at their former hometown blue star again. In the solar calendar year 6382, the Outpost exploration team successfully returned to Blue Star and sent a message indicating that Blue Star had returned to a habitable state. In the year 6402 of the solar calendar, the empty island Burka was established. After 10 years of survival testing, 500 testers found no serious discomfort. In the solar calendar year 6415, the base camp decided to launch a large-scale relocation plan. In the year 6583 of the solar calendar, the exploration team entered the huge red continent of Blue Star and established the Kingdom of God on the continent. In the solar calendar year 6770, the last batch of Lunar Burka residents moved to the Kingdom of God on Blue Star, and the Lunar Burka city was temporarily sealed. Enel listened to Robin's translation with surprise in his eyes. Noah was not very interested in the so-called history of the Moon People. Soon after Robin finished recording the history of the Moon People, he turned to the technical information section of the slate that Noah was more interested in. In addition to the design drawings of Ark proverbs and robots, there are more than a dozen technologies left by the Moon People, and most of these technologies are of the environmental modification type. For example, large-scale oxygen production technology using quartzite as raw material, artificial sunlight simulation technology, gravity adjustment technology, magnetic field shield technology, soil modification technology, water circulation technology, etc. Among these technologies, the most important technology is actually solar furnace technology. Solar furnace? Noah instantly thought of the Virgin Flame made by Vegapunk. This thing is most likely the prototype technology of the Virgin Flame. According to what Robin translated, the lunar people discovered an element called subhydrogen on the moon back then. By injecting it and heavy hydrogen into a furnace with a strong magnetic field, they could continuously generate huge amounts of energy. According to Noah's understanding, the so-called subhydrogen is most likely the element helium-3. After more than 6,000 years of development, the lunar people have consumed most of the subhydrogen elements stored in the moon, causing serious problems with its energy supply, and they have to choose to return to the blue star. However, according to Noah's understanding, if the subhydrogen element is helium-3, then the lunar people will obviously not be able to find much subhydrogen element on the blue star. This also explains why the energy of Uranus's solar furnace is used less and less, and finally needs to be replaced by Vegapunk's holy flame. Vegapunk's virgin flame is probably an improvement on the original solar furnace technology, replacing subhydrogen elements with other elements. Although the reactive raw materials for solar furnaces are difficult to find, this technology still has great value. After recording the information on these technologies, Noah decided to open up a lunar governorship and use the lunar city of Burka as the governor's palace. Considering the importance of the moon governorate and the huge power maintenance and restoration required here, Noah transferred Joshua from the Storm Islands governorate. As soon as Joshua arrived at the moon Burka, after listening to Noah's instructions, he worked hard to generate electricity. Noah also asked Ajay to produce a large number of graphene batteries as a backup energy source for the lunar Burka to prevent the lunar Burka from coming to a standstill when Joshua went out. After full activation, the lunar Burka has a total of more than 50,000 small robots, 3 robot production lines, and various mechanical production and processing equipment. The technical level of these equipment is even much higher than that of Blue Star. Immediately afterwards, Noah went to the Rum Kingdom through Ar's wormhole, sealed some of the Rum Kingdom civilians who passed the review with cards, and moved them to the Moonburka. A total of more than 20,000 people were relocated. This population, coupled with more than 50,000 small robots, quickly rejuvenated the Lunar Burka. After doing these things, Noah did not leave immediately, but went to the back of the moon and established a brand new secret base. The reason for going to the far side of the moon is naturally to avoid the changes of the moon being observed by Blue Star. Fortunately, there are also urban ruins left by the lunar people on the far side of the moon. Noah only needs to transform these underground city ruins to build a secret base. The purpose of establishing a base on the back of the moon is to solve the energy supply problem. There is no way for the Noah family to replicate the solar furnace in a short period of time, but the construction of the moon is urgent, so the early energy supply issue needs to be considered. Noah's solution is to use solar energy. There is also day and night on the far side of the moon, but Blue Star cannot be directly observed. Ajay has developed graphene solar panels last year, with an energy conversion efficiency of about 10%, which can be manufactured on a large scale using devil fruit powers. As long as a large number of graphene solar panels are laid, coupled with the energy storage of graphene batteries, a huge amount of energy can be supplied to the base. Although the moon in the pirate world has an atmosphere, its atmosphere is very thin and contains almost no water vapor, which results in no clouds appearing on the moon. This environment is very suitable for solar power generation. With energy support, the moon's population capacity will quickly recover. The affairs of the governorate of the moon kept Noah there until October 1508. Of course, just because Noah stayed on the moon does not mean that the rest of the Noah family will not do things. For example, before Noah went to the moon, he arranged for Shiki to prepare a sky empire in the name of the Golden Lion. As for why he didn't reorganize the Sky Pirates, Noah said that he couldn't afford to lose this person. He would rather secretly control the Mafia than start a pirate group. The reason is very simple. The Mafia is just a gray force, representing the underground order to a certain extent, rather than blindly plundering. But pirates are pure evil forces. If Shiki reorganizes the Sky Pirates now, it will become Noah's black spot in the future. As for how the world government defines the Sky Empire, that is a matter for the world government. Anyway, Noah will not admit that his subordinates are a pirate force. This is a matter of position. After more than half a year of secret preparation, Shiki has found a very suitable sea area in the New World, the Bryn Sea area. The Bryn Sea area is close to Ochiku's Beehive Island, between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, and is also adjacent to the Windless Zone on the West Blue side. This sea area is also known as the Sea of Hell. The reason why it is called the Sea of Hell is that the sea area is densely covered with a large number of volcanic islands and submarine volcanoes. These volcanoes often erupt, and the nearby sea area maintains a gray sky all year round. The purpose of setting up the Sky Empire here is to use the volcanoes that erupt here all year round to extract the components of seafloor stone and use it to create Emperor cumulus clouds. At present, the Sky Empire has created a large area of Cumulus Emperor, which is even more than 10 times larger than the Cumulus Emperor over Gaia Island. Shiki also used Piapiao fruit to obtain islands from windless zones and seafloor rock formations and directly transported more than 30 islands to them. These islands can accommodate millions of people. Noah also equipped Shiki with a strong lineup of subordinates, including Daz, the reformed Beta and Hanover, and Weepa, who ate the fruit. The fruit of Weepa was the exploding fruit found by the winery in South Blue in August, which was later owned by the Booger Man from Baroque Studio. The combat effectiveness of Daz, Hanover, and Weepa are all at the elite lieutenant general level. Beta was a lieutenant general before his transformation. After eating the caloric fruit, adding the vitality infused by Barton, and taking the source blood potion, his strength has basically reached the level of a quasi-general, and he can serve as Shiki's deputy. In order to avoid exposing their identities, Beta and Hanover's public identities will be Liang and Hermit, and their names will be hidden directly. After more than half a year of preparation, Sky Empire is finally going to show its sharp fangs. The Empire's Sky Island. A dozen improved Arc-class spacecraft, plus the flagship Proverb-class spacecraft, carry thousands of elite members of the family. Shiki waved his hand. Let's go. The spaceship quickly headed towards the Beehive Island. Achiku, who was huddled on Honeycomb Island at this time, had no idea that the danger was approaching. His life in the past few years had not been easy, mainly because of the expansion of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, which caused him to lose a lot of his sphere of influence. If Kaido and Charlotte Linlin hadn't been afraid of Achiku's strength and worried about being dragged to death by Achiku, they would have taken action against the fat piece of Beehive Island. Less than 3 days, the air fleet appeared in the midair east of Beehive Island. The members of the Achiku pirates on Beehive Island immediately discovered these uninvited guests and sounded the alarm. Boom, boom, boom. Beehive Island shook, and a huge rock giant stood up from the center of the island. This is exactly Achiku's island fruit ability. He saw the floating air fleet in midair a few kilometers away, with a solemn expression on his face, and then shouted, Shiki, what are you doing on Honeycomb Island? Ha ha ha! While laughing wildly, Shiki drifted not far from the rock giant and took a puff of cigar smoke. Achiku, you are really getting better and better. There was a trace of displeasure on the face of the rock giant, but Achiku quickly discovered the problem, because the golden lion in front of him was too young, almost exactly the same as before he was imprisoned. No, the boat wool is gone too, and even the feet have been reattached. What's going on? There's something wrong with this D's body. Achiku, that's enough of reminiscing about old times. I didn't come here today to play pirate games with you. Shiki, what do you want to do? What am I going to do? The former Golden Lion was too naive, and when I return from hell, I will let the world know what real power is. Noahs will instantly descended on Shiki, and a stream of crimson conquerors rose into the sky. Boom! The white clouds in the sky of Beehive Island were instantly shaken away. Boom! Achiku also bursts out with Conqueror's Haki. The two Conquerors' domineering forces collided fiercely in midair, but Noah's Conquerors had already communicated the will of all members of the flying fleet through spiritual resonance. The dark black Conquerors was instantly defeated by the red Conquerors. The rock giant was actually knocked back several hundred meters. Achiku was shocked. How is that possible? This is my new power. The former Golden Lion has died in the Battle of 8 Wall. Now I am Emperor Shiki, and I will never fail again. Don't underestimate me. Powerful killing. The terrifying conquerors entangled the swords of Ingju and Muku. The slashing wave that penetrated the sky and the earth instantly split the rock giant apart, and 2 ravines more than 10 kilometers long were cut out of the Honeycomb Island. The weakness of the island fruit is undoubtedly revealed. After merging with the island, the damage suffered by the island will also be fed back to the ability user. Too weak. Achiku, you can leave. Hateful. After borrowing part of Noah's power, Shiki is even stronger than at his peak. Moreover, Dao Dao fruit is defeated by Piao Piao fruit. Even if Achiku cancels the island fusion, there is no way to fight against Shiki. In less than half an hour, Achiku, who was at the level of a quasi-general, was beaten to death and was held in Shiki's hands like a dead dog. Others attack. Yes, Your Majesty. Lai Yang, Hermit, Daz, and Weeple led their troops into Beehive Island. This place was a pirate island. There were no civilians at all, so there was no need to worry about anything. Unless they were ability users or relatively strong pirates, they would all be killed with one strike. The Battle of Beehive Island came to an end in just over 2 hours. The first appearance of Sky Empire made the whole world instantly quiet in this groundbreaking way. The spies hidden in the Achiku pirates also passed on the news of the Golden Line's return before they died. Joshua, who secretly came here just in case, already knew all about these phone bug messages, but he didn't stop them. After all, Sky Empire needs to spread the situation of the Battle of Beehive Island to deter other surrounding forces. especially Charlotte Linlin. After all, Liang blatantly used the power of the caloric fruit. As long as the people in the Big Mom Pirates are not fools, they will soon know who killed Owen. Noah also wanted to see if Charlotte Linlin dared to come and die. Compared to the barren and desolate Breen Sea area, Noah actually hopes to gain the territory of the Big Mom Pirates. Anyway, the bait has been spread out. It just depends on whether the other party will take the bait. The Grand Line, Paradise. Marine's main headquarters is Malinfando. Kong, who is about to be promoted to Fleet Admiral of the entire army, looked very ugly. Kong Ming quickly reported the information collected by Marine to everyone present. The above is all the information about this Beehive Island incident. It's so scary. Polysolanola sighed in a long voice. Although his face remained calm, his expression was still very serious. From this information, we can know that the Golden Lion's body has recovered, and its strength is stronger than at its peak. This kind of red conquerors is really rare. She continued her analysis. On the sea, the boat can be inserted deep into the head for treatment. The legs can be transplanted, and the ability to regain youthfulness can be restored. If I'm not wrong, there is a high probability that it will be that fruit. That legendary surgery fruit. Guillaume obviously knew something about the situation. Well, Golden Lion must have found a surgery fruit, or a person with the ability to operate a surgery fruit. He continued his analysis. We don't need to discuss too much about Golden Lion's physical problems, but his behavior in capturing Beehive Island this time there's a lot to look at. For example, he did not continue to use the name of the Sky Pirates, but instead used the name of the Sky Empire. It is obvious that the Golden Lion no longer intends to continue to be involved in the pirate forces. Another point is that he did not take away Beehive Island, but directly sunk it into the sea. Obviously, he did not want other forces to occupy Beehive Island. This shows that the Golden Lion Sky Empire is near Beehive Island. At the same time, the Golden Lion did not choose to recruit the members of the Ochika Pirates, but massacred them all. It may be that he does not trust the people of other pirate groups, or he wants to draw a clear line with the pirate forces. After listening to his analysis, all Marine executives have a new understanding of the Golden Lion. Sora asked, Crane, how do you think we should respond? Fleet Admiral, we don't need to be too anxious. It's useless to be anxious now. Crane paused. You can use news channels to promote the Golden Lion as the fourth emperors of the New World. I believe Kaido and Charlotte Linlin will definitely help us test the strength of the Golden Lion. He picked up one of the wanted notices that had just been printed, and the ability of this Sky Empire cadre named Liang is the heat fruit. This fruit is Charlotte Owen's ability. We can secretly add fuel to the fire and let Charlotte Linlin. It is suspected that the Golden Lion killed Owen. Sora immediately affirmed, Very good. I'll leave this matter to you, Crane. Marine did not give up the lion bounty because Shiki established the Sky Empire, but instead increased the amount of the bounty, making it surpass Whitebeard and lower than Roger. The bounties for Liang, Hermit, Daz, and Weepa are also very high, reaching the level of more than 1 billion belly. Soon Morgan's World Economic News called the Golden Lion the Fourth Sea Emperor to rule the New World. As for why it's so fast, the reason is very simple. Because the Golden Lion's own strength and reputation are enough to become the Emperor of the Sea. There is no need to be like the red-haired Shanks, who struggled with several other royal groups in the New World for several years, and did not reach the top until around 1514. New World, on the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates. After receiving the following report, Marco showed an incredible expression on his face, and then came to Whitebeard. Dad, something big happened. The Golden Lion captured Beehive Island and defeated Achiku. The white-bearded man with an infusion tube already inserted into his body opened his eyes slightly. Shiki, tell me the details. Soon Marco revealed all the information. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates present all showed surprised expressions. The Golden Lion actually massacred Beehive Island, and the Honeycomb Island sank into the sea. Did he have any beef with Achiku? Whitebeard also frowned. As far as he knew, there was no big problem between Golden Lion and Achiku. Teach's eyes also shone with some inexplicable brilliance. In addition to the dark fruit and Whitebeard's shocking fruit, the piao fruit also made him salivate. But now he didn't even get the dark fruit. He just longed for the piao fruit and didn't care too much. But another thing Marco said made Teach's heart turbulent. One of the captains suggested, "The golden lion can restore youth?" "Dad, do you want to find the golden lion?" "Your body." "Okay, my health is fine. Let's have a party." Whitebeard interrupted his son's suggestion and changed the subject instead. Marco frowned, but didn't say anything. In fact, Whitebeard doesn't want to regain his youth and continue to protect these sons. Unfortunately, he knows that there is no free lunch in the sea. Based on his understanding of Shiki, the other party will definitely use this as a condition to ask the Whitebeard pirates to join his command. Judging from Shiki's performance in this Beehive Island incident, it is obvious that the local government intends to continue to dominate the world, and its ambitions have even become more terrifying. This made Whitebeard even more unwilling to cooperate with the other party. He just wanted his sons to survive and was not willing to fight for world domination. New World, all seas. Cake Island. Perispero took the intelligence he had just received and hurried to the castle hall. The aunt, who was having a delicious meal, suddenly turned gloomy when she saw her eldest son. "Oh, what happened to my child again?" Perispero pretended to be calm. "Mom, the golden lion defeated Achiku and is now taking over Achiku's territory. That old lion is not dead yet." When the aunt heard the name, the fat on her face became a little ferocious. Obviously, she did not think that the disabled and old golden lion was her opponent. However, Perispero, who already knew the relevant information, had to pay attention to the return of the golden lion. He quickly explained, "Mom, the boat on Golden Lion's head has been taken out, and new legs have been added to his legs, and he has become younger." "What?" The aunt's eyes widened. This dead lion actually healed his body and regained his youth? Damn it! Now the aunt couldn't sit still. She knew the strength of the golden lion very well. Even Roger could barely compete with the golden lion at its peak. If it hadn't been for that sudden storm, the golden lion could have escaped unscathed even if it couldn't defeat Roger. And Annie knows her own strength. Once she encounters the golden lion, she may be able to escape, but it will definitely be difficult for other members of the kingdom to avoid the golden lion's attack. Piao Fruit's island-smashing offensive is almost a catastrophic threat to those forces with fixed territories. Perhaps Kaido can rely on the ability of the blue dragon fruit to be evenly matched with the golden lion in its peak stage in the air. At this time, the aunt finally remembered the good brother who had been away for a long time and quickly took out the phone to contact Kaido in Wano country. At the same time, Perispero quickly notified other core members of the family, including Bao Bao, Katakuri, and others. They quickly rushed to the cake hall. New World, the country of Wano. Ghost Island. Kaido is drinking with Quinn. Suddenly a phone rang. Kaido stopped and picked up the phone to answer the call. "Ouch! Old woman, what's the matter?" "Kaido, don't forget that you still owe me a favor." Kaido took a big sip of wine with calm eyes. "Hiccup, you are still the same? What's the matter?" "That be asterisk, 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 D. Shiki has recovered and gotten younger. You should know his strength." "Shiki? That old guy actually has such an opportunity? Oh wow. This world is getting more and more interesting." Kaido laughed wildly. The aunt roared angrily. "Kaido, did you hear me clearly? Shiki is not like before this time. He defeated Achiku of Beehive Island today and massacred the entire Beehive Island." "Oh." Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly. Despite his careless appearance, he was actually very shrewd. Although the Beast Pirates currently do not border the Golden Lion's territory, it does not mean that Kaido is not wary of the former captain of the 2nd Division. "Lin, what do you want? How about we join forces to test Shiki's strength?" After hearing Annie's proposal, Kaido did not refuse. Soon the two of them discussed the arrangements for joint testing. East Asia Sea, Dawn Island, Windmill Village. Beckman looked at today's World Economic News with a very sad look on his face. "What's wrong?" Lucky Lou said while chewing on the chicken legs. "We are in big trouble. Beckman turned his head and looked at Shanks, who was chatting with Luffy. His head hurt even more. "Shanks, I have something to talk to you about. Let's go outside." Shanks, who had lost an arm, saw Beckman's solemn expression and immediately comforted Luffy and asked the landlady to serve him a large plate of barbecue, then stood up and walked out with Beckman. The two came to the coast. "Shanks, this is today's newspaper. Take a look at it first." Shanks took the newspaper, flipped through it for a while, and his face became a little solemn. "The Golden Lion has come back, and he has regained his youth and body. Trouble." Beckman knew part of Shanks' plan. After the other party plans to guide the child, he will go to the New World to start the fight for hegemony and prepare for future plans. Unfortunately, the sudden rise of the Golden Lion has caused great uncertainty in Shanks' plan. After all, the intimidating power of the Golden Lion is so terrifying that as soon as he comes back, he will be immediately promoted to the title of Emperor of the Sea in the New World. As for why Shanks didn't choose to become the 5th Emperor, the reason is very simple. New World's territory is limited. In addition to the part of the sea area controlled by the world government and marine, Elbaf and a large part of the human restricted area must be deducted from the remaining sea area. The remaining territory can only accommodate up to 4 sea Emperor-level pirate forces. And among the current 4 emperors, Whitebeard has the title of the strongest man in the world, and he has a good relationship with the Roger pirates. Shanks will definitely not seize the other party's territory. Charlotte Lean's 10,000 Kingdoms is a self-contained entity, and Shanks is very aware of the fact that the other party is having an affair with Kaido. Kaido is also not easy to mess with. With the Blue Dragon fruit and Kaido's ghost bloodline, his domineering, physical skills and fruits are all top-notch, and his subordinates are also very powerful. Not to mention the Golden Lion, the legend that almost forced the Roger pirates into a desperate situation. Even the forces with a fixed territory could not withstand the Piao Piao fruit's island-smashing offensive. What's more, the Golden Lion is still young and his body is intact. No matter how confident Shanks is, he doesn't think that the red-haired pirates can go head-to-head with the Golden Lion. New World mutation. Shanks was suddenly in a dilemma. In order to ensure that the promised person can reach the final island smoothly, he must escort him in the most dangerous New World. But now that he enters the New World, he must start a full-scale war with one of the 4 emperors and completely defeat one of them. Instead, and time waits for no one, with the current situation, the Golden Lion Sky Empire will soon expand aggressively and carve up the remaining territory of the New World. Now Shanks regrets that he has stayed in the East Asia Sea for too long. Even if he rushes to New World quickly at this time, it will take about half a year. After half a year, the day lilies were cold. Paradise. Sabaody Islands. Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. That guy with the Golden Lion has regained his youth? Rayleigh looked shocked. Shaki sneered and looked at Rayleigh. "You'd better be careful. I feel that the Golden Lion has changed a lot. Even Achiku was easily defeated by him. With the grudges between your Roger pirates and him, if you appear in front of me, I will probably be hacked to death by him. I'm already retired." "Really? If that boy Shanks meets the Golden Lion, are you going to sit back and watch?" Shaki reminded. Hearing this, Rayleigh reacted instantly. Shanks. Of course he knows what Shanks has been planning, and he is also preparing to compete for the position of Sea Emperor of the New World. Shaki looked out the window deeply, as if he had already felt the depression before the storm. The Sky Empire has fully taken over Achiku's territory, and the next step is probably to expand outward. With the location of the Honeycomb Island Sea area, if there is no war with Whitebeard and Linlin, it can only expand to the Karif Sea area to the west. Rayleigh was silent for a while, and finally shook her head. "Let young people solve their own problems. This is the best. I don't want to collect your body." "How heartless." "Shaki, haha. Let's pay for today's drinks first, and then talk about it." Coder Laole. North Blue, Ike Island, the secret headquarters of the Don Quixote family. At this time, Brother Ming was looking at the newspaper in his hand. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes under his glasses were full of fear. Due to Noah's interference, Luo did not join the Don Quixote family, and Rocinante did not take Luo out for medical treatment. With this insider, many plans of the Don Quixote family were ruined by he. Even though it had become Shichibukai at this time, it still did not change the embarrassing situation of the Don Quixote family. Moreover, Diamante's death caused Minga to lose a core combat force. The current Don Quixote family is much weaker than the original timeline. Even the plan to enter the New World has been postponed. It has just entered the New World recently and is preparing to plan the kingdom of Dressrosa. But the sudden rise of the Golden Lion made Brother Ming feel a pressure. If the Golden Lion also targets the kingdom of Dressrosa, his plan will completely fail. This makes Brother Ming feel the same dilemma. Now he continues to act according to the original plan and faces huge uncertainty. If he does not continue to act according to the plan, the manpower and material resources invested previously will be wasted. Brother Ming was caught in a tangle. However, after struggling in his heart for a while, he made a decision and ordered his subordinates to continue with the previous plan. Obviously, Ming Ge is betting that the Golden Lion will worry about the world government and marine and will not extend its hand to the kingdom of Dressrosa. Of course, Brother Ming actually prepared a way, which is to find other four emperors' forces to cooperate. Even if the Golden Lion is willing to cooperate, he doesn't mind. The other giants in the underground world are also silently watching the Sky Empire's next moves. Sea of Hell. A blue dragon soars among the sea of clouds. There is also a group of dark clouds following the side, and an ant in pink stands on the dark clouds. Soon the two of them saw dozens of floating islands in the sky dozens of kilometers away, which was obviously the headquarters of the Sky Empire. Right now, a terrifying slashing wave swept across. Kaido, in the form of a blue dragon, immediately transformed into a beastman form, wielding the Hakuseiji mace. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom! The fierce collision tore apart the surrounding clouds. It turns out it's you. In turn, Shiki fell from the sky, looking at Kaido, who was walking back several hundred meters indifferently, and then turned to look at the ant who was walking on the dark clouds. Lin Lin, you are not at home to give birth. You want to come over? Are you going to die? Well, Shiki, are you just going to welcome us like this? After all, we were once on the same boat. The ant didn't yell and kill as soon as she came up, but tried to keep things normal. Lin Lin, you are still as cunning as ever, but today I still want to thank you. Thank you for bringing Kaido here. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiki ignored Big Mom and rushed towards Kaido instead. Veins popped up on the ant's forehead. Whole Golden Lion. You. However, the next moment, a terrifying heat wave swept over, and the iron fist of the burning sun released terrifying heat. And he had to summon the sun, Prometheus, to deal with the high-heat iron fist of the burning sun. Kaido's arm muscles swelled, and his armor color and conquerors wrapped around Hachisai. King Kong Dysprosium. Red Heart, Mighty Slash. Boom! The collision suddenly broke out, and some of the power was offset by each other. The attacks from both sides seemed to be equally matched. Red Heart, Yellow Spring. Ingju and Mu Ku waved into a circle, sweeping in all directions. Jiang Sanshur Inai Luo. Not to be outdone, Kaido swung his mace and hit Shiki. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energy and the shadow of the stick dance together, and the roar is like a volcano erupting. Bad wind. Kaido spit out terrifying and dense wind blades. Azure Dragon. Shiki controlled the surrounding Emperor cumulus clouds and condensed them into a dozen cloud dragons with teeth and claws. Tornado. 9 dragons soar to the sky. The two sides fought fiercely from high altitude to the sea, then from the sea to the volcanic island, and then fought and lifted off on the volcanic island. The sword energy tore through the sea surface for more than 10 kilometers in an instant, reaching directly to the soil and rock formations on the seabed. The tornado whipped up huge waves. Countless sea water dragons collided one after another. The fire that penetrates the sky and the earth evaporates the seawater. A series of floating boulders fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. It hit the sea, causing thousands of meters of waves. The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Whether it's Kaido or Shiki, both of them have very strong physical strength. If it is a disabled and old golden lion, it may not be able to defeat Kaido in his prime. However, through the infusion of huge vitality and the reshaping of the foundation with the source blood potion, Shiki's physical strength is much stronger than at his peak. Kaido once again withstood a series of sword attacks, but his heart became more and more solemn. Apparently, he had discovered that Shiki's physical strength and endurance were no less than him, a user with the ability of the Phantom Beast species. The Red Conquerors shocked Kaido even more because his armed defense was broken. Although he was able to survive with his strong body, he still suffered a lot of damage. The battlefield on the other side. Anti also fought fiercely with the sun for 3 days and 3 nights. In terms of strength, Annie is better than Liang, but Liang's ability is too weird, even weirder than Annie's soul fruit ability. Terrifying high temperatures, or reverse operation to freeze the surrounding by absorbing heat from the surroundings. Coupled with the magic cards hidden on the body, various means. And he also had to concentrate on dealing with the scorching sun. This was without Liang using some of his trump cards, such as slow light and corrosive gas. But just the electromagnetic ability extended by the steel fruit, coupled with the air control extended by the gas fruit, made Liang extremely difficult to deal with. Liang's original body was Marine Lieutenant General Beta, who specialized in physical training. With the addition of huge vitality and the reshaping of his foundation through the source blood potion, his physical strength was naturally very terrifying. He struggled with his aunt for 3 days and 3 nights, and he didn't look tired at all. The battle between the 4 people is still continuing in the Sea of Hell. World government, marine, and underground giants all sent powerful intelligence personnel to secretly observe this battle. Especially the big news, Morgan's, he even came to observe in person. It was through Morgan's World Economic News that the outside world learned some of the details of the Three Emperors' War. Although the results have not yet come out, many forces already know that Shiki's strength has returned to its peak. Moreover, the strength of his subordinate Liang can compete with Big Mom for 3 days and 3 nights, which is much stronger than Jin of the Beast Pirates and Longbread of the Big Mom Pirates. Marine's headquarters at this time is Marina Fando. Except for Sengoku and Garp, who are on guard against the Golden Lion in New World, other senior officials in the headquarters, including Porcelino, were in the viewing room. Through the live broadcast of the elite intelligence officer flame photographer, everyone can see part of the battle scene. It's so scary. It's worthy of being a golden lion. Porcelino rarely looked serious. Kong frowned. Where did this blazing sun come from? No information has been collected on this person yet. He may be the heir secretly cultivated by Golden Lion. Crane analyzed. Kong continued to ask, Crane, which side do you think will win? Golden Lion, the Sea of Hell is originally the base camp of the Sky Empire, and there are still 3 cadres above who have not taken action. He added, but Kaido and Charlotte Linlin should be able to escape intact. After all, they have to retreat, and Golden Lion also can't stop it. After listening to this analysis, Kong said, is this so? In this case, let Sengoku and Garp not act rashly and continue to guard the G1 base. Originally, he wanted to see if he could pick it up or send Porcelino over to wait for an opportunity to sneak attack on the Golden Lion or Kaido. Now it seems that such a good thing will definitely not happen. And he was also worried that once Porcelino was sent, it would arouse the common hatred of Golden Lion, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, causing both sides to attack Marine together. This kind of thing has happened several times before. Whether Marine is targeting the Beast Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, or the Whitebeard Pirates, the other 2 pirate groups will take the initiative to stop friction and quickly approach the Marine base or the participating countries. Marine's several actions were in vain. After so many experiences and lessons, Sora will naturally not continue to do this kind of useless work. Continuing to watch the battle between the 2 sides is the most correct choice. Anyway, in the view of Marine senior management, Both sides are pirate forces, and it would be best to injure both sides so that New World can be quiet for a while. 3 more days passed unknowingly. The battle in the Sea of Hell has lasted for 6 days and 6 nights. Both sides finally began to show signs of fatigue. Liang, in particular, had to secretly use life injection several times in order to maintain combat effectiveness and prevent Big Mom from freeing up her hands. And those high-ranking officials from all parties who watched the live broadcast of the phone bug also estimated that this time the battle was about to end. After all, in their opinion, it is impossible for both sides to really fight to the death. There is a high probability that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin took the initiative to retreat, and the Golden Lion has completely established its reputation as the Sea Emperor by virtue of its record of defeating the 2 Sea Emperors. You can even challenge the position of One Piece or the strongest man in the world. Ha ha! In turn, you are still far away. Shiki laughed and mocked Kaido, who had several wounds on his body. Kaido's face was full of fatigue. Obviously, he had not thought that recovering the young Golden Lion's physical strength would be so terrifying. He fought for 6 days and 6 nights, and he still seemed to be at ease. In fact, this was a misjudgment by Kaido, because Shiki secretly used 10 years of life force as a price to restore his body to its peak state a few hours ago. If he hadn't used his life force to replenish his physical strength, then Shiki's condition at this time would definitely be similar to Kaido's. Kaido glanced at the volcanic island in the distance again. He found that the battle between Anti and Liang was still going on, with no signs of weakening. Oops, this guy Shiki can still maintain his physical strength, but more than half of my physical strength has been consumed. I can't continue fighting. I have to find a way to escape. Shiki's eyes were deep, and he could already feel Kaido's fighting spirit fading. Do you want to retreat? That's fine, it's time. A vague electromagnetic wave passed into the dark clouds not far away. Come on, let's fight to the death. Red Heart, God Destroyer. Shiki, come and kill me. Roar Thunder, 8 trigrams. The terrifying slashing wave and Conqueror's haki collided with each other. Boom! The clouds in the sky burst instantly. The next second, Shiki approached very quickly and fought with Kaido at close quarters. Bang, bang, bang. Sudden changes occurred. Flower of Bones node. A large number of sharp bone flowers sprouted from each movable joint of Kaido's body. What? Red Heart, Demon Slayer. A short sword inlaid with a sea stone was inserted into Kaido's chest instantly. Damn it! Kaido suddenly felt the weakness of his body. Even if it is immune to low-concentration sea stone products, it is difficult for Kaido's body to be completely immune to high-concentration seafloor crystals. When a master of this level fights and becomes physically weak, it is simply a fatal crisis. Azure Dragon Binding Killing Formation. The storage card hidden in Shiki's sleeves released a high concentration of sea stone clouds, which instantly wrapped around Kaido's body and even poured into his mouth and nose. Despicable. Kaido became weaker and weaker. Ha! A winner or a loser? You have no right to call others despicable. Shiki laughed as he pulled out 2 sea stone daggers again and inserted them into Kaido's peepa bone. At this moment, Kaido completely lost his ability to resist. Although intelligence personnel from all parties are secretly monitoring the battle here, since the battle between the 2 sides covers dozens of kilometers, they can only observe from the distant edge. The nearest Morgan's is about 10 kilometers away from the core combat zone. This resulted in no one seeing the moment Kaido was attacked by Robin. However, as the smoke dispersed, all the intelligence agents monitoring the scene were surprised, because in the telescope they saw Kaido, who was like a dead dog, tied up with chains, floating on the side of the Golden Lion. Robin's ability is used for sneak attacks. Even if he sees and hears haki, he can't react in an instant. After all, Organ Blossom can be unfolded on any object or creature at any time and anywhere. The moment you sense danger, it's already too late. What's more, Shiki borrowed Noah's Conqueror's haki at that time, constantly interfering with Kaido's sense of sight and color at close range. When masters fight, Victory or defeat can happen in a split second. Just like when Kazuki Oden was fighting Kaido, the old woman from the Black Carbon family used the imitation fruit to turn into Momonosuke. At that moment, Kazuki Oden jumped directly into the street. Originally, Shiki planned to use this move against Big Mom. Unexpectedly, the aunt did not dare to come alone, but instead went to find her old friend Kaido to come with her. Shiki changed her goal at that time. Compared to the Big Mom pirates, Kaido's beast pirates are more valuable. Damn. Annie also discovered that Kaido had been defeated at this time. She gritted her teeth and immediately summoned dark clouds to escape. Liang did not stop the other party. Although Big Mom would definitely not be able to escape by pulling out the Noah family hidden behind the Sky Empire. This would directly expose the family's hidden strength and might even become a thorn in the side of the world government. The current performance is just right. Shiki didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the phone. Everyone listened to the order. Move forward at full speed to Wano country immediately. Receive. Dozens of floating islands are carrying Emperor Cumulus clouds, and they are rushing towards the waters of Wano country. As the vanguard force, the speed of the air fleet is even more astonishing. At the same time, all parties felt unbelievable about this result, but they had to accept the reality. The power of the Golden Lion made all forces give up the idea of seizing the opportunity to seize the Beast Pirates' territory. After all, those territories are fixed. Grab them now and wait for the Golden Lion to clean up the remnants of the Beast Pirates in a few days. Then wait for the island to fall from the sky and hit you on the head. In Onigashima in Wano country. Jin's face was also very ugly at this time. He had received an urgent report from intelligence personnel. Boss Kaido was captured by the Golden Lion, and the Golden Lion was rapidly advancing towards Wano. Brother Jin, let's go rescue Boss Kaido quickly. Jack, who was only 16 or 17 years old, immediately shouted. Idiot! Quinn hit Jack's head hard. Are you crazy? That's the Golden Lion that defeated Kaido's boss. We can't defeat each other even if we are tied together. Jin, let's evacuate the country of Wano immediately. Otherwise, everyone will become a prisoner. The look on Jin's mask was full of struggle. Quinn saw Jin's hesitation and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Jin, don't worry about Boss Kaido. Maybe the boss can escape from the Golden Lion like he did before. Now we have to ensure the Beast Pirates' first the basic strength is not lost. Jin hesitated for a moment and finally agreed with Quinn's idea. I immediately ordered the core cadres to retreat from the harbor, while other peripheral personnel stayed. Quinn thought of another thing. What about the big snake? Don't worry about it, and don't notify the other party, otherwise there will definitely be trouble. Leave these troubles to that be D Golden Lion. Obviously Jin did not regard Orochi as part of the Beast Pirates, and was even wary of the other party causing trouble. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Jin only let the core cadres know about the matter. The middle-level cadres were not informed of the details. In the name of going out to meet the boss of Kaido, the core cadres and middle-level cadres were taken away. The moment they entered the dive port, a ray of lightning slowly condensed into a human shape and appeared on the head of the big skull of Onigashima. He had already sensed that Jin and other submarine was diving, and he suddenly sneered. The choice of self-destruction. If they choose to stay on Onigashima and resist, they might be able to make Shiki and the Noah family work harder. And diving into the sea is another advantageous battlefield for the Noah family. Waves of electromagnetic waves completely blocked Wano's external communications. At the same time, Mary, Ajay, Vic, Galdino, and others hidden on the seabed outside Wano also received Joshua's electromagnetic wave communication and began to surround the exit of the Wano undersea tunnel. The country of peace. Undersea tunnels deep beneath the Ring Mountains. More than a dozen submarines are rapidly advancing towards the exit. Soon the submarine rushed out of the tunnel and entered the seabed of the open sea. However, as soon as he rushed out of the tunnel, Jin's face changed drastically, and he already felt a terrifying sense of crisis. Before he could react, Countless black tentacles appeared from the bottom of the sea and wrapped around the submarine's hull and propeller at lightning speed. Oops. Jean immediately picked up the phone bug, but the phone bug showed no response. What's going on? Boom. The undersea rock formations suddenly erupted, and countless rock spurs rose into the sky, directly through all submarines. Damn. Jin cursed angrily. Prepare the escape cabin. Quinn was shocked. Yamato, who was imprisoned in the cabin, was directly dizzy from the influx of seawater. The two big signboards of the Beast Pirates, together with Jack, Black Maria, Fozzie Fu, and others from the Flying Six Cell, are all fruit ability users, and they directly turned soft-legged shrimps in the sea. Suddenly, countless wax fish people appeared from all directions. Those members of the Beast Pirates who were not Esper were directly targeted by these wax fish people. In the sea, the wax fruit's weakness to high temperatures and flames was covered up by the environment. Jin and Quinn, who had just entered the escape cabin, encountered a large number of self-destructing wax piranhas before they floated more than 10 meters. Boom, boom, boom. As the escape capsule was destroyed, Jin and Quinn also felt suffocated and desperate. Gulu gulu. The wax fish men instantly enveloped Jin. These specially made wax fish men contain sea tower stone crystals in their bodies, which can suppress the ability user and completely make them lose their ability to resist. Less than half an hour. The Beast Pirates' escape fleet was completely wiped out. Not a single fish that slipped through the net was either caught or directly turned into minced meat and fed to the fish. Joshua observed the entire process through electromagnetic waves and saw that all the cadres and middle-level members of the Beast Pirates had been wiped out. He knew that Wano country was already in the hands of the Noah family. 2 days later, it spanned a voyage of nearly 8,000 kilometers. The Sky Empire's forward-flying fleet finally arrived in the sky over Wano country. Because Joshua has been using electromagnetic interference over Wano country, the sudden changes in the outside world have not been noticed in Wano country for the past 2 days. In fact, this is also related to Wano's long-standing closed-door policy. They have almost no contact methods and channels with the outside world. Over Ghost Island, Daz and Weepa descended from the sky with the air cavalry troops. Who quickly informed Master Jean. Someone has invaded. What's going on? The communication can't be connected. Weepa's wings suddenly opened. Return of life, feather of heaven. Countless feathers shot out. Boom, boom, boom. Feather, transformed by the ability of the explosive fruit, has turned into an extremely terrifying explosive. The explosive he simulated is composed of dynamite rock. Those chaotic beasts and ordinary pirates were instantly destroyed. Run. Help. Balu, help me. Get out of here, lousy. Daz's body was covered in weapon color, and his whole body turned into a sword state. Die. Scumbags. Blade storm. In an instant, dozens of ordinary pirates were killed. Don't waste it. The hermit passed through dozens of pirates in an instant and lightly tapped the chests of these pirates with his fingers. In an instant, the subtle corrosive air mixed with the color of weapons was penetrated into all the pirates. Inside the human body, even the physically stronger pirate was instantly knocked to the ground. Without the mid-level and high-level combat power of the Beast Pirates, Onigashima could not stop them for even half an hour. They would either be captured or die on the spot. After clearing the Ghost Island, about 10 hours later, Shiki brought the Sky Empire's floating island group to Wano country, the land of peace, the capital of flowers. The black carbon snake appeared in the small square outside the main hall under the protection of Kurizumi Shamaru, Kuroshiro, and Fukuroju. It's just that at this time, Kurizumi no longer had the arrogance and domineering look of the past, and his face was filled with only fear and anxiety. Where did these floating islands come from? But Kurizumi Shanru, who had followed Kurizumi to the sea, his pupils shrank sharply. Is this the ability of the Golden Lion? How could he come to Wano country? Where's Kaido? Golden Lion? Fu Lushou was very unfamiliar with this name. Kurizumi Shamaru's old face became more solemn, and he quickly explained, Ahem. He and Kaido used to be in the same pirate group, But at that time, Kaido was just an intern, and Golden Lion Shiki was the second squad leader. On the side, Quangshiro was thinking about whether the Golden Lion's intention to come would cause harm to the Kazuki clan. Suddenly, on the floating island, a dozen figures fell from the sky. What a golden lion! Kurazumi Shamaru's voice trembled slightly. Shiki landed directly in the small square in front of the palace. He saw the white-haired Kurazumi Shamaru. It turns out to be you, Kurazumi Shamaru. Shiki-sama, you're getting younger and younger. Kurazumi Shamaru complimented in a low voice. What are you doing, Mr. Shiki, in Wano country? Prince Mido and I must fulfill our duty as landlords. Although Kurazumi had a smile on his face, he mentioned Kaido in his words, obviously wanting Shiki not to go too far. Suddenly, Liang on the side took action directly. Kurazumi Shamaru, who had been wary for a long time, immediately made a hand gesture, and a hemispherical barrier instantly enveloped Kurazumi Orochi. Boom! The hot iron fist of the blazing sun hit the barrier, but the barrier didn't move at all. Haha, Sir Shiki, what do you mean? I'm afraid when King Ming comes back later. However, before he finished speaking, he found that the barrier disappeared. At this time, a large number of bone spurs appeared on Kurazumi Shamaru's joints, and a large piece of hair entangled his hands, preventing him from using the fruit's ability. The barrier fruit is not invincible. Shiki bit his cigar and looked calmly at the ashen-faced Kurazumi Shamaru. I am the general of Wano. The Kurazumi serpent instantly transformed into the form of the Yamata serpent and bit Shiki, Liang, and others. Flower of hair, Yamata no Orochi. Robin's hair instantly transformed into the form of Yamata no Orochi. What? Kurazumi was shocked. When Fu Lucio saw this scene, he quickly took action, but the next second, he found a big hole in his chest. Liang punched him in the chest without giving him a chance to talk nonsense. The only person at the scene who did not take action was Quangshiro. Although he was holding Itachi, cold sweat broke out on his forehead because he found Shiki looking at him, as if he moved, his head would be dismembered. Two Yamata no Orochi were fighting in the small square. However, Kurazumi, who does not have much fighting experience, is no match for Robin. Bone Flower Mandala. The teeth of Yamata no Orochi suddenly swelled and penetrated into the body of Kurazumi Orochi, and a stream of anesthetic venom was injected into its body. Even a phantom bee species cannot withstand such a huge amount of narcotic toxins. After a while, Kurazumi Orochi exited the form of Yamata Orochi and fell unconscious in the ruins. Garbage, a waste of a fantasy beast species. Shiki casually released a large amount of sea tower stone cloud from his cuffs and tied up Kurazumi Orochi and Kurazumi Shamaru. Then he looked at Kayashiro and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Kazuki Oden's diehard fan? Do you have any last words? What? Quangshi Lang's eyes widened, and the next second he turned around and ran away. Iron Sand Tornado. The Quangshi Lang was covered in armor and brandished his sword. Open it. Too weak. Even if he tried his best, Quangshi Lang couldn't resist Shiki's fluttering fruit for a few minutes before being completely restrained by the iron sand. Robin then injected him with Dachira narcotic poison. Although the Sky Empire's army made a lot of noise on Ghost Island and the capital of flowers, but the civilians of Wano seemed indifferent, and could even be said to be indifferent. After all, the Beast Pirates, plus Kurazumi Orochi's subordinates, had made Wano country a mess. The huge arsenals in various places not only polluted the land, but also squeezed the young labor force among the civilians. This is another reason why the remnants of Kazuki can make a comeback later. In Noah's opinion, Kurazumi is a fool among fools. Your Kurazumi clan is being persecuted by the Kazuki clan, so you have no problem killing the Kazuki clan. But you persecuted even civilians and deliberately polluted the country, turning people's hearts against you and causing resentment among the people. It was simply a good hand of cards that was played to pieces. I really can't understand Kurazumi's brain circuit. Shiki took Liang, Robin, and others to fully control the flower capital. And Mary also led people from the supervision department to secretly help screen the soldiers of the original Orochi group and the remaining personnel of the Yuding Band and the Imperial Palace banner. Noah was also in the Flower City at this time. He came here to recycle devil fruits and also to use those good materials to create new apostles. The fruits of Kurizumi Orochi and Kurizumi Shamru were directly recycled, and the reborn Yamada Orochi fruit and barrier fruit were obtained. These two people have no transformation value. Next came the two phantom beast species, Kaido and Yamato, and their bodies were strong enough. Noah had no mercy at all and transformed them into apostles. Queen, Yamato, big mouth true god fruit. Hope, Kaido, blue dragon fruit. The reason why he did not hesitate to transform Yamato was because the opponent was a big fan of Kazuki Oden. Even if he could temporarily appease him, there would be great uncertainty in the future, and he might even turn back when dealing with Kazuki's remnants. Noah didn't have the confidence to use his thoughts to change this kind of idiot fan, and he didn't want to waste time. Only by directly transforming him into an apostle could he avoid future troubles. The same is true for Kaido. It is basically impossible for the other party to undergo ideological transformation and surrender. Even if the transformation into an apostle would prevent the two of them from using conquerors, it would still be a general level and a deputy level helper. Then he transformed Jin, Quinn, Jack, Black Maria, Faz Fu, and Shermu. However, only Jin and Black Maria became the apostles of the Major Arcana deck, and the other four were all apostles of the Minor Arcana deck. Moon, Ember, Pteranodon fruit. Priestess, Black Maria, Ancient Tarantula fruit. As for Runty and Peggy Wan, although they both ate the fruit, they are still 8 years old and 6 years old, and can still undergo ideological transformation. Immediately afterwards, Noah transformed the captured Kwangshiru and gave him the Yamada no Orochi fruit. Judgment, Kwangshiro, Yamada no Orochi fruit. At this point, Noah's Major Arcana deck has collected 16 apostles, leaving only 6 empty slots. Still missing are the Fool, the Lovers, the Wheel of Fortune, the Hangman, the Tower, and the Star. After Noah transformed the apostles, he took away Kaido, Yamato, Jin, Quinn, Jack, and Quangshiling. The remaining Black Maria, Shermu, and Faz Fu stayed behind. Plus the Daz, Weepa, Hermit, Sun, and Robin originally planned for Shiki. The core cadres of the entire Sky Empire are already in place. Shiki, who controlled the Flower City and Onigashima, and with the cooperation of Mary, quickly purged the evil members of the Beast Pirates and Orochi group. These people were not wasted. The more powerful ones were used as experimental subjects, and the more ordinary ones were sent to the Rum Kingdom and handed over to Luo and Barton for organ transplantation, blood extraction, and finally draining out their vitality. Back and forth, Barton harvested the vitality of more than 30,000 villains. He used more than half of the vitality reserve before, and it skyrocketed again. Obviously, the ordinary members of the Beast Pirates are basically villains with a lot of evil doing. Except for a few children like Runny, the rest have been dealt with. There are also more than 8,000 villains in the Orochi group. After more than a month of purges and re-recruitment, the Sky Empire only gained about 20,000 troops in Wano, and they were still ordinary combat forces. Of course, Shiki didn't care too much about the more than 20,000 ordinary soldiers. He just wanted these people to fight against public security and stability. The real battle would depend on the more than 1,000 people brought by the Noah family. In order to win people's hearts, Shiki started a work-for-relief plan as soon as he took control of Flower City. After more than a month of work for relief, those civilians who were in extreme poverty basically had enough food. This was why the Sky Empire was able to recruit more than 20,000 people in the Flower Capital. As time goes by, the Sky Empire's control over Wano country becomes stronger and deeper. Robin, who is in charge of intelligence work, is currently reporting to Shiki the various intelligence she has secretly collected over the past month. The above situation is the current underground forces in Wano country. 5 gangsters, 3 illegal businessmen, 17 large-scale bandit forces, 39 noble families. Ha, that's great. This kind of rotten thing should be completely swept into the trash. Shiki the Noah family behind them has money, materials, and strength, and there is no need to compromise with these forces. Robin, I'll leave this matter to you and Lai Yong. Let's start with the gangsters and unscrupulous businessmen. I understand. Robin nodded. She had never been an innocent person. She had seen too much darkness. While she longed for light in her heart, she was also even more intolerant of sin, especially after reading 5 volumes of dragon slaying. And through constant investigation, she found that compared to gangs, pirates, and bandits, unscrupulous businessmen and nobles were the real source of evil. Because it was these unscrupulous businessmen and nobles who caused the poverty of the common people and made many people choose to take risks. Pirates, gangsters, and bandits are to be killed. Unscrupulous merchants and noble kings must be eliminated. Otherwise, the world will not fundamentally change. Robin and Lai Yong took their elite members and quickly attacked the gangsters in the Flower City. Regardless of whether they were wrongly accused or not, they would all be detained first. Anyway, when Mary examines it, it will be revealed immediately whether it is a human or a ghost. And Shiki is not idle. He is looking for the remnants of Kazuki hidden in Wano country, as well as those possible devil fruits. The first target targeted by Shiki. Naturally, he is an arrogant Azura boy. Although this guy was very strong, it was a pity that he met Shiki, who had no martial ethics. He was directly beaten and taken away, and the bandits took him into custody. Immediately afterwards, Shiki marched into Kuri Castle and captured all the gangsters that Kazuki Oden had collected before. As for the other daimyo, Shiki is very grateful to Orochi and Kaido for solving all these troubles. Now only one Shimatsuki Ayasu is left, still hanging on, and the coward Kazuki Sukiyaki hiding in the Bamboo Hat Village, and Kazuki Hayori who works as a geisha in the arcade. As long as these people are dealt with, even if the remnants of Kazuki return from time and space in the future, they will not be able to change the world. Doli Village. The residence of Hitatsu Tenguiyama. Kazuki Sukiyaki, who disguised himself as a swordsmith, was also shocked by the sudden change in the Flower City. However, he did not choose to stand up, but continued to carve the beautiful girl doll here, silently waiting for the day of the prophecy to arrive. In the quiet basement at night, Kazuki Sukiyaki, who had just finished carving a beautiful girl doll, touched his hungry belly and prepared to go to the kitchen to get something to eat. That's when he opened the wooden door to the basement. A figure wearing a bamboo hat and a windbreaker with a red cloud pattern on a black background was sitting silently in the living room. "Who are you?" Kazuki Sukiyaki was shocked. Sure enough, just like Kichiki, the day you were waiting for will never come. The hermit casually patted Kazuki Sukiyaki on the head. The terrifying corrosive power was instantly unleashed, and Kazuki Sukiyaki didn't even have time to scream before it turned into a ball of blood. Target cleared. Vic, who came over temporarily to provide support, came up from the ground and said, "The weapons this guy made are pretty good. There are dozens of good sharp knives hidden underneath, as well as 2 ordinary sharp knives and a big sharp sword-level demon knife. And there are also others nearby." This devil fruit was found in a small canyon. Second-generation ghost and the dango fruit. The hermit picked up the second-generation ghost and didn't care about the strange aura of the demon sword at all. "If you don't want to be destroyed by me, surrender immediately, otherwise." As soon as he finished speaking, the corrosive energy in the hermit boiled, mixed with armed domineering energy, and poured into second-generation Kitetsu. Second-generation Guy felt the corrosive energy of destruction, and the blade vibrated crazily, and then stopped vibrating completely. The hermit immediately put away the corrosive energy, and then used pure armed color, domineering infusion. The injection effect was very smooth, and it was easy to touch the core of the sword spirit. Apparently, second-generation Kitetsu also gave in. As Noah's apostle, the hermit's character is a fusion of Hanover and Noah. He has an attitude towards this kind of uncontrollable foreign object. If you don't surrender, you will be destroyed. After taking down second-generation Kitetsu, he randomly inspired a card. Magic card, teleport. Instantly transport the dumpling fruit to the castle space. As his abilities developed further, Becky's castle space has expanded into a super giant castle with a size of 3 kilometers times 3 kilometers times 1 kilometer. At this time, the interior of the castle space is divided into various functional areas, including the part where Becky fights the embodied castle giant outside, that is, the battle zone. There is also a material reserve area, emergency medical area, escape guidance area, item receiving area, fruit recycling area, temporary detention area, comprehensive transportation area, and central control area. Within these areas, there are hundreds of members of the Noah family on duty in shifts. For example, the dango fruit that was just delivered was immediately registered by the staff, and the superiors were notified to hand over the devil fruit to Noah for safekeeping as soon as possible. Vic manipulated the surrounding rocks and led the hermit into the ground. For those with the rock fruit ability, the underground is like a dragon entering the sea. Except for avoiding some underground water veins, it can basically flow unimpeded. After leaving Do-Li village, the two quickly moved from the Kuri underground to the nearby town of Ebisu. 2 days later, in a mountain forest northwest of Ebisu town, Shimatsuki Ayasu, who was still alive, was directly dissolved into a pool of blood by the hermit. Continue to the northern cemetery in Lingho district. After finding the Gyuki Maru hidden here, Vic and the hermit didn't have any nonsense. This kind of special individual who eats the Renren fruit is usually very stubborn. Unless he is raised from an early age, there is no way to reform his mind. Vic captured Gyuki Maru, then used the Sea Tower stone cuffs to seal his abilities, and then sent him back to the castle space to recover the devil fruit. Other side, Robin and Black Maria have initially completed the purge of the flower capital area. All the underworld gangs and unscrupulous businessmen have been wiped out, and the prison in Rabbit Bowl has become overcrowded for a while. At this moment, Robin and Black Maria came to the arcade. The two stopped at the door of a room. There were bursts of deserted shamisen music coming from inside. Crunch! Black Maria pushed open the wooden door. The girl who was kneeling inside saw Black Maria and Robin. Her face was very calm. Sir Maria, Xiao Zi is polite. She is indeed a beauty, but it's a pity that our positions are different. Robin smiled and looked into the girl's big eyes. Hearing this, Kazuki Hayori's heart suddenly tightened. Robin's eyes were deep, and he said to himself, "Will prophecies really come true? It's a pity that you can't see it anymore." Kazuki Hayori trembled slightly. In an instant, Black Maria's spider silk tied up Kazuki Hayori. "Don't be afraid. My sister will let you leave quietly." "No." Poof. The venom was injected instantly, and Kazuki Hayori's face began to turn purple, and then he quickly fell in a coma and died completely in less than 10 seconds. Robin was very calm throughout. She knew very well what Noah was thinking, and she must eradicate any enemy to avoid future troubles. Being too kind will harm others and yourself. Since the Noah family took over Wano, it has meant a fight to the death with the Kazuki family. They have replaced Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi and become the big villain that the Kazuki family must defeat. Since they are destined to be enemies, there is no need to show mercy. Black Maria then ignited the spider silk, and Kazuki Hayori's body was instantly ignited. It was one of the family rules of the Noah family not to leave the body of an important enemy. Suddenly, Robin's phone buzzed. "This is the garden. What's going on?" "Sir, the power signal has been detected. The communication parties are Minamoto Ryuichi, the former finance minister of the flower capital, and Kamiju Hiratatsu of the Hakamai region. In the content of the call, Minamoto Ryuichi plans to contact nobles from other regions to select a suitable candidate from the remaining Shimatsuki, Fujetsu, and Ugetsu clans and support him as the new general of Wano country. In addition, Minamoto Ryuichi also plans to introduce the Whitebeard pirates to fight against our Sky Empire. He plans to send his son Minamoto Taraji as an envoy to the Whitebeard pirates to serve as a lobbyist. A sneer appeared on Robin's face. Did you start jumping over the wall after seeing our actions? Continue to monitor. Yes. Hang up, Bug. Robin and Black Maria left the deserted arcade. Just when the two of them walked out of the arcade, hundreds of masked warriors appeared in the streets. Kill. Avenge the boss. Damn intruder. Robin looked at these warriors expressionlessly. What despicable parasites. Flower World Mandala. In an instant, a lot of flowers appeared on the ground around them, and the flowers exuded strong narcotic toxins. Flower of hair, 10,000 snakes. The flowers on the ground suddenly turned into countless lion majesty, entangling hundreds of warriors in an instant. Under the double blow of narcotic toxins and hair snakes, these warriors were wiped out in an instant and died tragically on the street. The spies from all sides hidden around him couldn't help but feel cold all over. After a while, people from the city defense army also came over. Lord Garden, I'm very sorry. Robin waved his hand. Okay, it's just some parasites. Please clean up here. The squadron leader breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. Returning to the governor's mansion, which was transformed from the former general's mansion, Robin and Black Maria did not pay too much attention to the assassination just now, because both of them knew very well that these Ronin warriors were just pawns, and the power behind them was the key. Nobles, gangs, and unscrupulous businessmen can't wait. Robin looked through the pieces of information, and the more he read, the more he felt that this country was sick, and it was terminally ill. Black Maria took a puff of cigarette. It seems we have to put more pressure on them and let them jump out on their own. What about inheritance tax and personal income tax? Robin's eyes flashed coldly. Inheritance tax? Personal income tax? Okay. Black Maria, who is part of Noah's memory, naturally knows the relevant contents of inheritance tax and personal income tax. The next day, the streets and alleys of the flower capital are covered with stickers on the new law just promulgated by the governor's palace. The Emperor of the Sky Empire issued an order. From now on, the Fuso Governor-General region shall have jurisdiction over Huadu, Lingho, Baiwu, Juli, Tuin, Shimei, and Ghost Island, and will implement inheritance tax and personal income tax. The inheritance tax is levied on all citizens, and those whose assets are less than 10,000 yuan are exempt. Those with assets above 10,000 and below 100,000 are levied at 20%. Those with assets above 100,000 are levied at 40%. Personal income tax is levied on all citizens. Those whose annual income is less than 10,000 yuan are exempt. Those whose annual income is more than 10,000 yuan and less than 100,000 yuan are levied at 20%. Those whose annual income is more than 100,000 yuan are levied at 40%. If you fail to declare and pay taxes on time, the violator will be fined 10 times the tax. If the tax evasion exceeds 1 million, all assets will be confiscated and imprisoned for 10 years. If you refuse to cooperate, the Governor-General can use all means to impose sanctions. As soon as this decree came out, the people on the streets immediately started talking about it. However, the city defense soldiers who had been assigned to interpret the laws a long time ago immediately began to educate these civilians to avoid deliberate guidance. You people don't have to worry. Don't you know how much your monthly salary is now? A carpenter immediately realized that he worked at the construction site of the governor's mansion and only earned about 600 yuan for a full month. Even if he worked for a full year, he only earned 7,200 yuan. The team leader continued to explain, and this income is calculated on a family basis. If you have children or elderly people in your family, it will lower your annual income. Personal income tax has nothing to do with you. That's true. But those old men, although these civilians usually grovel to the nobles, if they're given the opportunity, they will not let go of gloating and adding insult to injury. This is human nature. Just by using this decree, the Governor-General successfully divided the common people and the nobility. Over time, not only the nobles in the Flower City knew about the new law, but the big families and nobles in other regions also received relevant rumors. The capital of flowers, Dongtian Street, Yuanfu. In the dry landscape garden of the mansion, Minamoto Ryuichi and several retainers looked extremely ugly after listening to the servant's report. The retainer Hiroshi Watanabe cursed angrily. Damn it, these pirates are really not good people. They issued such a vicious decree. He's going to make it impossible for us to survive. The head of the family can't wait any longer. In the past, Korizumi was only harsh, but this Sky Empire has gone too far. Another retainer, Shintaro Yamama, also looked indignant. Encouraged by his retainers, Minamoto Ryuichi finally made up his mind. We really can't sit still and wait for death. I will immediately contact the noble families in other areas. Taraji, you have already mastered that power, right? Yes, Your Majesty. The blond young man kneeling next to him replied respectfully. Jinryuji immediately ordered. Very good. You immediately leave the country of Wano secretly and go to find the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard is Lord Odin's former captain. As long as you persuade him, we can expel the Sky Empire. The country of peace. Yuan Hoji nodded. I will definitely live up to your trust. It's quiet at night. A figure climbed over the wall from the back door of Yuan Mansion and quickly disappeared into the night. After leaving the city of Flower Capital, the figure was revealed. It was Minamoto Taraji, and golden flame clouds were seen emerging from the soles of his feet. The flame clouds carried him into the sky and quickly flew towards the cliffs and waterfalls in the distance. Soon he was flying to the edge of the waterfall. At this moment, a sword energy swept across the sky. Koji's sight and color gave him an instant warning, but unfortunately he was too weak, so he could only avoid it in embarrassment. The next moment, more than a dozen water dragons surrounded him from all directions. It's over. Father, I'm sorry. I'm going to break my promise. Hoji felt the weakness and weight of his body. Shiki casually picked up Koji from the sea. Another Phantom Beast-type user. This place is really evil, but you can't escape from my grasp after all. Send Taraji, whose abilities have been sealed by the Sea Tower Stone handcuffs, to the castle space. Soon this Phantom Beast Devil Fruit was successfully recovered. This is also the 5th Phantom Beast species harvested by the Noah family in Wano. They are Kaido's Fish Fruit Blue Dragon form, Yamato's Inugaku Oguchi God form. The Snake Fruit of Korizumi Orochi is the form of Yamata no Orochi. Yukamaru's Rinrin Fruit Grand Entrance form. Taraji's Bird Fruit New form. Plus the nine-tails foxes and vampires that Noah's family originally had. All of a sudden, he had 7 species of phantom beasts. The harvest from conquering Wano country was much greater than expected. Noah has already made preliminary arrangements for the Great Entrance Fruit and New Fruit. First of all, these 2 fruits will definitely not be used to make apostles. After all, there are already 3 phantom bee species among his great arcana apostles, and there is no need for the Great Entrance Fruit and New Fruit to add to the cake. Among them, the Great Entrance Fruit was given to Nolan, the giant snake on the empty island, because the Great Entrance form is a monk soldier, similar to the form of the Great Buddha in the Warring States period. After the giant snake Nolan ate this fruit, he turned into a giant and was endowed with the wisdom of a monk. His potential is very high. The new form was prepared to be given to Enel. The other party's work in the West Blue Governorate and his ideological attitude made Noah very satisfied and decided to give the other party this fruit. Enel was confused after receiving the notice. However, he quickly came to Noah through the escape tunnel. Enel greeted respectfully. Master Noah, long time no see. You have worked hard these years. Sit down. Thank you, Lord Noah. Enel sat aside. Noah chatted with him for a while and then got down to business. He took out the small box containing the fruit and said, Enel, this is a fantasy beast fruit. If you want to eat it, I'll give it to you. Phantom beast. Enel's eyes widened. After training and studying over the years, he certainly knew the types of devil fruits, and even more so the rarity of phantom beast. You must know that there are even 5 Logias in the family, but there are only 2 phantom beasts. Now, facing a fantasy beast species, Enel naturally had no reason to refuse. Sir Noah, I am willing to eat this fruit. Then eat it. After receiving Noah's answer, Enel opened the small box with trembling hands and looked at the devil fruit inside. He swallowed and quickly bit into it. After a while, Enel ate all the pulp. Then he entered Nu's beast form. This is a fantasy beast with the body of a fox, the limbs of a tiger, the tail of a python, and the face of an ape. What abilities does this phantom beast have? Enel sensed the devil fruit ability in his body, and after a while, he revealed Nu's ability. January 5th, 1509 in the Hyuan calendar. 2 months have passed since the Sky Empire took over Wano country. The New World is becoming more and more turbulent. Of course, other regions are not idle either. For example, in the East Daxia Sea, the famous country of music was destroyed a few days ago. The red-haired pirates admitted their act of destroying the country and quickly entered the paradise. It is estimated that they will enter the New World soon. Another example is the Seoul Bay Kingdom in South Blue. The Big Bear is known as the Tyrant, and its bad reputation has begun to spread throughout South Blue. The Kingdom of Flowers in West Blue fell into an internal rebellion. The weapons imported by the Don Quixote family through the Sea Transport King made the rebel forces within the Kingdom of Flowers grow stronger. The Revolutionary Army is also causing trouble in North Blue, overthrowing several bad kings and supporting new good kings. In addition, Sand Crocodile has also been extremely active recently, frequently traveling around the world and recruiting many bounty hunters to join his Baroque studio. The Sun Pirates are still wandering around the paradise, escorting some slaves back to their hometown. In the New World, the Sky Empire not only controls Wano country, but also fully takes over the peripheral territories previously controlled by the Beast Pirates. Those responsible for receiving these peripheral sites are divided into 3 core groups. They are Wipa and Shirma groups, Daz, Fazi Fu group. Liang is in a group alone. Regarding the previous affiliated pirate groups under the Beast Pirates, Shiki seemed to have an attitude of accepting all comers, but in fact he concentrated all these pirate groups in one place, and then killed them all. These pirate groups are all existences full of blood debts and crimes. They have no value at all in transformation and can only be used as experimental subjects, organs, and vitality suppliers. As for whether cleaning up these pirate groups will cause these peripheral territories to lose control, there's actually no need to worry at all. On the one hand, because the management level of the Beast Pirates is very low, they basically collect protection fees. For the residents of those islands, they are allowed to have internal autonomy, as long as they pay enough protection fees on time. On the other hand, thanks to Shiki's reputation, all forces dare not invade the Sky Empire's sphere of influence. Naturally, the entire sphere of influence of the original Beast Pirates was taken over by the Sky Empire. Unless they were able to defeat Shiki and the Sky Empire, invading now would be basically the same as seeking death. Even the world government has strictly ordered Marine to exercise restraint. After all, the deterrent power of Piapiao fruit is too strong. Once Shiki goes crazy, unless Marine sends all its high-level combat forces to New World to garrison, there will be no way to prevent Shiki's revenge. Obviously, the world government is not willing to have a fierce conflict with the Sky Empire for the Beast Pirates' territory. The world government is standing still. Charlotte Linlin was frightened to death and is now strengthening the defense of the sea area of the world to guard against the invasion of the Sky Empire. Although Whitebeard was dissatisfied with Shiki's occupation of Wano country, he was not carried away by anger. Whitebeard had taken his son to fight against the Beast Pirates before. Although he could beat Kaido until he vomited blood, he couldn't keep Kaido. As soon as he approaches the waters of Wano, Kaido will directly enter the territory of the Whitebeard pirates to cause trouble, forcing Whitebeard to return. The mobility of the current Sky Empire is even more terrifying. Whitebeard is very afraid of the rejuvenated Shiki, so he suppresses the idea of restoring Odin. After all, in Whitebeard's heart, his sons are more important. There is no interference from external forces. Sky Empire's reception went very smoothly. Of course, this is also related to the simple and rough reception work. The Sky Empire did not immediately clean up the kings, nobles, gangsters, and unscrupulous businessmen of the island countries, but maintained the previous management method of the beast pirates. This is a short-term stopgap measure. After Shiki finishes handling the affairs of Wano country, he will take action to completely bring these island countries under the rule of the Sky Empire. A month has passed since Minamoto Ryuichi sent his son Minamoto Taraji to find the White-Beard pirates. Since Wano's communication snail can only be used within Wano, if the distance exceeds about 1,000 kilometers, the signal of the communication snail will become worse and worse. Therefore, Yuan Longji did not realize that something was wrong with his son. However, as the time drew closer and closer, Yuan Longji and a group of nobles not only completed the internal integration, but also elected a new general. Robin looked through the information with a sneer on his face. The Gyuki snake god has appeared. It seemed that we caught a big fish this time. There are 24,000 Ronin warriors, 6,700 servants of each family, 3,600 bandits, and 4,200 gangsters. There is really strength in numbers. Black Maria smiled and puffed away. Robin opened the curtains and looked at the moonlit night sky above the willow branches. Tonight will be a sleepless night. Leave the gangsters and Ronin samurai in West City to me. Black Maria took over this task. Then leave Dongchang to me. A flower appeared above Robin's head and floated in midair. This ability is similar to that of a green bull. The sky above the aristocratic neighborhood in the East City. Robin looked at the mansion complex below. All 17 noble families in the Flower City were here. They disdained the concept of living in the same neighborhood as the common people, which was just convenient for Robin to do something. She landed lightly on the dry mountain water in the courtyard of Yuan Mansion. Flower of bone, falling bee swarm. Countless cherry blossoms are falling like raindrops. Yuan Longji, who was writing paperwork in the study, suddenly raised his head and looked out the window. Under the lights, cherry blossoms fell all over the sky. Sakura rain? Yuan Longji admired it subconsciously, but he soon realized, that's wrong. This season, however, it was too late. In the cherry blossom rain, the gray-white bone wasps attacked with lightning speed. Enemy attacked. He kicked up the desk to block the bone wasps attacking from the window, then rolled to the knife rest and pulled out a large sword. Willow leaf sword. More than a dozen bone wasps were split open by the airtight sword energy, turning into cherry blossoms all over the sky. Oh, someone come quickly. Help! Yuan Longji's face changed drastically. Damn it. He heard the screams of his wife and young son, as well as the calls one after another, and knew that the entire mansion had been attacked. Flower of bones, other shore. Not good. Yuan Longji warned wildly when he saw it. He immediately jumped on the beam, split the roof, and rushed out. The moment he rushed to the roof, dense bone spurs sprouted from the ground, penetrating the entire house, blooming like flowers from hell. Flower of bones, Susin. The huge skeletal giant suddenly rose up. Flower of bones, image of Shura. The skeleton giant instantly transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed form, holding a bone knife on its arm. Yuan Longji brandished his knife in rage. Die. Willow leaf, 9 flashes. Robin in the skull, giant's forehead. Hell's punishment. Countless bone spurs emerged from the ground, and the entire aristocratic neighborhood was instantly covered with bone spurs. All the weak people inside were penetrated by the bone spurs. None of them died on the spot, and they were still hanging on the bone spurs, screaming and wailing. However, Yuan Longji's slashing attack had no great effect and only cut off a small part of the bone armor. Robin knew that the remaining people were all masters with extraordinary skills. She clasped her hands together and said, Flower World Mandala. Countless flowers bloom on the bone spurs. Narcotic pollen drifts in the wind. When Yuan Longji saw this scene, his face became more and more gloomy. He jumped with all his strength. The willow leaves will fall and chop. Click! The skeletal giant's forehead bone was split open. Yuan Longji rushed into it instantly, and with a knife wrapped in armed domineering force, it penetrated directly through Robin's chest. Robin looked at him with a smile. flower of hair, snake bite. The old power was gone, but the new power was not born. Yuan Longzi was instantly entangled with Robin's hair, and the fangs of more than a dozen hair snakes had penetrated into his body. I'm not willing to give in. I have news for you. The man named Huji is dead. What? Yuan Longzi's eyes widened, filled with pain and hatred. As Yuan Ryuzi was killed, the other remaining masters in the noble block saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled in all directions. It's a pity that Robin's Flower World mandala is a large-scale skill. The more intense their activities are, the more pollen their bodies inhale. Originally, they could still rely on their armament, domination, and sword skills to resist those bone wasps and hair snakes. But now they are becoming increasingly weak. Under Noah's guidance, Robin changed many of his previous habits of using abilities. For example, for the ability of limbs to manifest, except for the necessary sensory organs and the internal muscles of the exoskeleton, the flowers of other limb organs should be used as little as possible, and the flowers of bone and hair should be used instead. The bone flower is not a real bone, but a combination of horniness similar to fingernails. This is to avoid one of the weaknesses of the flower of organs, which is empathy. Because there are no nerves in the cuticle, it naturally does not transmit pain to the body. If it were the previous flower of organs mode, once Robin's flower of organs was attacked by an enemy, she would have to suffer the same pain. The accumulation of pain would be enough to drive a person crazy. In addition to bone flowers and hair flowers, Robin is also looking for all kinds of strange flowers in nature for reference. Develop various poisonous flowers, medicinal flowers, and strange flower abilities. This is also the fundamental reason why Robin's strength has soared to the level of an elite lieutenant general. She imitated part of the Stomach Baron's abilities and developed the gluttony flower, which allows her to gain huge energy reserves through crazy eating. If you want to fight a protracted war, Robin can spend 10 days and 10 nights with the enemy without any problem. The Bone Spur Hell and Flower World that just covered this noble neighborhood did not consume even 1% of her physical strength. As for the knife stabbed by Yuan Longzi, in fact, it is just Robin's bone flower clone, and her true body is actually hidden underground. In terms of the degree of weird ability development, Robin is second only to Noah among the Noah family. The concept development of Paramecia devil fruit sometimes really depends on the level of knowledge and openness of thinking of the ability user. After Robin destroyed the entire aristocratic neighborhood, he left a scene littered with corpses. When the city defense troops who rushed oversaw the corpses on the ground and the broken buildings, they had a look of awe on their faces. Other side, Black Maria also eliminated the entire gangsters and Ronin samurai in West City, but she did not kill them all like Robin. After all, these gangsters and Ronin can still be used as waste. Therefore, Black Maria just poisoned these people and asked the city defense troops who followed to take these people to Rabbit Bowl Prison. Similar situations happened one after another in Lingho, Nozomi, Julie, and Baiwu. Joshua, Vic, Hermit, Anthony, Tamani, and others secretly took action and destroyed the rebels on the list. It's a direct and merciless extermination. There's no need to retain this kind of aristocratic power. To deal with this kind of group, we must eradicate it and kill them all, because they will not be grateful to the Noah family for saving their lives, but will harbor hatred. If given the chance, these people will definitely come back. There are too many experiences and lessons in Noah's past life memories. When dealing with enemies, don't try to reason with them, but use physical means to eliminate them. Because some people are stubborn. The arrogance formed by generations of nobles in the Flower City has long been integrated into their bones. Instead of trying to influence them in a thankless way, it would be better to send their whole family directly to see the Lord of Hell. As the dust of the bloody night settled, the entire resistance force in Wano was wiped out. The Sky Empire directly abolished the name of Wano Country and changed it to Fuso Province, which governed Huadu County, Jili County, Nozomi County, Towin County, Baiwu County, Lingho County, and Onigashima County. As for the dozens of floating islands in the Sky Empire, Shiki placed 6 of them in the inland sea of Fuso province to expand the original counties. The remaining 43 floating islands were relocated over a volcanic archipelago northwest of Fuso province, and the Sky province was established here. Regarding the more than 3 million people in the Fuso province, Shiki decided to move part of the population to the Sky Island in the Sky province after discussing with Noah and Robin. After all, if the population structure is not changed, it will be easy for Fusang province to form a clique and breed ethnic groups. In the future, as Sky Empire gradually integrates the affiliated island countries of New World, this mutual migration of populations will become a normal method. The arsenal and Hailu quarry built by Kaido and Orochi in Fuso province were not closed, but were upgraded. After all, Noah is not a fool like Kurizumi, and he cannot do such things as deliberately polluting his own land. By improving processes and adding pollution treatment equipment, as well as rationally allocating working hours, these factories quickly resumed production. The polluted land and rivers were also transported to a volcanic island by Shiki for centralized storage. Soon those lands could be cultivated again, and various advanced agricultural technologies and equipment allowed the agricultural production in Fuso province to not only recover, but the overall output even exceeded the Kazuki-Sukiyaki era. The economic system of the Sky Empire is biased towards the government-run economy, and the production and sales of various basic materials are monopolized by official enterprises. Small shops, small workshops, handicraft shops, and restaurants run by civilians are a supplement. Coupled with high taxes on the rich and inheritance taxes, this has basically inhibited the rapid accumulation of assets among high-income groups and prevented the gap between the rich and the poor from rapidly expanding in a short period of time. For the civilians in Fuso province, they don't have many opinions about their current life. After all, there is no harm without comparison. In the previous era of Orochi, people were hungry and impoverished. Going back to the Kazuki era, civilians were also generally poor, and it was normal to not have enough to eat or wear or keep warm. Now I can eat enough and even eat meat once or twice a month. No more intrusion from gangsters. No more ruthless street fights of Ronin samurai. No more aristocratic children bullying men and women. Who will miss the Kazuki clan, especially after the corruption of Kazuki Oden? The common people in Fuso province now generally have no good impression of the Kazuki clan. Of those who longed for Kazuki's return, only the nobles and Kazuki's retainers remained, and most of these people had been eliminated. Only the old, weak, sick, and disabled who were sent to the future by Tainyushi were left. With the Sky Empire's population migration to various provinces, it is estimated that by the time Momonosuke and others appear, the population structure of Fuso province will have been completely changed. Obviously, Noah had no intention of giving the other party a chance. The Sky Empire is constantly integrating internally, and the underground arms markets in various parts of the New World are becoming increasingly chaotic. However, the arrival of the Don Quixote family at this time just filled part of the vacancy caused by the loss of the Beast Pirates. On the other side, the red-haired pirates, who had just finished coating on the Sabaody Islands, were finally about to officially enter the New World. But at this time, New World's territory has already been divided up. Rayleigh and Shaki watch the red-haired pirate groups ship dive. I hope Shanks won't be too impulsive. The Golden Lion is not easy to deal with now. Shaki guessed with some surprise. He actually lost an arm in the East Daxia Sea. Could it be that there is a Sea Emperor-level master hidden in the East Daxia Sea? Maybe. Rayleigh did not ask Shanks about the specific situation. Shanks only told him that he had bet his arm on the new era. After completely controlling Fuso province, Shiki is looking at the map of New World. The current sphere of influence of the Sky Empire is in the Central Sea area of the New World, including the land of Hara, Honeycomb Island, Sea of Hell, and other areas. Its area occupies about 17% of the New World. The sea area controlled by the Whitebeard Pirates accounts for about 11% of New World. The Big Mom Pirates members, all nations, account for about 13%. Robin looked at the map and said, "Currently, The Sea of Hell does not need to be garrisoned, but the waters of Beehive Island do need to be garrisoned. Although Beehive Island was sunk by Shiki, there are still 18 inhabited islands and 83 uninhabited desert islands around it. But Shiki looked at the map and saw that the Honeycomb Island Sea area was sandwiched between the Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. It was nearly 4,200 kilometers away from the core area of the Sky Empire, and in the middle was the Big Mom Pirates All Nations. Although Shiki wanted to devour the Big Mom Pirates, it's a pity that he can't do so now. On the one hand, it is because the Sky Empire has not yet digested the territory of the Beast Pirates. On the other hand, it is because the Sky Empire has taken the lead. Now that the Sky Empire has stolen the limelight, if it continues to attack the Big Mom Pirates, it will force the Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates to join forces, and even the world government and marine will intervene. But now, if we do not annex the 10,000 Kingdoms Sea, we will face the problem of enclave management between the Honeycomb Island Sea and the BC. Although the Sky Empire has a fast-moving air fleet, the distance of 4,200 kilometers requires several days for each round trip. In the event of an emergency, they can only rely on the support of the Noah family behind them. This will expose the relationship between the Sky Empire and the Hidden One organization and may make the world government jump to the wall. Robin on the side obviously saw Shiki's doubts. She thought for a while and suggested, "Shiki, why don't we directly exchange territory with Wangwa and let the Big Mom Pirates hand over part of the territory near the Sea of Beasts, and we will transfer the Hive Island Sea and Hell Sea to each other." Exchanging territory? Shiki narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. Huh? Yes, I believe Charlotte Linlin will not refuse my small request. But it's not appropriate for me to come forward. Who would be more suitable to let me go? Shiki thought for a while. The Liang is not suitable. After all, the caloric fruit was obtained from Owen. Although the other party does not know that we have fruit recovery technology, in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, he should not go there. Black Maria, Shermu, Faz Fu, Daz, and Weepa are only at the level of Lieutenant General and are not qualified to represent the Sky Empire as envoys. After all, that crazy woman is moody and cannot suppress the opponent without strength. After thinking about it, Shiki found that apart from Liang, the Hermit could barely do it, but the Hermit's strength was only an elite Lieutenant General, and he was more skill-oriented, so he didn't have much advantage. Unless he used the magic card issued by Noah, but doing so will expose some of the family's trump cards, which is obviously not advisable. Suddenly Robin thought of someone. How about asking Monet to come over? Monet! Shiki's eyes lit up. She is indeed strong enough, and she has never been exposed, so let her go to all nations with the Hermit. After receiving Shiki's request, Noah quickly agreed to the matter. But since Monet is going to work in the Sky Empire, her position as the Sky Governor of Paradise will have to be handed over to someone else. Considering the special nature of Sky Island, Noah transferred Enel, who had previously served in West Blue, and arranged for Jin, the Apostle, to be there. Enel will serve as the Governor of Paradise Sky, and Lillian will serve as Deputy Governor. The Governor of South Blue is Kaido, the Deputy Governor is Guy Ram, and the control areas are the Storm Islands and the Lost Sea. The Governor of the East Asia Sea is Uncle Joseph, the Deputy Governor is Patton, and the control area is Rum Kingdom and Blackrock Sky Island. The Governor of West Blue is Becky, the Deputy Governor is Yamato, and the control area is the territory of the former 5 Mafia gangs. The Governor of the Moon is Joshua, the Deputy Governors are Quinn and Jack, and the control area is the entire moon. Unknowingly, the Noah family's Kingdom of Dawn already had such a vast territory, and its population soared to about 38 million. Among them, the East Asia Sea Governor General has 230,000, the South Blue Governor General has 120,000, the West Blue Governor General has 1.69 million, the Paradise Sky Governor General has 80,000, the Moon Governor General has 60,000, and the New World Governor General, Sky Empire, has 36 million. Except for North Blue, other areas of the Kingdom of Dawn have areas controlled by the Noah family. Of course, This does not mean that the Noah family does not have bases in North Blue, but these bases are managed by the Supervision Department and do not have ordinary civilians. The candidate has been determined. With the help of Ars Wormhole, Monet arrived at Sky Island, the capital of the Sky Empire. Monet, long time no see. Monet saw Robin's disguised identity and greeted with a smile. It turns out to be Miss Garden. Lord Noah sent me here this time. Do you plan to stay here in the Sky Empire? Robin nodded. Yes, after all, I need you and the Hermit to go to 10,000 kingdoms together to take charge of the territory exchange. Territory exchange? Robin then explained. After listening, Monet finally knew why he sent her here. This time when you go to Wanghua, you don't need to care too much about Charlotte Linlin's attitude. She will definitely agree to exchange territories. Monet smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'm not the same person I was 3 years ago. After more than 3 years of training, whether it is weapons, knowledge, physical skills, or her fruit abilities, they have all been greatly improved. Maybe she can't beat Charlotte Linlin, but she can be on par with Katakuri. Coupled with Logia's ability to escape, it will be very difficult for the Big Mom pirates to keep her. And the Hermit's strength is not weak. If you adopt the death-to-death strategy, it is possible to kill Katakuri or Bao Bao. Although there is a high probability that the Big Mom pirates will not take action. But Shiki and Noah don't want to take risks. After all, Charlotte Linlin is a moody and crazy woman, especially when she suffers from eating disorder. She is even more inhumane. Soon Robin explained the details of the negotiation. The next day, an Ark spaceship took off from the Sky Province and headed straight for the waters of the world, and the sea at the entrance to New World. A huge sailing ship surfaced from the bottom of the sea, and then the diving membrane ruptured. Captain, which route should we choose? Beckman turned his head and asked. The red-haired Shanks split a series of huge hailstones and smiled. Kaido. Dressrosa Kingdom route. I heard that the Don Quixote family has been active in the nearby waters recently. Let's go meet the Shichibukai for a while. Doflamingo. Beckman raised his eyebrows. Then let's go to the kingdom of Dressrosa first. Originally, the red-haired Shanks planned to go to the Whitebeard pirates first to meet with Whitebeard. But in the Sabaody Islands, through Shaki's information, he learned that Whitebeard had recently been wandering in the waters near Beehive Island, and he was wary of the Sky Empire and the Golden Lion. It was also learned that the Don Quixote family was frequently active in the waters near Dressrosa. He immediately had an idea in his mind. If he could not go deep into the central sea of New World for the time being, the sea near the kingdom of Dressrosa could be used as a temporary foothold. Although the red-haired Shanks was very confident, he was still wary of the Golden Lion, so he did not choose to rush forward from the beginning. February 5th, 1509 in the High Yuan calendar. A flying ark entered the core area of Wanghua Sea. The Big Mom pirates, who had already strengthened surveillance in the air, immediately discovered this uninvited guest. Soon Charlotte Linlin rushed from the castle on Cake Island, stepping on the dark cloud Zeus to the flying ark. Core combat forces such as Katakuri, Baguette, Perispero, Cracker, and Smoothie followed closely, either using moonwalk to push into the air, driving a Hamit's ship, or using abilities to fly. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Boom! Borrow Noah's Conqueror's Hermit and instantly use Conqueror's Impact. Charlotte Linlin also breaks out Conquerors. Two waves of Conqueror's domineering energy collided fiercely in the sky above the Sea of Nations, shaking away the clouds in the sky. Monet also took action. Oxygen, snow, suffocation, forbidden zone. In an instant, the oxygen within a dozen kilometers around was solidified into snowflakes falling down. Katakuri's vision saw a terrible future, and he shouted, "Be careful! The surrounding oxygen has disappeared." What? Smoothie was startled, and then she felt difficulty breathing. Although she could hold her breath for dozens of minutes, the enemy's attack obviously would not last for only dozens of minutes. Others also experienced difficulty breathing. As soon as Monet took action, he gave the Big Mom pirates a disastrous start. The next moment, her body turned into snowflakes, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of the Hamit's fleet. Nitrogen snow, falling snow on Earth. A few seconds later, not only did heavy snow fall all around, but the sea surface also quickly froze, and the sea surface within a few kilometers was covered with ice. This ability? Katakuri's eyes widened. Suddenly, the hermit jumped from the sky, followed closely by Charlotte Linlin. Monet snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the oxygen that had been melted by the snow around him turned into a gaseous state again. Katakuri and the others also found that their breathing was normal, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Ms. Linlin, good afternoon. The hermit took off his hat and greeted with a smile. Are you from the Sky Empire? Although Charlotte Linlin looked ugly, she maintained restraint at this time. It was obvious that she was very afraid of the Golden Lion and the two guys in front of her. The hermit nodded. Your Majesty, the hermit, is the foreign affairs manager of the Sky Empire. This visit to Wangwa is under the order of His Majesty Shiki to discuss some matters with Her Majesty the Queen. I am Monet, the commander of the Sky Empire Blizzard Legion. Monet introduced himself with a smile. Well, your Sky Empire is really full of talents. Annie looked at the two guys in front of her with a dignified look. A foreign affairs manager with conquerors and a legion commander with Logia abilities. The effect of the powerful attack just now was very good. At this time, Katakuri, Longbread, Smoothie, Perispero, and others did not speak. They were naturally in awe of the strong. What do you want to talk about, Shiki? Since Her Majesty the Queen has asked, I won't hide it anymore. I came here this time to exchange territory. The hermit got straight to the point. Monet also took out a map from his pocket and threw it to the ant. The ant took the map and started thinking about it. She quickly reacted. Is it for the territory in the sea area of Beehive Island? Her Majesty the Queen has a sharp eye. Opening the map, Annie glanced at it. The map circled a part of the islands in the northwest sea of Wangwa. This part of the island is the southeastern side of the Sea of 100 Beasts. And in order to avoid overstimulating Charlotte Linlin, the islands affiliated with Wangwa, selected this time, are all relatively far away from the core area of Wangwa. It includes a total of 10 inhabited islands and 76 uninhabited islands. In exchange, the Honeycomb Island Sea area has 13 inhabited islands, 83 uninhabited islands, and a Sea of Hell. But the account cannot be calculated like this, because the inhabited islands near Beehive Island have been ruled by the Rocks Pirates and the Ochika Pirates for decades, and have been turned into a mess. The Sea of Hell is even more uninhabited. As for the 10 inhabited islands on the Wanwa side, although life is average, at least the Big Mom Pirates only charge desserts and life taxes, and will not allow other pirates to enter them at will, burn, kill, and loot. Therefore, these islands are doing well and have a very large population, the hermit said with a smile. If Her Majesty the Queen agrees to the exchange, Her Majesty Shiki can forget the previous things and promise not to actively invade the nations within 5 years. Charlotte Linlin naturally heard the hermit's threat. Although she felt very frustrated, Charlotte Linlin was not a completely brainless woman, but she still had some IQ when she was normal. How to calculate the population of the island? The hermit smiled and suggested, we will move the population from the Honeycomb Island Sea area. As for the population of the original Wangwa, you can move it if you are willing to move it. If you don't want to move it, we can also accept it. Charlotte Linlin thought about it and thought it was too troublesome. The combined population of those 10 inhabited islands is nearly 3 million. She is not Shiki. She has large-scale transportation capabilities and can move millions of people to the sea area of the Hive Island. It is a loss-making business, and it is better to leave it to Shiki. I'll give those people to you, but I want Shiki to pull the Beehive Island out of the sea for me. The hermit glanced at the ant and then nodded. I can agree to this matter on behalf of your majesty. Since both parties have agreed to exchange territory, there is no need to waste time. The hermit and Monet flew back to the flying ark, and then quickly left 10,000 kingdoms. Marine, who was always paying attention to all the forces in the New World, quickly received some information. Although I don't know what Big Mom talked about with the messenger from the Sky Empire, the fact that the two sides didn't really fight meant that the two sides reached some agreement. The Marine Intelligence Office also attaches great importance to the emergence of another Logia ability user in the Sky Empire. According to the information from Sky Empire, the Sky Empire has a total of 4 legions, namely the Flying Legion, the Sun Legion, the Blade Legion, and the Beast Legion. Now it seems that another Blizzard Legion will be added. The Marine Intelligence Office is constantly updating its assessment of Sky Empire's advanced combat capabilities. For example, the Hermit who showed Conqueror's domineering power in all nations, and the Fierce Sun who had a fierce battle with Big Mom in the Sea of Hell. In addition, Blizzard Monet can instantly create an oxygen-free zone of more than 10 kilometers and can freeze several kilometers of sea surface. The strength of these 3 people is no longer something that ordinary lieutenants of the headquarters can contend with. Unless they are elite lieutenants like Tsuru, Gion, and Cake, it will be difficult to fight one-on-one with each other. Marine had to raise the threat level of the Sky Empire to another level. However, although Marine and the World Conquest Government wanted to deal with the Sky Empire, they did not want to rush into it. Apparently, they were worried about being retaliated by Shiki. Moreover, the position of Sky Empire at this time also made World Government and Marine very embarrassed. If you want to conquer the Sky Empire on a large scale, you must pass through the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates. As long as the Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates don't get crazy, they will definitely not let Marine pass smoothly. As for using the trump card of Uranus, due to insufficient energy supply at this time, the number of times Uranus can be used is very limited. Before the Virgin Flame was developed, the 5 elders and them would not easily use this kind of trump card. Over the next month or so, Sky Empire and Wangwa quickly completed the handover of territory. The various forces also figured out the general situation of the matter from the actions of Sky Empire and 10,000 Kingdoms. Cracker quickly took control of the waters of Honeycomb Island with a large number of Biscuit soldiers and Homage ships, plus some small pirate groups affiliated with the Big Mom Pirates. During this period, Shiki also fished the Honeycomb Island that had sunk into the sea from the bottom of the sea and relocated it to the previous island base. This side of Sky Empire. In addition to the Blizzard Legion, which is still recruiting soldiers, the other 4 legions have initially completed the recruitment of soldiers. Each legion has a strength of 30,000 men. Currently, the Flying Legion is stationed in the Sky Province. The commander of the legion is Weepa, and the deputy commander is Mantis, who took the Barrier Fruit. The Blade Legion is stationed in Fuso Province. The Legion commander is Daz, and the deputy Legion commander is Apostle Foz Fu. The Liang Legion is stationed in the Southern Rapid Sea area, near the Whitebeard Pirates. The commander of the Legion is Apostle Liang, and the deputy commander is Shermu. The Beast Legion is stationed in the Avery Sea area, near the Big Mom Pirates, that has just been exchanged with the Big Mom Pirates. The leader of the Legion is Apostle Will Velociraptor Fruit, and the deputy commander is Apostle Brian Ocelot Fruit. As for the Blizzard Legion, it is planned to be stationed in the turbulent sea area in the north of Fuso Province, close to the Elbaf Kingdom of the Giants. The commander of the Legion is Monet, and the deputy commander is Nolan, Sky Island Python, Ren Fruit, Dao Dao. Form. In addition, Sky Empire has 4 core departments, namely the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and Umbu. The head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is Black Maria. The head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is Hermit. The head of the Military Department is under the direct control of Shiki, and the head of Umbu is Robin. In order to make management easier, Shiki and Robin discussed and decided to adjust the islands in each sea area and divide them into administrative divisions. The Legion of the Sun is stationed in the Torrent Sea area and is planned to become a Torrent province. The Ailey Sea area where the Beast Legion is stationed is planned to become the Rainbow province. The Cyclonus Sea area where the Blizzard Legion is stationed is planned to become the Cyclonus province. After completing the preliminary planning, Shiki and Vic, who secretly came to help, started the island moving project. Concentrate the islands within the planning area of 5 provinces. In order to prevent the island from being affected by earthquakes and tsunamis, Not only the altitude of the island was raised, but also the submarine plates around the island were reshaped with the help of Vic's rock fruits. The altitude of these islands is generally around 300 to 600 meters, forming natural island fortresses. And in order to avoid being blamed all at once, although the islands of each province are concentrated in a sea area, each island is at least about 50 kilometers apart. As for the transportation problem, this is not a problem at all for the Noah family. The Ministry of Science and Technology soon launched several monkey version spacecrafts that can use solar energy as power for passenger and cargo transportation. At the same time, in order to strengthen defense, Emperor Cumulus was used to arrange aerial war fortresses over various border sea areas. Together with the island chain routes on the sea, it ensured that it was difficult for ordinary pirate groups to invade the Sky Empire. The so-called island chain route is because Shiki moved all the islands in the peripheral waters and artificially created a large islandless sea area. If you don't enter the Sky Empire through the island chain route, you will have to face at least 1,000 kilometers of islandless sea. However, there are troops from the Sky Empire stationed on the island chain route. Currently, there are 4 island chain routes in the entire Sky Empire, namely the Southern Rapids route, the Eastern Rainbow route, the Northern Hurricane route, and the Western Heaven route. The intersection of these routes is Fuso Province. Of course, the Fuso Province at this time not only included the original Wano country, but also the more than 800,000 people who had previously migrated from the Honeycomb Island waters were placed on nearby islands and became part of the Fuso Province. All the forces in the New World were almost numb when they saw Shiki's great undertaking of moving the island, especially the world government. Marie Joya, among the powers that be. After reading the report from the CP organization, the 5 elders looked a little sad. This lion seems to know something. St. Jupiter's eyes were cold. Martian Mashing touched his beard. They are all 300 meters above sea level. Are you worried about future sea level rise? Where did he get this information? Wano country, the Kazuki clan, should know what happened 800 years ago. Venus Shuru, Saint squinted his eyes. His family came from Wano country, so he naturally knew some of the hidden information. Do you need to ask that adult for instructions? Saint Saturn asked with some uncertainty. Several other 5 elders also fell into thinking. After a while, Jupiter Pit Saint was the first to speak. Don't worry. The mother fire of Vegapunk has not been successfully developed yet, and the energy of the national treasure is running low. We must leave enough energy to deal with the prophecy. The day is coming. Is it really possible for that fruit to awaken? That hateful traitor. Saint Maz of Mars became a little angry. There was a hint of chill in Saint Satan's eyes. Can you find out where Shanks took that fruit? According to the latest news from CP, Shanks is still carrying the fruit and should not have eaten it now. Peter Saint took out a photo. It was a photo of Shanks carrying a small treasure box from a cabin when he landed on the Sabaody Islands. What on earth does he want to do? Satan's Sacred Heart couldn't help but get angry. Saint Nashalang shook his head. It doesn't matter. Don't forget, he is not D. Even if he eats this fruit, he will not be able to awaken. If he keeps carrying this fruit, it will reduce the number of D people who can obtain this fruit. Possibility. Saint Satan thought of another thing. But the golden lion should have found the surgery fruit. Is there any way to find this surgery fruit capable user? Even if he cannot be captured, he must be killed so that the surgery fruit can be reborn. CP is trying to infiltrate the Sky Empire. Peter gave an uncertain answer. Saint Satan said with a headache. In addition, Marine is also reacting. The current stock of sea stones is not enough. After Wano was controlled by the Golden Lion, the supply channel of sea stones was almost cut off. Let them be patient. The Golden Lion is not Kaido. Especially after this guy's temperament changed drastically. He has become even more unpredictable. Let the CP penetrate and test him first. Nashiro Sage was obviously a little afraid of Shiki's fluttering fruit. When Uranus's energy reserves are insufficient, once Mary Joa is attacked by Shiki, even if the 5 elders can survive, the ordinary celestial dragons in the Holy Land will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, Five Elders does not plan to openly compete with Sky Empire. This is the deterrent power of Pia Piao, Fruit, and Shiki. While Shiki was busy transforming Sky Empire, the red-haired pirates also initially gained a foothold in the New World, temporarily controlling a small island northwest of the kingdom of Dressrosa. The Don Quixote family, which had been active nearby before, was also in a state of confusion by the red-haired pirates. Brother Ming even had one of his hands chopped off by Shanks. Fortunately, Brother Ming knew medical treatment and had first-rate tailoring skills, otherwise it will become the same one-armed one as Shanks. The Don Quixote family suffered a disastrous defeat and had to withdraw from the kingdom of Dressrosa and fled back to North Blue in despair. May 1st, 1509 in the High Yuan calendar. Noah secretly returns to the sea from the Paradise Island. Returning to the sea this time, the first stop is the famous Alabasta Kingdom. Alabasta Kingdom, Rapeseed Port. An ordinary commercial transport ship slowly docked. Noah and Crow, as well as Peking and Xiak Chi, who had just graduated, looked at the busy port. The target is in Rapeseed Port. According to the winery's information, this person has recently fled to the kingdom of Alabasta. People from Baroque Studio are also in contact with him and seem to be planning to recruit him. Crow reported in a low voice. Where has Crocodile been recently? He's in South Blue and hasn't returned to the Grand Line yet. How many core members are there in the Baroque Studio in Alabasta now? There are currently 3 of them, namely the Thorn Fruit ability user who disguises himself as the proprietress of the Spider Cafe, the Imitation Fruit ability user who performs a lurking mission, and the Mole Fruit ability user who is responsible for peripheral work at Rapeseed Flower Port. Crow continued to add, one of the she-males with the Imitation Fruit, due to its fruit ability, currently only knows that the other party is active in the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta, and its specific location has not been found. Go find that guy first. No problem. Based on the information provided by the winery, Crow led Noah and others through twists and turns for more than half an hour, and arrived at the entrance of a magnificent casino. When the waiter at the door saw a group of people approaching, he immediately greeted them with a smile. Welcome. What do you want to do? Exchange me for 1 million chips. Noah walked in directly. Crow, who followed closely behind, took out a check and filled in a number. The characteristics of this check were clearly the checks of Blue Ocean Bank run by one of the underground giants, the Big Loan Shark. The waiter immediately took the check and took Crow to exchange the chips. Noah and others have already entered the hall. He immediately saw the target of playing blackjack, a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes, messy hair, and 2 fingers missing from his left hand. Ha ha! Blackjack! The middle-aged man shouted excitedly. At the gambling table, a gambler cursed and left after losing all his chips. Noah immediately filled in the position. Do you mind adding me? I don't mind, but one of the gamblers saw Noah with empty hands and wanted to remind him about the chips. Crow had already walked in from the outside and placed 1 million Bailey chips in front of Noah. Aha, welcome. Brother, you're a bit unfamiliar. The middle-aged man also counted the chips he had just won and said to Noah with a smile, Of course I welcome anyone giving money. Dealer, deal the cards. Noah looked at everyone very calmly. The croupier nodded and immediately began to shuffle and deal the cards. Half an hour later, the chips in front of Noah had reached 13 million Baileys, but everyone else had very few chips left, especially the middle-aged man, who lost all his chips. At this time, the middle-aged man was already red-eyed and stared at Noah. Boy, are you cheating? Maybe I'm lucky. Noah still smiled and calmly looked on his face. The hall supervisor at the casino also appeared next to the gaming table, took a deep look at Noah, and then turned his head. Rule, don't make trouble. You should know who runs this place. The middle-aged man, Rule, glared at Noah fiercely. Boy, don't let me meet you outside. Then he got up and left the hall and walked outside the casino. Noah also left. Crow picked up those chips and exchanged them for Bailey. After coming out of the casino, Noah's sense of sight had already sensed that the target was following him not far behind him. He pretended not to notice and continued walking towards the suburbs. After a while, Crow followed. until a group of people came to the edge of the Gobi Desert in the suburbs. Roar, who was following the distance, finally couldn't bear it any longer, jumped in front of everyone, and made a big hole in the ground. "Ha, boy, you were so arrogant just now." Rule showed his big yellow teeth and stared at Noah ferociously. "What a frog in the well." As soon as he finished speaking, Crow appeared behind him. Roar's body stiffened, and an armed, domineering energy seeped into his whole body, causing his nervous system to be severely disrupted in an instant. Noah casually threw the seafloor stone handcuffs to restrict his devil fruit ability, and then opened the passage to the castle space. After a while, the recovery of lily fruit was completed. Rule is not even qualified to be transformed into an apostle. The reason is naturally that this guy's physical fitness is too poor, and he is almost 40 years old, so there's no way to unleash the potential of the power fruit. After killing Rule, Noah did not clean up the few shrimps in the Baroque studio because they were of little value. Although the imitation fruit has good value, the capital of Alabasta has a population of 1.3 million. To find a person with the ability to imitate the fruit among them, unless Noah is willing to continue to detect there for several weeks, it will be difficult to find the person at once. Moreover, killing these small shrimps will easily make crocodile more vigilant. It is better to raise them and then harvest them. After setting sail again from Rapeseed Flower Port, the Prosperity sailed toward the windless zone in the East Asia Sea. Tarot card divination told Noah that if he sailed towards the East Asia Sea, he would get what he wanted. The morning of the third day after returning to the sea, Crow knocked on the cabin door. "What happened?" "A small boat sent us a distress signal, but I felt that the other party had evil intentions." A trace of surprise flashed in Noah's eyes. "Is it a pirate?" "It doesn't seem to be the case, but there is a sense of malice in both of them." Crow's vampire fruit has a special sense of malice from other creatures. "Go meet them for a while." The two came to the deck. At this time, the distance between the Prosperity and the small boat was less than 300 meters. It turned out to be them. What an unexpected gain. Noah had already seen the appearance of the other party, a tall and strong man, and an old blonde woman wearing a leopard print shawl and sunglasses. "Mr. President, do you know them?" The old woman is one of the former members of the Rocks Pirates, and the strong man should be the modified person of Whitebeard and her genes. "A member of the Rocks Pirates? I'll leave that old woman to you. Just kill her." "Leave it to me." Crow's body disappeared on the deck instantly. On the boat, Ba Jin's sense of what she saw, heard, and felt instantly made her hair stand on end. "No, my son. Please protect me." Boom. Crow's sharp claws have penetrated Ba Jin's heart and throat. Weibel, who had not yet reacted, was pulled into the sea by the seawater tentacles emerging from the surroundings. However, Weibel, who had not eaten the devil fruit, did not lose his strength in the sea. Instead, he struggled crazily and swung out violent and chaotic slashes. On the sea, Ba Jin had been torn into pieces by Crow and was too dead to die. Boom! The furious Weibel rushed out of the sea. But waiting for him, there was still a dense sea of pythons, and Noah had borrowed Caesar's gas fruit to drain the surrounding oxygen. Weibel, who only knew how to use brute force, struggled with the sea python for half an hour, and finally felt that breathing became more and more difficult. Unfortunately, his poor brain capacity did not have much intelligence at all. After another 10 minutes, Weibel finally lost consciousness due to suffocation. Heartless fools are easy to deal with. Release the card at will and seal it. Inside the cabin, R brought Luo from Gluttony Island. "Noah family, what do you need me to do?" Noah directly released the unconscious Weibel from the card. "I need you to transform this person." Luo looked at Weibel. After observing for a while, his expression became more cautious. "There is something wrong with this guy. He is a modified person who was created through gene fusion experiments. Check his body to see if there are any problems. He is actually a modified human. Judging from his age, he has been cultivated for at least 20 years. Is he a product of Vegapunk's illegal scientific research team? No, but it has something to do with it, because his maker, Ba Jin, was once a member of the Rocks Pirates, and had some interactions with the Vegapunk team. While the two were talking, Luo had already conducted a comprehensive examination of Weibel's body through MRI, CT scan, ultrasound, and other means. After the examination was completed, Luo frowned. His body is very strong, but the problem is also very serious. The main problem is the congenital defects caused by gene fusion, including mental retardation caused by underdevelopment of the brain, failure of the reproductive system, and abnormal secretion of male hormones. The resulting hyperandrogen syndrome and mania, rejection caused by heart transplantation, etc. Can it be solved? Yes. Luo was very confident. Perhaps these problems are difficult for other doctors or scientists, but for those with surgical fruit abilities, they are not too serious. However, Luo knew that the reformer in front of him was Noah's apostle material. So he first cut off Weibel's frontal lobe and then started treatment. First, the transplanted heart is replaced. Immediately afterwards, Weibel's male hormone-secreting cells were reorganized, part of the function of his reproductive system was restored, and the hormone secretion in his body returned to normal. The last step is to modify the brain by injecting IQ Life Potion to promote the secondary development of the brain, but the recovery of the prefrontal lobe will be permanently eliminated. It lasted more than 3 hours before the operation was completed. Moreover, Luo, who pursues perfection, also used the power of the surgical fruit to make major adjustments to Weibel's extremely uncoordinated body and limbs, turning them into a normal human body. After completing the treatment, Noah fed Weibel the power fruit he had obtained before, and then transformed him into an apostle. The fool, Weibel, strength fruit. My lord, Weibel salutes you. Get up. Noah spoke while stimulating the power of the power fruit in his body. After feeling it for a while, he discovered that the effect of this fruit was not a real power fruit, but a power fruit. Because this fruit can only increase the body's strength. The upper limit is to increase the strength by 100 times, rather than controlling various forces. If you want to control various forces, then this fruit will be very scary, because the forces include electromagnetic force, gravity, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. The 4 basic forces of the universe can cover most of them. Physical direction. Obviously, this fruit is not a power fruit, but a power fruit, which is equivalent to the lower fruit of the Momo fruit. Noah was mentally prepared for this. However, a 100-fold increase in strength is actually very powerful. This fruit was really wasted on Rule before, because this guy himself is an ordinary bad gambler, and his power is worse than that of ordinary people. Even if the power is increased by 100 times, it is equivalent to at most 100 ordinary people. Overlay. But this fruit is quite terrifying when it is on Weibel. This guy's physical strength can easily kill the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. Later, he can fight with Zifa until Zifa has an asthma attack and chops off one of his arms. Now, after Luo's treatment, Weibel's body has become stronger, and he can continue to improve by taking source blood potions in the future. He himself is a quasi-general of the physical arts type, and now with the 100-fold increase in power fruit, his strength has clearly surpassed that of ordinary generals. After Noah borrowed the power of this fruit, he also found that his power had become extremely powerful. In the past, Noah's body, if he did not use the iron fruit or the blue dragon fruit to increase his body, was at most equivalent to an elite lieutenant general in the Marine Headquarters. He only entered the general level after using the iron fruit or the blue dragon fruit. But now after he uses the power fruit, his power suddenly soars to a higher level, especially when he used the blue dragon fruit as the basis and added the power fruit. His power directly broke the boundaries of a general. Now he feels as if he can blow up the Red Earth continent with one fist. Although this is the psychological expansion caused by the sudden increase in power, it is easy to blow up an island similar to the size of a honeycomb island with one fist. Despite gaining such powerful power, Noah did not overdo it. He knew that there were still many uncertainties before his power reached the star-destroying level. Moreover, the other members of the family have not yet fully grown up. He estimates that it will take about 5 or 6 years before the family members reach the peak of their strength. During this period, Noah plans to gather the 22 apostles of the major arcana deck as soon as possible so that the card fruits can enter the awakening state. That's when he and the Noah family formally declare war on the world government. As for Weibel, Noah did not leave him behind. After all, he is sailing now. Even if he encounters the 5 elders, he can leave through the escape route. There is no need for Weibel's super combat power by his side. On the contrary, Shiki's Sky Empire has appeared on the surface and needs more combat power, just in case. So Noah asked Ali to send Weibel to Sky Empire as Sky Empire's hidden trump card. With Weibel as a trump card, Sky Empire can repel the opponent even if it encounters a surprise attack by the 5 elders, or even achieve a counterattack. After Noah saw off Weibel and Luo, he did not change his route, but continued to sail to the windless zone on the East Daxia Sea side. He hasn't sailed in the East Daxia Sea for a long time. Planned to sail in the East Daxia Sea for a while. The Prosperity sailed for 5 days and arrived at the edge of the windless zone in the East Daxia Sea. Noah instantly stimulated the strong magnetic field of the rubidium magnet, causing the Prosperity to float slightly in the air, but it was not high from the sea, only less than 5 meters. Prosperity quickly sailed to the East Daxia Sea. During the voyage, Noah did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he used his power of knowledge and electromagnetic fields to keep an eye on the seabed in the windless zone. Various strange-shaped Poseidon species swim and forage on the seabed. There are many large Poseidons with a body size of several thousand meters, as well as ordinary fish with a size of several meters. However, there are also some relatively safe sea areas in the windless zone. For example, this shallow sea area in front of you. The Prosperity stopped because he found that the bottom of this shallow sea was densely covered with the remains of various buildings. Apparently, this is another ancient civilization destroyed by rising sea levels. The water depth of the shallow sea is generally about 50 to 190 meters, and the area reaches about 1,700 square kilometers. Now that he has encountered it, Noah plans to explore the ruins of this ancient civilization. Soon Noah, Crow, and others were ready, and the Prosperity also began to prepare to dive.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.